Good.
Let me get on YouTube.
Should I take you off? Hello everyone, I am live. I am waiting. I'm late. I'm sorry. I'll just wait for the first person.
Okay, I see you.
I have you on the phone. Should I hang up? Twin?
Yeah.
Should I hang up? I have you on the phone.
Yeah, let me hang up.
Okay. Bye. I don't even know if I hope my notifications are going on. Hey Quinn. Good to see you. Did my twin did my notification show up? Rafi, hey. We about to cut up. Hi. Rafi in the house. Hi. Okay, y'all know I can't see. I'm trying to pretend like I can see. Where my glasses at? Where my glasses at? Oh, you got it? Okay. You got a notification? Okay, good. How was your day? You too, twin. How's your how's your day going so far, Rafi? Twin, I'm hoping you feel better really soon. How's your day, Rafi? How you been doing, sweetheart? Prissy. Hey. You know, Prissy, I've been thinking about you. How y'all been doing? Y'all get y'all gum ready. Hey. Let's get these. Drop me some lemons. Hey. Creator one. Hey. Drop me some lemons. Welcome to the lemonade stand. Hey, give me some lemons. Drop me some lemons in the chat. Let me know y'all in the building at the lemonade stand. I need to see some lemons. Let me see some lemons. I need to see some lemons. Let me know. Let me know y'all woke up in here. It's good to see y'all. All my sisters, hey. All my lemon drops, hey. Oh, Hey, I really wish we can play some music so I can get crunk. Someone's about y'all. I'm old. That's the only way I get crunk. It's good to see y'all. I got a lemon head in here too. My twin is in here. And you know what, y'all? I'm so bad. I've been so busy. Y'all know I went to my physical therapy today. I feel so. Look. After I left, I was so sleepy. I was like, I was gonna go. We ended up having some stormy weather, but I was like, I'm gonna go to the park. I'm gonna finish sewing. Da, da, da. I was like, I'm out. Thanks for the lemons. Thanks for the lemons. You see, you laying down, Princess? I'm laying down. No, that's right. I know that's right. That's what I'm saying. Shoot. I was like, I'm supposed to go home. After I got out that physical, I was falling asleep in there. I was like, I know, look, I almost got a DWC by the police. Y'all know what that is? A DWC? Y'all know what a DWC is? Driving while comatose. Driving while comatose. I was just tired, y'all. I was tired. I was like, I got to the house. I don't know how I got home. I just landed. Driving while comatose. I just landed in the bed. When I woke up, I was like, oh, so this is where I live? That's good. That's good. This is where I live. All right. All right. Well, I can rock out with this. I was just tired. The worst, and that's the worst. I try to get as close as I could to my place to get physical therapy. I try to get as close as I could. It's 15 minutes away, close to almost 20, about 15 minutes. I said, I don't know how I'm gonna get home. I didn't know that they could stretch a person out and hit the right spots. And I was just like, I'm dead. I was dead for like 4 minutes. Dead for like 4 minutes. And when I was resurrected, I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna get home. I almost had to call an Uber. I almost had to call an Uber. I was just tired. It was. I said, I know that you taking my insurance, but I almost gave her a tip. That girl is God is good. God is good. The girl, she know her stuff. Whew. Yes, yes. Whew. Okay, y'all. So you yeah, you know what, Prissy, I heard that's really, really good. Acupuncture. It was somebody that went to school that I know that was going to go to school for that. And they said it's some good money in that, but they said that really works. That really works. Someone went because they had really bad migraines or something like that to go get that. And they said that actually works. I was like, really? Mm-hmm. Yep. They said it works. So but I'm not against that. I would do it. I really would do it. I would do that. But they went for their migraines and they said it works. Yes. Yes, created one. Yes. Somebody took away what's her name? Oh, yes, Prissy. Yeah, it's very relaxing. Yeah. So let's see what happened to her comment. Okay. Yeah. Okay, creating one. No, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't. Hold on, listen. I got my phone with me. Hold on, let me look. And what's her name too? Said I need to contact her too. I've been so busy, y'all. Oh, I just need a day off, just a whole. And before I've been sick too, creating one. I haven't been on. This is my first live since the last one. I went on to. Hi, Sammy Sam. This is your first time. How are you? Welcome to the lemonade stand. How are you? Yes, creating one. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Hit the like buttons, everyone. Please do me a favor. Hit the like buttons. Thanks, twin. I appreciate it. Oh, you know what? And I also need to let me see something. Hi, Michelle. How are you, sweetheart? And let me see. No. What's his name? And Brent tomorrow. Hi, Nicole Taylor. First time seeing you. Welcome to the lemonade stand. Okay, come on. Welcome Nicola, and Sammy Sam. Michelle B, come on. Let's throw some lemons in the lemonade in the chat for the lemonade stand. Then the lemon drops that I'm not familiar with, and you all maybe Michelle said like I remember chatting with Michelle. Was it Michelle? No, that was Hernandez. That was Hernandez. I'm sorry. But let's welcome them. Hello, ladies. And Brent's going to be off tomorrow, so he's going to help me so I can go ahead and get you all set up for to be the eliminators too. Okay. You ladies look so nice. You are so pretty. I look at you beautiful black ladies and I'm like, oh, I'm so glad you ladies make me so happy to be a black lady. Seriously. I'm like, see, this is why I'm so happy to be a black lady. Beautiful, 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 beautiful lemon drops. Oh my goodness. Who's this? Prissy, are you really? You little smarty pants. Good for you, sis. Let's drop Prissy some lemons. Oh my goodness. So happy for you. Go, sis. Go. Get it, get it, get it. All my lemon drops. All my lemon drops. Good for Prissy. Oh, hey, that's what we're talking about. Oh. Good for you, sis. Get, you better. You. You. Prissy said she's an honor student. This is her second master. You better rock it. Drop. That's what I'm talking about. Creating one. Drop that stuff for my sis. Drop them lemons. Drop them. Drop. Yeah. Yeah. Drop my sis. We better drop this lemon drop. Drop her some lemon. Drop these lemons. I said you. If you out, you better. You know what, Prissy? You've been holding back on the set. My heart, seriously, my heart is beating fast. You better y'all better recognize. Wow, y'all better recognize. I somehow, whoa, that part. CC, that's what I'm talking about. See, hey, CC, that's what Michelle be black. Y'all look, look, my earrings. Y'all see my earrings? Hold on. I know what I'm doing. Can y'all see? Huh? Hold on. Wait, y'all don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. Y'all play too much. Y'all don't know what I'm doing. Do y'all see it? Can y'all read them? It says Black Girls Rock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm acting like I know what I'm doing. Black, hey. That's what I'm. I can't even get it up. Prissy, I'm talking. This my creative one. You repping it. You repping it. Hi, CC, y'all hear? Okay, I can't get it out. Yes, we do. Right, that's what I'm talking about. Prissy, I'm so proud of you. All right now. I'm like a proud sis. I'm a proud sis. That's what lemon drops do. That's what that's what we do over here. That's what we do over here. That's what we do over here. Wow. Okay. Creating one. You said I am too. You're too what? What else? What else are you talking about? You said, oh, you proud? You're proud? Okay, I think that's what you're saying. I know. I know. She been holding back. That's so. See, that's what we put you at the top of the table, right at the top of the table where you belong, right at the head of the seat. It's the table, at the head of the table. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. This fro is just like saying it's going. She just telling me what she gonna do. She just telling me what she telling me. Like I don't care. I'm doing what I want to do. Okay. Look. Let me see. I'm gonna see what these glasses gonna do. Okay. Because I can't see nothing. Like I told you, I need braille. I just need braille. I don't know what they're gonna. I'm gonna have to talk to them about that. See what they're gonna make next. I should have brought my bucket of glasses because I don't know. I can't see Jack. Let me see. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. You know what? You're not bragging. We are. See, there's a difference. We brag. You let people beat your drums. You don't have to beat your drums. People beat your drums. So when you don't brag, this is what happens. We brag for you. You go on with life, and we'll beat your drums for you. That's what that's about. And I'm glad that you don't. If it just happened to come out, we'll notice and we'll beat your drums for you, sis. So here's the deal. Boom! That's what I'm talking about. That we beating them for you. You are. I wow. We beating your drums for you, sis. Yeah, a bucket of glass. I have a bucket of glasses. You know, I had a whole I love fashion, so I have like glasses, just glasses. I don't have. I just wake up and I just say no. I want to wear these glasses with this outfit. Now I have reading glasses too. So yes, that's right, Michelle. It's not a brag. We're proud of you. Yes. Do you create websites on the side? You know what? Listen. I was saying that I needed a I'm actually getting a website done. Just go forth and be great. Yes, go forth and be great. Okay, yes, that's a bucket of yeah, I do. I have glasses for every occasion and every outfit. I love fashion. Um, I know who to refer people. You know okay, that's good. Okay, yes. 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 So here's the deal. I wanted to today I wanted to okay talk I wanted to talk to everyone about ownership. um about self accountability. Last night, I don't know, last night we were over at Brent's show, and we were just talking about how um what it is that actually I was talking to Chrissy, you were on the panel last night, and I had said that we would talk about you saying how you like to, and we, I think majority of black women can attest to this, how you like to you would like to be more feminine, being more in your feminine role because you're so used to taking charge and doing what it is that you like to do for us, or whatever you need, you go for. And even when you're in a relationship, that's what you do. And I think a lot of majority of black women, um, that's what we do. Because in the black community, we are taught to be the strong black woman. We are taught to be very assertive at a very young age. We have to hit the ground running. We're taught to run a household at a very young age. We are taught to be the head of the household at a very young age. And that is celebrated in the black community. I do, I can remember reading or watching, what was it? uh, No, I was reading something online a couple years ago or so, and it was a black man bragging about his wife. She was pregnant. They had children. I think they had like five children, something like something, 4 or 5 children, and she was pregnant. I mean, like really, really big pregnant. And um, not only was she really, really pregnant, she was going to school full time to get her master's in something, and she was working full time, taking care of the children and taking care of him. And he was online bragging about how good of a woman she is and how proud he was of her for doing all of this. And she was just sitting there just smiling. She was so grateful. And she was just like, like, yes, And my heart was breaking in a million and one pieces. Now, I want to ask you all, what do you all was do what do you all think was wrong with this picture? And why do you think it broke my heart? You all just kind of like give me your opinion as to why I saw that something was wrong with that. Michelle, he didn't say what he was doing. He never said it. He probably was a stay-at-home dad, or he probably, maybe he had a job. I don't know. He didn't mention what he was doing. He never mentioned it, and that, which is interesting. I'm glad you asked that question because he never said anything. But I want you all to put it in the chat because I want you guys to engage with me in this conversation. Why do you think I was concerned about that, or I was disgusted? That's pretty much what it was. But why do you think I was concerned about that? And why do you think that something was wrong? Being that she was a go-getter, because that in our community that's celebrated. Why? Why do you all give me some comments? Just a few comments. What do you all think that something was wrong with that? If you don't think anything was wrong, that's fine. Put your opinion, because it's nothing. No, no one to be attacked or anything. Just kind of like tell me what do you think was wrong, right or wrong? If you think something was right, it's nothing was wrong. Just say it, because no one to be attacked. Nobody, everybody's opinion is respected around here. This space is always safe, and there will be no bullying. It's okay. Come on, comments. Does anyone think anything was wrong with that? Yes or no? Those who have gone before us wanted us to be prepared and equipped. Oh, equipped. Okay. Okay. That's a good way of looking at it. Okay. Yeah. Anyone else? Like, share, and subscribe. Sunkissed Lemonade Stand is awesome. Thank you, twin. Hi, LV. Hello. Welcome to the Lemonade Stand. Okay, Prissy says she was the head of the household and serving him properly. Okay. 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 So, okay. Creator One says they could see a fall off in the men. Didn't want us dependent on them. Okay. That's okay. Okay. That's the way you guys. That's the way the black women. Okay. Rothy said, "I'm not able to do that much, even on a short-term basis." Okay. Okay. Michelle says, "It sounds like they had a role reversal relationship. She was the masculine one, and the husband was resting in his feminine role." Oh, see, good aspects. I value what everyone has to say. I do, because I like the way everyone is coming, because are coming, because everyone are giving their opinions and their aspects, because um I can tell that again, the way that the black community has excuse me, has reared black women, and the a certain um from a certain era, and then down to today. Now, the reason why, my opinion, the reason why black women today have a hard time staying in their feminine role and getting into relationships and stand and falling back into that feminine role and allowing the man to give her what she needs, is because she has that "let me take charge" attitude, because of what the black community has taught her. And Michelle B has hit it dead on. It's a role reversal. And we as black women, it's okay to have that attitude. We need to have the attitude that I will be okay. Even if you leave, I'll be okay. But while you're here, it is your job to be the man of and the head of the household. It is your job to take care of me. That needs to be a requirement, a prerequisite from him, for him to do what he needs to do as a husband and as a man. And it is, hey Jay, hi, pretty smile, beautiful teeth. Did you bring me your teeth, your smile? I'm waiting for it. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome to the lemonade stand. It needs to be I what our mindset should be this: I am the complement. I am the beautiful flower that is sitting still, and he is the pursuer. He does the job. He's the bee that is buzzing around, and he's doing the job. Because if we don't see ourselves as that, we're going to do what's unnatural. We're going to try to do what's unnatural. We're going to try to uproot ourselves as flowers and go and chase the bee. That's unnatural. It goes against nature. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't look right. It's offbeat. And so that is, we have to remember, we are accountable for what people do to us. We are accountable as women, as females, as delicate flowers. Our job, we are accountable to say these are what the things I will and won't take. And we can't just say these things because it sounds pretty to other people. We have to get into a room by ourselves, get a book, a planner. This one says it's all about me. We have to get a planner, a book. And this is why I brought this, because I wanted, and I got it out of the lemonade bag, my Dollar Tree lemonade bag. I got it out of that. And this right here, I have a list of what I will and will not take from anyone, and what I will and will not take from a man. Now, here's the thing. We have to be realistic. Okay? Be realistic. You have to ask yourself, how much do I really love Chrissy, creating one, Michelle, Rafi, Cece? I mean, I don't see the. Let me get up and see the other ones. How much do I love Sunkiss? Let me see. I don't want to leave anybody out. Oh, LV. Who else? I'm trying to make sure I don't leave anyone out. Okay, is that it? If I leave you out, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to do that. But all the ladies in the chat, you have to ask yourself that question. How much do I really love me? But look in the mirror, and I'm so serious. Look in the mirror. I need you to, and this is your homework. And listen, right now, I'm gonna give you like 30 seconds to go get a notebook, go get a piece of paper, something, and get an ink pen. Go get it right now. I'm gonna wait because we gotta write something down. This is gonna be some homework. I'll give you guys 30 seconds to go get it. Okay, throw some lemons in the chat when you're done. When you got it. Okay, to everybody, that's right, LV. Love me more than I like the thought of us. Yeah, I'm back. Everybody, okay, everybody back. Now this is number one. Write this down. Here's my lemonade pen. It's cute, isn't it? Okay. Good for you, LV. I keep journals too. Good for you. Okay. Number one. This is our homework. I'm serious, because the next time I do my live, what's this? This is Tuesday. Wednesday, I don't know. I'm gonna do another live for what's this? What is this? Tuesday? I'm gonna do another live Friday. And that's gonna be our homework. Friday, at 8 o'clock, I'm doing another live. And this is what have our homework done. Number one, look in the mirror And I'm so serious. I want everyone, and don't think that this is salacious or don't think that this is creepy. It is not. This is a requirement. Take off everything. Strip everything off. If you have a wig on, if it's not, like glued down or anything, take it all off. Take your makeup off, take your lashes off, take off everything. Close everything. And if you have a long length mirror, do that. Or just in the bathroom. And look yourself dead in jewelry, take off everything. Look in the mirror and block everything out. Take a deep, long, deep breath, hold it in for a good 5 to 10 seconds, and slowly let it out. And look in the mirror and engage yourself. Stand there. And I need you to tell yourself at least 5 times how much you really love yourself. Look in the corner at your cornea and say how much you really love yourself. Say that. Write that down. Okay. That's one thing. Good for you, LV. I'm loving you, girl. Girl, listen, that's the way we're supposed to be. Say that 5 times. That's one thing. That's one piece of homework. The second thing, you need to sit down and you need to write this in your journal. Write in my journal. And if you don't have a journal, go to Dollar General, Dollar Tree, wherever, and get your little notebook. Just, you ain't gotta spend a lot of money unless you want to. Yeah, write in your journal your do's and don'ts before a relationship. Before. Okay. Number 3, write down your requirements from your husband. Husband. Okay. Because we're not dating just to be dating. Requirements from your husband. Thanks, babe. Thanks, LV. Thank you, babe. I should say future husband. From my future husband. Okay, so those are the 3 we're gonna work on. Just to start, we're gonna start there. We're just gonna start. Oh, I'm sorry. And no, I forgot. We're gonna do number 4. Find something or someone to remove from your life. That's hold on. That is crowding you. That's crowding you up your space. I just told my therapist Monday because I was with one therapist next door. She became, she was a little toxic, and I went to the therapist next door, and she was like, "Well," and the new therapist, she said, "Yeah," she said, "Do you think that the people that you maybe your standards for people may be a little bit too high?" I said, "Yes, I do. I do." She was like, "Oh, really? Explain it to me." I said, "Because when you in my space, I have requirements now. I used to not have requirements. I should let people just come in, hey, I love you. Yes, yeah, you're oh yeah, and then until they hurt me. I said, see, here's the thing. My space is equivalent to my home, and if you disrespect my space, you're disrespecting my home. So I pay the bills in my space or in my home. So if you are disrespecting it, then you have to go. The exit is right there. Go that way." I said, "So yeah." I said, "I don't. Here's the thing. I'm not the person I used to be." I said, "So I meet people at where they're at, and I try to be fair." I said, "So, um, yeah, my requirements for people may be too hard." I said, "When it comes to my heart these days, you either get the stairs or the air. You can take the stairs to my heart. If I see you coming to me right. If I see you coming wrong, you get in the air. So yeah, my requirements are high. Now I try to treat people good or whatever, and I meet people where they're at. I try to give people what I require from people is what I'm willing to give back. So my standards are high now. I used to not have standards. I used to just love people as soon as oh, I love, oh yes, you're nice, you're kind, come on in. Yeah, so I do. And she was like, "Oh, well, yeah, yeah." So I was thinking to myself, now you take that back to her, and if I get some, I'm thinking, if I get some vibes from you, you're fired. Now, now we're gonna swipe left. And she was like, "I want to see you again." Okay, now, yeah, now let's run the paperwork. But let's see here. Creating one is important to know. It surely got me right 30 years ago. Journaling was key. Exactly. Journaling, it's so cathartic. It's good. It good to help you to purge. Accountability to myself. Yes. Creating one. Prissy. Love me first. Oh, there you go. Sorry, not sorry. There you go, Prissy. Creating one. She says they should be high. Exactly. Exactly. They should always be high. Um, CC, thanks for the lemons. Creating one says have to vet therapists. Yes, yes, because some of them are toxic, and I had to learn that by researching. You just think, oh yes, they're therapists. This and that. They can have some very very narcissistic ways, and she tried to do a smear campaign with the new therapist. But when I talked to the new therapist, she said you have your head on straight, and you seem to be very self aware. She said I want to see you again. Yeah, that part. Um, yes, the therapists they just need to pay bills. Sometimes that's what they yeah. And Prissy, she said, I had a sister for a counselor once. She was so dismissive. I called my insurance, told them about my experience and not to pay her. Oh, okay. I love that. Okay. Because see, the therapist that I left, she wanted to talk to me before I left. No, you don't. Can we talk? Um, she's like, they said she wanted to know if she could talk to you. I said, yeah, tell her bye. Tell her bye. See the gum? Okay, creator one says that's right. I had to fire a few. See, and that is our job too. See, that is what that we're accountable for that. That we have good for you because just because they have the so-called credentials, paid for us on paper. Okay, but what are you for your personality when it comes to your mindset? What I mean when it comes to their morals and all that? Because not that I'm that their vibes and that mess can rub off on you. So yeah, the paper says that you are, but it takes more than that. So good. Yes, you do have to fire some until you find one that fits you. If they don't fit you, you got to bye. Now here's the thing: the first one, she got me when I left my egg donor until to this one. Now when I left my egg donor, she's the one that helped me to see when I was with my egg donor. She the one that helped me to see that my egg donor was a narcissist, a malignant narcissist. She helped me to see that. She helped me, and so I value that. I will never take that from her. My glasses is crooked. Okay, and she helped me to also see um that my egg donor could bathe herself. She was just having me bathe herself just to see how much control she had over me. So I mean, she got, and I was like, how did she know that? Maybe she knew for, she probably knew because of herself. I don't know. So my thing is, she helped me to see what I need to see, and she got me to that point. After a certain point, and I started taking care of myself better. I started feeling better. And when I would go to her office, she started looking me up and down and all that. So I started picking up, and after she started to treat me differently when I started, feeling better and looking better, dressing better, and all. And I said, okay, you're fired. Mm-mm. She started acting differently. Prissy says we don't need negativity. We we are most vulnerable in no right. Prissy, get Prissy, y'all own it. Creating one said so true. Prissy, yes, right. It is true. We are. You know what, Prissy? That's that. Mm, enough said. Because we go in there and we are literally, as I said earlier, we are literally stripping ourselves mentally and emotionally. We are very vulnerable. We going in, we're stripping us. We're giving them things that we probably would never ever tell nobody. There were times, you know, I had even discussed things with her that I couldn't even pray about. So you're right. We're going in there and we're stripping our soul. We're stripping all of us. So when we go in there, we're like, okay, here we're just regurgitating everything. And for them to, and you have to be careful because they can take that mess and they have a way. They are trained. They have a way where they can use that against you. Because I even watched a movie with this therapist play with this girl's mind, and next thing you know, she was like madly in love with him. He married. He was like 50. She was 18, and all the crazies. And it was a true story. They ended up making a movie about it. And I was like, see, yes, you have to be careful, very, very careful. Intimacy on a professional, yeah, intimacy on a professional level, yes. Yes, and your guards are down. Exactly, Prissy, in creating one. Really creating one? See, they have too much. See, they have too much. You have to be careful. LV says, have any of you ladies heard of what is that word? Let me see. Ask a little, I don't know what that is. Channel. This brother loves black women, and he lit up the black woman so much that he received threats. No, I don't know what that is. This brother, he received threats. Ask a okay. Let me take a picture of this. He received threats. Isn't that see y'all? Isn't that something? He apologized. Okay. What? Okay, I gotta read that creating one. Hold on one second. Let me get this. Let me take a picture of this. Okay. I didn't know that. It's anything that's going to build up the black woman, they're going to get some threats. That's crazy. Okay. Create on yeah, proceed. Yeah, LV. Mm-hmm. So let's see. Let's see. Let me get down here. He apologized and released. That's just sick. So you have a main one? Yeah, they do get off on that. LB, okay. He is a black man who loves black. He got so that they threaten him. He is not scared, and he is a HVM who makes six. Really, a high value man. Okay, so he's a high value man. Now, when you say high value man, is he a high value earner, or is he really a high value man? Because I really appreciate this one black lady said, and then I heard this later on that a lot of them be high value earners, but not high value men. So explain it to me a little bit more, LV. That's his YouTube channel. Okay. Wouldn't allow me to call my sister to tell. What? Creating one? He wouldn't allow it? Oh my. You know what? He needs to be locked up. It does damage their ego. You're right, Prissy. And we're going to talk about that. I will, LV. I'll check on my sweetheart. She said if I didn't go, she called the police, so I went. Wait a minute, who? Your therapist? Called the police. Ego edging God out. Ooh, you know what, LV? I love it. You got through it. I'm sorry. He is at high value? Okay. Okay, I got you. I feel you. Mm. You know, that's why you have to be careful. And this is another reason right here, y'all, to get back on topic. This is the reason why you have to be careful as to who you allow in your space. Now, if something like this can happen when it comes to medical attention, times that by 9 when it comes to someone that you give your heart to. Okay, y'all. Let's get back on topic. So my thing is this. Did everybody write down their homework for Friday? I hope everybody, write down their homework for Friday. Hi, Mark. Yes, she is. Mark, give her some lemons. Hit the lemons for Prissy. Hit the lemons for Prissy. You're beating her drums. Yes, hit the like button. Mark, and everyone in the chat, hit the like button, please. And hit the like button, and please give her some lemons. Prissy deserves that. She is rocking it out. Okay, so now here's the thing. We're going back to ownership. So what are some of the things that we need to do when it comes to ourselves? Not only look in the mirror and tell ourselves that we love ourselves, but we also need to ask ourselves, what is it? Why do we love ourselves? Because a lot of times we just stop there, and sometimes that's just so it seems cliche and it becomes void. It becomes void. So we ask ourselves, why? Hi, Prissy says hi, Mark. They're saying hi, Mark. Did you see that, Mark? Prissy says hi. Prissy, drop some lemons in the chat for Mark. Prissy, drop some lemons in the chat for Mark. So then when it comes to, wanting a relationship, that's what I say. We have to figure out what it is that we need. What is it that we need to do for ourselves? Because if we go into a relationship with all of our stuff, we're not going to be ready. We got to find out what it is that we need to work on. So as I was saying over at Brent's channel, a lot of times we're so used to taking charge. We used to being kind of like Black women. We can be assertive. We can come off as being with our energy. We are not. Let me see. Oh, okay. You at work, Mark? Oh, okay. Well, thanks for dropping in. I'm glad you came in. It's nice of you. I thought I didn't hear from you about the show, so about doing that show. I thought I would hear from you this past weekend about the show. I mean, just whenever you're ready. You're back, Michelle. I'm glad. Oh, you know what? Mark. Mark, can you text me what again? I lost the paper. Can you text me about the Amazon publishing thing again? Could you just text me what to do, how to go on there and do it again? Just something really brief. What's going on with the KS? What's going on with KS, LV? Oh, so with Mark and and my twin, I have two lemon heads in here. Okay. Oh, I thought you when I saw the KS fiasco, which you were responding to Rafi, I was wondering what was going on. I'm being nosy. Getting shorts. You said wait a minute. Did you say kidney shorts? You creating one, you play too much. You you know what? I can't. I cannot. Did you say kitten shorts? I can't. I cannot. I'm done. You know what? God bless the child. I'm done. I'm done. I can't. I'm DUN. Done. I can't. I've heard everything when it comes to this KS. I've heard so many things. But when you say kitten shorts, that's a wrap. That's a wrap. Two guns. Boom, boom. That's a wrap. I love it. That's it. Kitten shorts. Only black people. Only blacks. Only blacks. Only black people. Only black people. Okay. Where do we go from here? Ownership. Okay. No, I don't want to say the name. At this point, we don't need to. We don't need to. Kitten shorts. It's perfect. Only a black person would come up with that. Yep. Okay. As I was saying. um so I can't. Okay. Ownership. So okay. So you play too much. That's your whole problem. That's your whole problem. I'm picturing this. I can't. Okay, so yeah. So when we get in a relationship, before we get in a relationship, sometimes as black women, like I said, we can be forceful. That's what I'm talking about right there. Creating one right there. That's what I'm talking about. So before we get in a relationship, we need to find out our do's and don'ts, what we will and won't take from a guy, and what we will and won't take to a relationship. So we have to find out what our weaknesses are. You know what? I'm not doing this with y'all. You know, twin, I almost thought you were gonna be good. Why did I think that? Why did I think that? I was just silly me. Creating one, you done already set the fire. It's blazing. And then you had him come in and put in the gasoline. You know, I'm done. I cannot with y'all. Michelle, I'm I'm shutting this live down. Uh-uh. See, y'all keep throwing in logs. Kitten Hill, I can't. Listen, I forgot about that. CC, listen, stop. CC, get them. Get them. I'm glad you're back, Prissy, so I can talk to somebody that's on my side. I know. I know. Prissy, get them. CC and Prissy, y'all get them. Stop. LV, don't laugh at this. Y'all cannot. No, hi, Natasha. Hi, baby. Welcome to the lemonade stand, but don't laugh. Don't support this, y'all. Don't support that. It's going to get worse. Don't support. Oh, I. It's someone. You're laughing at Brent because you're supporting it. Don't laugh. You're supporting it. LV, you're supporting the madness. Creating one, it is not a good thing. Natasha, you're saying you're trying not to. You're laughing. You're trying not to. You're laughing. Don't support this madness. Twin, get out the chat. Go, get out the chat. I can't do this. This is not. I'm not, Prissy. I'm not doing it. Mm-mm, mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. Creating one. Explain that. Mm-mm. I'm not doing that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm not. Y'all play too much. I'm not. Prissy, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Prissy. Nope. I don't believe you. And you said for now. So you're okay. So you're playing it safe. Prissy playing it safe. She said for now. Natasha. Mm-mm. Y'all, listen. Right. Trigger warning now. Okay. This I can't. Mm-hmm. Okay. I can't. Hold on. Every time I just keep picturing. Mm, okay. He played too much. He okay. Thank you, Natasha, and created one. Y'all a mess. Y'all a mess. Okay. I can't finish this. I'm gonna keep ask. I can't. Okay. What do y'all want to talk about? I cannot. I can't. I'm trying my best. I missed it because of my over dramatic sister. Y'all explain to Prissy creating one since you started it. Natasha, y'all, all y'all, Rothy, y'all get on in. Explain. Take this to our sis Prissy. Give it to lemon drop. Y'all drop some lemon juice on her because I cannot. I'm not. Nope. Twins got involved. He got involved in it. He want to drops a little lemon juice and then run. Oh, LV was in it on too. That's right. You know what? It's always some drama going on. I've never watched the show. I've never ever watched the show. Who is this? Mocha Mommy? Hi, Mocha Mommy. You want drop some lemons? I want to see some. Hi. Where's what's her name? Um, what's her name? Drop some lemons, Mocha Mommy. If that's you. Welcome to the lemonade stand. Okay. I don't watch him at all either. But thank you so much. So proud of you too, twin. Thank you. I love you. You did it. Greatest one said, I did a dash cleanse and asked for forgiveness. And Brent said, Kevin, the way I just holler, I didn't watch him right. Scared when you are a mess. And then the wheels went off again. Y'all are so funny. Y'all crack me. Y'all are so funny. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Bring it. So, as I was saying, you ladies, um, I love y'all. I do. I love the way that we can just shift and go all over the place. I love it. I love the fact that it's just natural over here. Just natural. That's how we do it over here. Just natural. We just go with it. Um, yeah, but as I was saying, we need to, when we go into different spaces and wherever we go, I don't care what color the guy is. We need to make sure that we are ready. So when we see him, our minds and our hearts, our strength and our vibe, our aura, everything about us are in line. And when we meet him, we know that's him. Because we're going to be, everything is going to be in line. Everything that we are, everything about us will be well connected. And we will say, that's the one for me. And so here's the thing. When we go on a date with a guy, we shouldn't go on a date feeling grateful. We shouldn't go on a date thinking, oh, I hope I'm the one. No. You go on a date saying, I'm going to see if he's the one. Because the thing is, we have to always remember that we're the one. I am that chick. If we, and ladies, remember, think about it. If we don't feel like we are that chick, we're going to go with that energy on a date thinking, feeling like we mentioned, feeling vulnerable, feeling weak, feeling like we're not enough, trying to see if he's going to pick us. We should never have a mindset as if we're this little puppy in a puppy mill thinking, oh, will I be the one? Could you please, no, because he's going to pick up on that energy. He'll pick up on that energy thinking, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Because let me tell you something. Men will always lean in on that weak spot. And that's what he's going to go for, that weak spot. Because at the end of the day, like I said, men can be lazy. So whatever weak spot that you give him, he's going to lean in on that, and that's what he's going to go for. And this is not to bash men. I'm just saying that's what they do. So my thing is this: when you go on a date, and the thing is, I can't tell you what to do. This is just a suggestion. For his dating, I would suggest, this is what I've done. Just don't date for a while. Now, I'm not saying for a year, 2 years, 3. I'm just saying it could be a month to whatever. Just chill on dating. Get a list out. And just say, this is my prerequisite when it comes to dating. This is my list. And I don't care if you have 10 kids, 4 kids, a kid. I do not care what your size is. I don't care what your complexion is. I don't care whatever it is. What your education level is, I do not care. You need to write down what you will and will not take from a man. Write it down. It needs to be, I won't take another, I won't take a lick or another lick. Something of that nature. We're no sleeping together until he's my husband. Because you have so many women thinking that if I don't have sex with him, he's going to leave. Then he's not for you. Because here's the thing, you have to always remember, this is what a guy told me that wanted to marry me. He waited for me for 10 years. Waited. And then when I decided to talk to him or whatever, it didn't work with he and I. That's right, LB. These are deal breakers. Exactly. And that should be in our journal. That's right, deal breakers. He told me, and if I call him now, we could be in a relationship because I never slept with him. He told me, he said, you all have the power. He told me this. He said, women don't realize how much power they have. He said, but women give up the power too easy. Now, he didn't go, I'm not going to go into details, but listen to what I'm saying. We have the power. Yes, Chrissy, we have the power. And men always value power. Men love power and they pursue power throughout life because power complements their ego. Power is what they always want and they value and they appreciate it in every genre of their life. Always remember that. So when they have to pursue, men are natural pursuers. They hunt. This is what they do. So when we have the power. And when they constantly hunt and go after that power, that makes them desire it that much more. Let me give you an example. If, let's just say Google, work with Google, you have to go through so many interviews to get to Google, to get a job with Google. You have your first interview, then they say, we'll get back with you. You have to have a second one. Now I think you have to have a third one. You have to go through some type of training. Then you have to go through something else. Then you got to jump through so many hoops because it's only so many chairs that they have for you. Once you go through all of that, and especially a man, and he land that chair at Google, and at Google, they have everything set up. They have their own coffee shop. They have their own daycare for the kids. If you need your car serviced, they have everything there because the job is it takes a great part of their lives, but everything is sitting there. So anything that you need for your life basically is there for Google, for the Google employees. So that's why you have to jump through so many hoops because when you get there, you land in a very beautiful place and you benefit. But let's just say it takes like 3 to 6 months just to get Google. And I think it takes a long time to get there. But let's just say it takes 36 months just to land this job. Now, if it takes that long just to land that job, Do you think people are just going to say, ah, I don't want that job. I don't want this job anymore and just leave? Mm-mm. Now, imagine now, women work there too, but just imagine that being a man and the payoff, the amount of money that they make per year on top of all of the other perks. They're not going nowhere because look at what they had to do, all of the hoops that they had to jump through, all of the perks that are there. They're not going anywhere because that job is valuable and it was hard work. Now, let's just say somebody wanted to work at Amazon. Now, no shade to Amazon, but it's easy. Just a lot of people say, "Oh, they work at Amazon." Now, I ain't got a problem with Amazon because you better believe sis will work at Amazon, okay? But I'm just saying, a lot of times you can just go to Amazon. A lot of times Amazon is hiring because it's a high turnover rate. It's easy. Go in there, get a job. Most of the time, people get hired, and next thing you know, people are leaving. It's a high turnover rate. It's easy to get in there, easy to leave. Now, who's going to have longevity and who's going to be valued more? It's going to be Google and Amazon. It'll be Google. That is the way a man looks at a woman because Google has more power. Google has more perks, but Google was hard to get. Google, they had to pursue it. They had to hunt. They had to work hard. They had to do so much just to get there. It's almost like going to the gym and exercising that muscle. So the thing is this, to play hard, we don't want to play hard. We want to be that chick. So you have a lot of people say, pretend to be this way, pretend. No, we don't want to pretend. You want to be her. Don't pretend to be her. Be her. So you think, well, what do I do? Go inside and be honest with her. If we have a problem with our temper, go into our journal, flip that page, and write it down. Accountability. That's what that's about. I have a problem with my temper. We need to write that down. You need to write it down. Right now. Write it down. Write it down. I have a quick temper. Write it down. Okay. The second one. I have to have the last word. Is that it? Accountability. Write it down. Write it down. Okay. The third, we have so many Black women. I'm talking to Black women. A lot of times, Black women, we tend to want to trauma bond and take that trauma bond mentality if we want to divest or either, hi, Jay, I'm glad you're back, sis. Every time we want to divest or stay in our community and we find a man, and especially non-Black men, when they're docile and not saying weak, when they're meek and they're non-confrontational, or they're not like the quote unquote Black man where we have to use a lot of strength and energy. We take that, and because he's not confrontational, we look at that as a sign of weakness. He's not weak, he's meek. And that's what my twin was saying to me one time. They're meek. They're meek. They come at us because they want to reassure us that they want to protect us. They want to be non-confrontational, or just even if he's a black man, they don't want to fight. They don't want to be aggressive. They don't want to manhandle us. They don't want to be, everything is a piece of arguing piece. Everything is, is on 10. And that trauma bonding, finding a way, because he's not coming at you like a rogue animal. All of a sudden, you want to take that as a sign of weakness, and then you want to try to, be the man. You want to try to tell him what to do because he's allowing you to have the aggressive personality. No, that's not okay. That is not okay. That is not weakness. That is meekness. And we need to celebrate that. Stop taking that trauma bonding over to another community or to a black man. That shows meekness. We need to go beneath that and allow him to be a man. Celebrate that quality. Do not beat that quality down. Do not spit on that blessing, because you're spitting on that blessing. If I do that, I will be spitting on that blessing. Do not take that trauma bonding over to someone else's son, if he deserves that. But even it doesn't matter. We need to get rid of it anyways. Get rid of it. And if we bump into someone that welcomes that trauma bonding, that brings that out of us, go. He's not the one. He doesn't belong in your space. Your space is like your home. Get out my house. I pay for the space. Get out my house. Go that way. Get out. You don't belong here. Don't negotiate. Don't try to figure it out. Let's talk. Because your actions has already told me what I need to know. Like Maya Angelou say, when a first person shows you who they are the first time, believe them. If anybody that celebrates your trauma bond, anybody that brings that out, and the guy was telling you about that one that chased me for 10 years, and I told him, you bring the worst out of me. You're done. You're done. And I'm telling you, he was gorgeous. Oh, my model material. You're done. Bye. You bring the worst out of me. You got to go. Bye, son. See you later. Thanks, Creating One. Thank you, CC. TYCC. Okay. Thank you, CC. Thank you. Say, a man can hurt you if he's aggressive. He's looking out for you. And okay. He's looking out. A man can hurt you if he's aggressive. Okay, when you say he's looking out for you in a way, what you mean by that, Chrissy? Okay, look. Tender but strong. And say, yes, LV. LV says, that's a fault of black women. White men are tender but strong and understanding. Exactly. LV says masculinity is a huge turnoff to white men. Exactly. Creating One says, yep, stay tuned for those who bring out the worst, yes, in you. And let's also go back to earlier. We were talking about the woman that was pregnant, that was doing everything. That era, well, her doing everything, that, and Michelle and I were talking about that. And then as opposed to him, I don't know what he was doing. With her doing all of that, being pregnant with children and all that, and that being celebrated. See, that's that masculine energy. It's about, here's the thing. If you have a husband, if you have a man around about, LV says deal breakers, non-negotiable. That's right. Yeah, Prissy says he stands back and does nothing. He can hurt you physically. Yes. if this with the woman that was pregnant and doing all that, going to school and working and all that, that's fine. That means that she's capable of doing what she needs to do. I'm big on a woman not feeling weak and not, to a point where she feels like she has to lean totally on the man, and if he leaves, she's broken. That's not good. That's not healthy. I'm always big on balance. She needs to always know, and he needs to know that even if he should leave, and let's just say things may get hard, and if she falls, she needs to know first, and he needs to know that even if she falls, her fall back and her comeback will always be strong. Don't get it messed up. It'll always be strong. And those who know me, they know when I fall and my comeback is always strong, because my God is gonna always help me, and and trust. He didn't gave me some grit. He raised me well. Okay. And so that is good. But if you have a man with you, my thing is, if I have to do all this, what are you here for? What are you here for? Because oh, if I'm pregnant with all these kids having to work full time and go to school full time, what are you here for? What? Because when and you behave, let me say this too. If you have a man and he asks you, what do you bring to the table? He's not the one. Get your purse. If you eating with him, get your stuff to go. Ask for to go back. Get your food. Be nice and say, okay, well, look, let me okay, get your stuff or finish your food. Finish it and chuck him the deuces. He ain't the one. He is certain things right from the rip. You will know he the brain for you. I'm telling you. Listen, if y'all ain't never listen. That's right. Just get up and walk off. Listen. And if you have to play it off, because sometimes these guys are crazy, just say, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Get your stuff and walk right on out the door. Get in your car and leave. And always drive yourself. Just tell them I'll meet you there. When you go on dates these days, drive. I'll meet you there. He don't even know where you live and all that. All that. See, women talk too much, give off too much information. He don't even know where you live. He don't need to see your kids. He don't. Let me tell you something. It Lexus Exodus YouTube content creator. I love her. She's a divestor. She's married to a white man. Love her. She said her husband didn't see her son for the first year that they were dating. Her husband was like, before he was like, what? She said, no. See, here's the thing. Now, it was the guy before him. I think it was a black guy, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't understand it. He didn't have, he had a problem with it. See that right there? There was an indicator. Her husband, he was wondering why, but he stuck around. Boom. He's a white man, of course. Boom. And they living well, very well. Okay. So my thing is this: whatever your requirements are, you stand 10 toes down. And that she had a son, and he didn't understand why you don't want me to meet. It didn't matter. She told him and stuck with it. She was a mother, a single mother with a child. And guess what? They married, been married for some years. She's 10 toes down. So my thing is, same thing. He don't need to know where you live. He don't need to know your kids' names. Nathan. Nathan. Not nothing. Nathan. 10 toes down. I don't care what your education, it doesn't matter what you feel you got that may push your man away. So what? Because here's the thing. Men come with all kind of baggage too. They come with all kind of craziness. They come. It doesn't matter. The thing is this. It's not about them. We working on us. Accountability. We fixing us. So when we see him, we'll know it's him. We will know it's him. So my thing is this. Whatever your standards are, flip the page. Let's flip the page. Let's write it down. Like LB said, non-negotiables. And write them down, what your non-negotiables are. And just like when I was at Brent's, it was yes, Prissy, it's all about our own accountability. There you go. There you go, Lemon Drop. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, CC. There you go, Lemon Drop. She said 100%. That's right. LV said creating, okay, she said that should be the standard for all women who are dating a stranger. That's right. Keep a boundary of protection. There you go, creating one. Meet them at the date. Yes, creating one. That's right. Yes, thanks for the lemon, CC. Yes, yes. Y'all getting it. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, what y'all, yes. Uh-huh. Yes. Uh-huh. That's right. What you said, creating one, would you say I'm not feeling well? That's right. That's right. Do whatever it takes. Just get out of there. He is not, when he said what you go, and like I said, never tell a man when a man says, so what you looking for? Just say, this is what I always say. Some, y'all drop some suggestions in the chat too, but this is what I always say. I always say. TMI, yes, for someone who don't know, right. Keep protection on you as well. Human trafficking is real. Here's the thing. I always say, when a guy asks me what am I looking for, I just say, well, as you continue, we continue to get to know each other, you'll know. I pretty much have an idea as to what I'm looking for. As we get to know each other, you'll know. And they just go, oh, all right, yeah. It ain't none of his business. It ain't none of his business. As he performs, as he do his job, we don't know. Uh-huh. Weak men don't handle sickness well, right? You're free once you say I'm sick, not feeling well. Uh-huh. I will know when I see it on him. Yes. So the thing is this. Always remember, if y'all remember nothing else, remember this, lemon drops. Remember this. We are the table. We are the table. So when he says what you're going to bring to the table, your response is, oh, I am the table. I'm the table. So what are you going to bring to the table? What you going to bring to my table? Because here's the thing. You and me, us lemon drops, the only thing that we are required to do as the table is to make sure that our table is made of good quality. Because standards stand still. STAND, stand. A stand doesn't move. A stand, the only difference in stands are the quality of a stand and where you situate them, where you sit them. Wherever you sit them, whatever foundation that you sit them on. Hey, Chrissy. Hey, baby. Hi, Lemon Drop. I missed you. I don't care if you have a peg leg or 3 eyes. There's always something better out there. for you. Don't settle. Boom. That part, Chris. There you go. I miss you, Betty Davis eyes. I miss you, babe. You know, y'all know Chrissy took somebody's child because she young. Y'all see that. You know she a teenager. She took somebody's child. Mm-hmm. Let me some limits in the chat, Chris. But yeah, here's the thing. Your standards, they stand. It all depends on what quality your stand is and what foundation you sit that stand on. That is your table. You are the table. Your table stands on whatever foundation that you sit it on. So we have to figure out what type of foundation and what quality our table or our stands are. So when they say, what do you bring to the table? First of all, if he asks that, that's your indication. He's not there. He's not there to support. He's there to take. So he's not the one. Next. So what you have to do is remember, I have to build my table. And what materials am I going to build my table with? And what foundation am I going to put my table on? So then that goes back to accountability. That is what we're looking for. What materials and what foundation? So we have to ask ourselves that. And we have to do the inner work. We have to do the outer work, the exterior, the inner and the outer work, because it all correlates. It all correlates. Because you still have these pick-me chicks that says, you know, I ain't gonna worry about how I look. My man, if he love me, he gonna take me the way I am. That's so old school. That's mammy talk. That's mammy thinking. We act in the way in which we carry ourselves on the outside. Seriously. Have you ever seen shows where they did a makeover on a person? The person comes slouched down and they're not looking and feeling right and they insecure. And they did a makeover, and all of a sudden that person walk out and they smile and you like it, yeah. They're everything about them. Their posture has changed. Their eyes are open. They're smiling. Some of them cry because we carry ourselves better when we fix ourselves up. So it's the inside as well as the outside is what we have to work on. But we have to ask ourselves, what energy do I bring into a room and why? We have to ask ourselves, what energy do I bring into a chat? What type of energy do I bring amongst ladies? Am I a bully? Write that down. Write it down. If you're a bully, write it down. Say, I'm a bully. Yes, we are atmosphere changers. Exactly. I like that, Prissy. I love that. I'm you know what? I'm gonna have to use that. Prissy, I like that. We are atmosphere changers. And it could be for the good or the bad. You're absolutely right. Chrissy, she says, absolutely. When you pour into yourself, it boosts your morale, and that confidence is restored. Exactly. I love that. That's beautiful. Chrissy said, I was taught to always look your best when going out. No bonnets. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I'm so, if I see another bonnet, I'll be spawned to scream. I want to scream. Oh my goodness. That's so right. Yes. LV says, thou prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies. So we are the table that God has prepared. Oh my goodness, LV. My goodness, that's beautiful. Yes. I'm loving it. Okay, let me see. I want to try to see if I could. Let me see something. But yeah, hold on a second, you all. I'm trying to see. But yes, hold on one second, ladies. Just 1 second. It won't allow me. Hold on a sec. Okay, no, it won't. I don't know. I'll have Brent help me with this. I still cannot. What won't let me? Okay. Hey, hey, creating one. Can you come up here in the panel? Let me see if this works. See if this works right quick. You up here creating one? Can you? Oh, okay.
It's working. You see? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Look at the queen queening.
Oh my goodness, it's working.
The queen is queening.
I'm not okay. Anyone wants to come up in the chat? I mean, you in the panel, you can. I'm so excited. Listen, I don't know what to do. My twin is teaching me some things, and okay,
girl, you learning it.
You're creating one. You said that I would learn. Oh my goodness!
I told you. I declare. Yes, indeed. Yes.
Okay, look at this. Isn't that something? I'm learning. I'm not afraid anymore.
Queen is queening. Training wheels are off.
I guess so. We're seeing. I'm wobbling. Indeed. I'm wobbling, but I'm doing it.
That's okay. You get it.
How are you?
Oh, grand. Just grand.
Good,
just
good.
Grand. I have no complaints. I was just about to type before you threw that up there and called me in. Look, called me out. I said, I was about to type. I was like, see, this is the kind of fellowship that I've been praying for. This right here. Oh, this is it right here.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Yes, Lord. Thank you. Yes, this is what I've been waiting for.
You're so sweet. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that.
Energy up in here. And you know what? I knew something good was happening today, honey, because you know what? I don't drink coffee. I'm a tea drinker. I got up this morning and made a hot pot of coffee because I said, you know what? I feel like I'm going into a 24-hour one today. It's something good is happening. Woo!
Aw.
Right on
Hello.
time.
Hi, Chrissy. Hi, twin.
Hey,
Hi,
Hello,
love.
how's it
Hi,
going?
Queen.
Good. Look at this. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid
You're doing
anymore.
fabulous. Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
it's
I knew she
working.
would.
Chrissy and Jane. Hi, Cece, y'all. Look, LV, y'all. Look, I'm not afraid anymore.
Oh, I'm so proud of her. Goodness. I'm so proud of her.
Oh,
This is amazing.
She's just over here doing the darn thing.
how are you all?
Yes, she is. She
Oh,
truly
this
I
is
am so
awesome.
tired, but I'm so happy.
Thank you. I'm so happy. Thank Chrissy. I'm so glad to have you all here. I am so happy. Listen, all my lemon drops are here. I'm loving you all. Oh my goodness. Listen, you know what? It was a wreck me trying to get this thing going. But I was like, I know I can do this. I can do this. I'm afraid, but I'm gonna try it anyways. First I was thinking, I'm not touching this thing. I'm not gonna do this. And I thought, no, you have to do this. And voila.
There it is. There
This
it
is it.
is.
Yes, this is just Twin. Where did Twin go? He was up here.
He was at the top, I think.
He was at work. He might. Oh, there he is.
He coming back. There he
Hey,
is.
I just
Hey,
dropped
twin.
off. I was getting an echo.
Okay,
Oh.
that probably was me because I was turning my phone down so I could keep my eye on her chat.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here. Hey,
Hi,
it was
Twin.
good.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing? Great show.
Thank you.
Did you see my comment, Brent, about the Staying Alive dressed as the remix of John Travolta?
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, when I saw you sitting there in that blazer with that blue under there, I was like, where have I seen that look before? Of Staying Alive. Do you know how old that movie is, Brent? All the way back, I think, to what, 82?
Staying alive. Staying alive.
The movie, that's the sequel to Saturday Night Fever. Because you know in Saturday Night Fever, he wore the white with the black shirt.
The white suit with he had the vest on.
Right. So in Staying Alive, he remixed it and put on the blazer and wore the blue cardigan. Not blue cardigan, the blue cashmere sweater underneath it. Yep. I was like, Brent looking sharp up in there.
You was sharp. I said, Brent doing it. I was telling. That's another thing too. When you see, that's another thing. When dating, when we take care of ourselves, we're elevating ourselves, and that will make us want to look at for a man that's within that's of our caliber. Because when we don't care for ourselves, you know, it's just like those are the men that we're going to attract. But that's a part of the quality of what that stain is going to be. So when it comes to, if we don't, if we just like, oh, go to the store, I'm just going to the store, and you have stuff on your shirt, or you just snatch your hair back and little ponytail, or throw on some house shoes, like you said, the bonnet. Who was that? Was it Prissy mentioned the bonnet? Somebody mentioned it. And I'm like, if we don't care about how we look, and we look at us, no, it's not a big deal, whatever. Well, those are the men that we're going to attract. And they'll look at us like, well, what's wrong with you?
Right.
Why are you acting like that? And then that man is going to look, call us out too, which, if he's immature, that he's going to call you out. So the thing is this, if we're looking for a certain caliber of man, or we're looking, for a certain type, then it is not fair for us to look for him, and we're not him. We're not that. If we're looking for a 5 or a 7 or 10, then who are we to not be that? We got a lot of nerve. Accountability.
And there are so many.
Whatever you're looking for, and again, my 5 or 10 or 6 or 4 is going to look different from everybody else's.
Absolutely.
She's right.
You fix your table. You get the better qualities. whatever quality that you're looking for, then those are materials you need to look for.
Mm-hmm.
And don't look at somebody else's table.
You better preach.
Just because somebody else's table may look a certain way, they may be lying. That may not be the real material. It just may be made up to look like that. That may not be real wood. You know, they make fake wood. They make fake wood, and it looks like the real thing. So don't look at somebody else's table. Somebody else may be, you know, saying, "Oh, look what I got," and that may not be real wood. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And we all want different things, so it's like we can't even compare. Like what I might find attractive might be different from you or the next person. So it's like we have to find our own situation that actually fits us. But I totally agree. We gotta exhibit those characteristics. How dare we want caviar when we have cheeseburger taste?
Yeah,
That's right.
That part,
Yep.
Chrissy. That part. It's that part. Again, it's accountability. I don't get why some people run around and say, "Well, I want this, I want that," and I'm thinking to myself, "But baby, you're not."
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I'm not beating up on women at all. Break you dropping off. Hold on. You there? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I was getting echoes. I had it open twice.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed
Yeah.
it was open today. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm on my way home from work, so thought I'd get on.
Oh, okay. So the thing is, we have to have our table, our table right. So when the thing is, when the thing is, we are the prize. We're the most valuable commodity.
Yeah.
And women, we have forgotten that. We are the valuable commodity. We are the complement.
You are. The Bible says it too.
Yep.
Yes, we are. And we have forgotten that. Women have forgotten that and have gone. You have women that are going under the knife and putting their lives on a line just to be able to say, "See, pick me, you see me." And I'm not knocking a nip and tuck. Trust, your girl will get a nip and tuck. Okay, don't. I'm not shading that. But what I'm saying is, women are doing it not just for themselves anymore. They're doing it just so they can be noticed by the man. If you're getting that nip and tuck just so that you can feel good about you, that's one thing. But when you're doing that just so he can stay around, or if he can, you know, because to keep his attention, see, that's going to be a problem.
Inevitably setting yourself up for failure doing that, because if you went and bought it, and again, I'm all for the surgeries too, like especially if you're doing it for you to boost your own morale. Mm-hmm. And maybe you just want to fix some things. Mm-hmm. But if you're doing it for him, the same way you got him is the same way the next chick with a bigger asset is going to attract him, and it's going to attract him like flies. So it's like that's not built on solid foundation, so it's always going to crumble.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And so that's the thing.
Yep.
We need to wondering chick. Welcome over to welcome to the lemonade stand. And so that's the thing. We have to remember while we're doing certain things. Remember what your table is made of. Mm-hmm. What qualities do you want your table made of? Because you are your table.
Indeed.
You are the table. And it is his job to bring what needs to be brought to the table. So if no man should be wondering what you're bringing to the table. He needs to be wondering what he needs. What do I need to do to bring to her table? Because at the end of the day, you're the table.
Yes,
and you just make sure that your table is solid and made of truth, made of what you need, made of all of what it is that you are, what you need and what you're ready of. So whatever you need as a woman, he can provide. He can provide for what you personally need at your table.
When they ask that question, I think it's so juvenile. So I just like I get a little petty and say that my table is broken, and I'm holding it up with some raggedy books. Straight up, like I just can't.
Right. You know what? You already know it's time to fold the. Well, this my mother used to say it's time to fold the card table when it's time for everybody to go home.
Right.
Fold up the
And sometimes it's just fun to amuse yourself with it, like the antics. It's like, how dare you?
That's key to send them going, send them packing without telling them goodbye. Just say, you know what, my legs are broken. You know, I'm not good enough for you. I'm gonna keep it moving.
No, the thing is, you're not good enough for me. This table.
Well, yeah, but see, here's the thing: what we don't want to do, we don't want to be confrontational. We need to just move out of that space quickly and just send them with love. You know, just we already know. We already know. We already know our worth. We don't have to define it for them. When you just say, you know what, I don't think I'm the woman for you, and just
I'm not.
Absolutely.
You turn.
It's not you. It's me. It's definitely me.
You. It's me. Definitely me.
Yeah, it's not you. It's not gonna work.
Who get, as they say in what is it? What's in the universes? We're in two different universes. We never gonna the tween shall never meet. So we just
yeah. This going
I don't know who coined that phrase and put that in them, but I tell you one thing, I'm pretty sure it's not landing very well.
See, this right here.
Oh my goodness, I might literally levitate if I hear somebody say that to me. I haven't heard anyone say that to me, but I tell you, it might happen.
She just said levitate.
Just go right on up. Just leave the atmosphere.
I can't.
It depends. Like it's a certain mentality. Like so, when they said the phrase pathology, they couldn't have been more correct in that because it's definitely a pattern.
I know.
Not every guy is going to ask you that, but it's a certain type of special obtuse out there that will.
Also, they're telling people that. See, I used to get that energy about 30 years ago. You know what? I swerved.
And wait, it only works on the teenage girls. Like it really, once you get past, I'll say like 21, 22, you start to get some sense. I say like we're all stupid.
Yep.
Until we hit like a good 25.
That's right.
That's when we start to get some sense from learning about ourselves.
Have you noticed though that they don't want us seasoned vets in the same spaces with the young ladies? Have you noticed?
No, because
hey, you know what? I've seen that where they're promoting younger women.
Yep.
Yes.
They don't want
it easier to control.
Jewels. They don't want us giving them no jewels. They the first thing they say is, "Do you have a man?" In other words, if you happy, why are you in here? Because see, they want to leave that space open so they can pour their toxicity into those.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want us in the space. That's why I said, don't fear these young ladies. They are the future. We need to be lifting them up and leaving the jewels for them to pick up. Because when they stumble, they'll have love to pick them up.
Absolutely. Because pathology, I mean, not pathology, but science shows that the human brain doesn't fully develop until you reach the age of 25.
25, right.
That's right.
So you don't have any sense until you're 25 years old. So when they bring and vet these younger women, a lot of times these early 20-somethings or these 18-year-olds that they bring into these shows, they know that they're still malleable. Yes. They're easy to manipulate, and they're going to pick up whatever you're saying is the truth or whatever you're saying or coining as right. They're going to go for it. So you can get them to do and bend at your will leisurely.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing. Just like hey J10, yes, you came in at the right time. You did. Throw some lemons in the chat. Listen, Natasha said they're easy to manipulate. That's right. That is so true. And that's what we're talking about. And like you said, they're malleable. And the thing is, and that's how Satan did with Eve. He didn't go to Adam because he had been around. He went to Eve because she was younger. Mm-hmm. She was easier to manipulate. And the thing is, the fact is, women, we're affected by what we hear. Mm-hmm. We are affected by what we hear. Mm-hmm. That's why you get a guy that's not that attractive, and you be like, how did he get that pretty girl? Because we like to hear sweet nothings.
Yep.
That's why you hear a song, And a woman can be like, oh my goodness, this song is so beautiful. This is that and the other, and fall in love with the artist.
Mm-hmm.
And that artist could be going to court for the R thing.
Yeah.
Like Chris, Brown or Trey Songz, and they can be going to prison, going to jail. What's his name?
Mr. Cabrini Green.
R. Kelly.
I call him Mr. Cabrini Green because Green and Kelly is green.
Oh yes, yes.
And he grew up in the Cabrinis. Yeah, I just use that because I don't like to mention them toxic people's names.
Well, you're right. I hate that I had to mention it. Yeah. How can we coin them? How can we call them all together so we don't have to? We can give them a nickname as a group. We'll have to
Team Toxicity.
Huh?
You know what? No matter how hard I try, I can't get rid of R. Kelly songs.
Let me tell you something. The man can make some music.
Yes,
all three of them can make some music. And that's the thing. That's what we're talking about. They can make, even though they're all in trouble for that, a woman is still affected by them, by what they say, by what we hear.
It's true.
They can to this day, they can still get women. They will still. You even have old heads that are still rooting for them.
Mm-hmm.
You got women that are still rooting for them, still trying to help them get out of trouble. Women are affected by what they hear.
Even if it's pretty lies, that's the thing that gets me, like that part, like the cognitive dissonance that has to be there for you to still be inclined to mess with someone or support them, even after you know that the words that they're saying is pure lies, like just all lies. They're just literally telling you that for a version of manipulation, and you'll still go for it. So it's like we're susceptible to that, like, but men are susceptible to falling in love with what they see or lusting rather.
Yeah.
Have you guys? Go ahead. I was going to ask, have you guys did the love languages to find out where you fall? You know what I was interested in finding? That words of affirmation is the bottom for me. It's at the bottom.
Is it really?
Likewise.
I'm not attracted to sweet nothings.
Me neither. I'm a person that affirms love by action.
The thing, I let my sister, because she has a doctorate in psychology, take a look at it, and then I evaluated myself to see if we lined up the same with our opinions. And she said, "Well, it seems to me is that you value time, and if the person even isn't physically present with you, they still need to make sure that when they're present with you, that they got all your attention."
That's me. That's me with me. That's it with me. Because I've had guys that tell me, and what, Twin and I were talking about that earlier. Actually, several times. Remember, Twin, you and I were talking about that. What I was saying? I don't like when guys say certain things and all that.
Yeah.
And that's with me. I think all of us, we do like words of affirmation, but it's just on different levels.
Yeah.
And
it's okay. It's not a condemnation. We just need to know why those numbers are where they are. That's it.
Yeah,
it's not about a person being better than anyone. We just need to know why we think and feel these ways. And whether or not they're working for or against us. See, I don't mind hearing them. They just don't. It's not enough. I'm a person. I need to see the action.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes,
that's what I am. I'm in alignment with that.
I'm in line. That's me. I'd rather you be in my space.
You don't even have to tell me you love me. I used to have friends who used to say, "Well, I got to hear." No, I don't. I've never needed to hear it. I need to see the action. I don't mind you telling me you love me and then following it up with your behavior. But you can tell me you love me all day long, and if you're not following it up, what good is it? So,
right. Because people could tell you anything. What are the actions showing? What are the patterns showing?
Right.
Yes.
Consistency.
See, that's it with me. That if you're not showing me, I can't rock out with that. Right. I'm just,
I think most of us are like that. Actions are louder than words.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody likes to hear good words and the I love you thing, but if they're not showing it, yeah.
Half
And
of
I
what
think
you
that goes both ways, you know.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, you have some that's, you know, they're okay with, you know, just hearing it, and you can almost try to shake it out of them, and they're fine with. Or you can, you know, you have a lot of celebrities that they men could just toss them a necklace or give them a car, and that's enough. They think that he loves them.
Do you know how many people I mean, I'm not, this is not to be braggadocious or anything, but
No, of course not.
let me say this. You don't know when you're walking a certain way, and you probably do because we are women of faith. Let me tell you something. How many, just think about it. You can just say, if I'm in alignment with what you know. How many people do you have to literally do about face on who come with these carnal offers to you when they realize you want
Lord. I had to hit the Lord have mercy because absolutely.
they're dangling all of the carnal. It's like, do you how many 52-year-old women do you know fall for that? Does that work? Did you even bother to check my profile to see how old I am?
Again,
I
there's
really,
a
do you think,
pathology to it.
and then they want to, well, why not? I mean, that's not enough for me. That's not going to be I'm not giving my spirit to that little bit
Sending
of
me a
offer.
drink ain't appeasing, believe me.
But
And it's like,
there's a
and if
pathology to it.
I'm telling you, and I get an average of at least one a day, depending on which outlet I'm on. At least it's average at least one. It could be more some days because it seems like there's like a whole filtration coming in. It's like a portal open, because you know when you're opening, when you have a ministry beginning, and you were in the realm, and you're, you know, you got the sisterhood thing going on, like what we're doing when it's kind of like this cipher, the portals open up around us, and then it's like a flood comes in. But see, we got to be careful not to reject anybody, because there's some people whose souls are searching. There's some people who are in alignment with us, so we just have to feel and vet. That's why I suggest to people, don't turn down the idea of dating online. It's an excellent opportunity for you to vet people without ever having to see them. Because if they can't pass the test just to get to the FaceTime, then it's a win. Because guess what? You didn't waste too much time to find out that they were a reject pile.
That's right.
Don't look at every, one like that as a loss. These are good. These are wins. Because guess what? Iron sharpens iron.
Absolutely.
You are reinforcing yourself. You're hearing yourself speak, just like with Sunkiss. She probably was saying it in her head, walking herself through the steps before she's doing all the things that Brent taught her, because that's what you literally have to say it out loud. And that's the same thing when you teach. You teach yourself, you teach other people. You say it, either say it out loud to yourself or you write it down, whatever you need to do. That's the same thing. You're echoing. You are teaching yourself, reinforcing it. What they call deep learning.
Yes. And you're right. And that's what I was saying earlier, to say it out loud. Because here's the thing. When it took me 2 months to tell myself that I love myself. 2. You'd be surprised as to how hard that is. That was the hardest thing for me to do. I had no idea. I would tell any and everyone around me how much I love how much I love them. And I truly meant that. And I wanted them to feel it. I wanted them to know it constantly throughout the day. But when it came down to me, when I got my first place away, when I walked away at 46, I got my first place outside of, because I bought my first home that I gave it to my egg donor, gave her the key, everything. I mean, it was always for someone else. When I got my first place away from them, and it was just me, and I stripped everything, and I would go at once every so many days, probably once, however many days, weeks, I don't know, once every so many days, and I would strip everything and stand in the mirror, and I would say and I will fall to the floor, and just like trembling, because and just snot, and just because that was the most hardest thing to do. And I found myself, I would be on the floor probably an hour just trembling because I was looking at myself, but I will say it out loud by myself, out loud. And that's what it says, to say it out loud. Looking yourself in the cornea, looking in the mirror, it is riveting. It is riveting. And that's when you're connecting. You're connecting with yourself because it is real, and you're saying it out loud. You're not disturbed, and it is not fictitious. It is you're into you. And I didn't realize.
Lord, you cannot burn me with this. Oh.
What? Who's that in the background? And I didn't realize how hard that was. And once I said and I was able to get I out, crying, but it wasn't so disturbing. And then once I was able to say, look, I couldn't even say love. It took me literally 2 months to get through those words. And once I was able to get through those words, and then I had to learn how to say it all together in a sentence. And to be able to look at myself and say it, and to be okay with it, to connect with it and be okay with it. And once I was able to do that, I knew that I was never, ever going to cheat myself again. I knew that. That's when I said it was the last 2 people that I needed to get out of my life that I thought was for me. I had walked away from everyone else, and it was 2 more. That's when I said, and you're done. You got to go. And that's when I wiped my whole slate clean. And I finally said, I choose me. And I really do love me. And this may sound crazy, and it may be, I had the paperwork to prove it, but I'm good. I own it. I walked down the street with my earbuds in, singing, smiling. And it was a white guy looked at me while I was walking and singing. And he smiled. He nodded. And he said something to me. And I took my earbud out. I said, I'm sorry. He said, you're a good person. And I said, oh, thank you. He said, you are. I said, thank you. He said, enjoy your day. I said, I will. Why? I don't know. I don't know. But now, the only thing I can think of is that maybe my aura, something. Then I went to the gas station one day, and I was buying some things, and I was laughing and talking as I buy, because I like to laugh and talk to people that serve me. And it was a black guy. He said, you have a good vibe, or something about your aura. And I said, thank you. Thank you. He said, yeah, something. I said, thank you. I value that. See, the thing is this. When we are carrying people's weight, their dead weight, their negativity, when we are carrying things that just we shouldn't be, when we are carrying stuff that doesn't belong to us, when we are carrying things, trauma, childhood trauma that we haven't dealt with, when we're choosing low vibrational people, when we're deliberately reaching down, we are reaching down. When I say that, when we're reaching down, I mean we're reaching down when it comes to people in our lives out of guilt. When we're reaching down, whether it's a relative, I don't care how imminent they are, it don't matter how close, we are deliberately reaching down with anything or anyone. Friendships, vet your friendships. Is it really a friend? Find out what a friend really is.
Amen.
Because I had to walk away from a so-called childhood friend, 38 years.
Ooh, I just did too, about 3 years ago.
That's right. With me 5 years ago, I had to walk away because you can have narcissistic friends. I did not know that until I did my research.
We hold on to people out of habit.
Yes, and out of comfort.
Yep.
And here's the thing. I had to learn that when we are used to trauma, used to negativity and toxicity, that's what we run to. We gravitate to that because that is comfort. That is a comfort zone. So whatever we're used to and whatever makes us feel comfortable, that's what we end up gravitating to because we think that's home. That's where we're supposed to be because that's all we know, especially in the Black community. So if we are told to work full-time, go to school full-time, be a mother and a wife full-time, and we have a husband, that's normal to us. That is so not okay. That's not okay. Because we're driving and resting in our masculinity. Our table is for us to be standing in a good quality table. And his job is to go out and get what we need to the table, and he is to bring it. So what is it? When we go and get a male and not a man that is going to go to take care of us, we are reaching down. And we're saying it is okay to bring slop to my table. It is okay to bring fecal matter to my table. It is okay for you to tinkle on my table. It is okay for you to just come and rest on my table and do nothing. That is what you're saying. It is not okay. It is not okay. And you know what, your table is going to eventually
break,
rot, mold, and it's going to tremble, and it's going to shut down. It's going to fall flat because it's holding too much. It is holding things that it shouldn't be holding. It is not supposed to be holding. Black women are tired, way down, carrying things, wearing shoes that are way too big for her feet. Black women are wearing shoes that were not made for her to wear. And it is time for those that are really wanting to wear the stilettos that were made for her and not the combat boots. So we have to choose. We have to want it, and we have to choose to wear the stilettos that Jehovah God created for us. And it is okay. It is okay. We don't have to feel guilty. It is okay. I don't care who tells You think you all that. Oh, you look at man, whatever. She ain't about nothing. She walking around like she trying to act like this. She trying to act. That's a compliment. You think you better. Who you think you are? You think you better than that? That's a compliment.
Yep.
Because we were meant to be a peculiar people and set apart.
That's right.
That's a compliment. When a person says that to you, clearly they're seeing something on your table. They're seeing your table. They're seeing your table as quality.
Yep.
They're seeing your table is made of something of quality.
Mm-hmm.
When they say that,
riding garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Don't let them take from your table. Don't even pay attention to them. Don't even look at them. The thing is, if they say something like that, they see some type of quality in your table that they yearn for, they want, or they're jealous of.
Yep.
Okay.
You can't be friends with somebody who wants your spirit in life. Jealous of
you can never be friends with someone that wants your life. That's another reason why I had to walk away from all of the ones that I thought I was riding for.
Yep.
And here's another thing, ladies. Here's another thing. You pay attention. Yes, jealousy is not a good look. There you go, I'm wondering chick. I'm finna look at some of y'all comments too. But here's another thing. This is how I know. And even with a relative that I was taking care of. I'm telling you, you can be wiping people's behinds, doing things that most people would never do, even when they're married, when their mates wouldn't do it. I'm telling you the things that I've done for people. And these are the very people that were setting me up. Mm-hmm. They were rooting for me to lose. And I was there. When I tell you, when I ride out for my people, for whoever I'm riding for,
mm-hmm.
I'm going to ride until the wheels fall off. I'm going to run and get the wheels and put them back on. I'm telling you.
Who was that said four flat tires? Wasn't that Wondering Chick?
Somebody said that. Yes, I think it was. I cried. That was so funny.
You, like we down with you like 4 flat tires.
Okay.
That's what she said. She said that to you. You were having technology, so technology struggles. So no, we down for you.
Yeah, like, that's right. Yeah, and I love it. And that's how whoever I went. That my thing is that I was loyal to a fault, but my thing is I was loyal to the wrong ones. Yes, one of the chicks said that we were cracking up, and like Prissy said, jealousy is a disease. Y'all dropping some.
It is. It's got to be rooted out and quarantined.
That's it. And see, the thing is, even if that is a problem, put that in your journal.
Mm-hmm.
If you have tendencies to be jealous, put that in your journal. No one to know if that needs to be worked on.
Mm-hmm.
If that needs to be a part of a prayer.
Yep.
Help me not to be, take away that jealousy. That needs to be accountability. Be just raw. That's a part of going in and doing that inner surgery. Mm-hmm. Put that in there. And it's okay. Just be raw. Put it in there. If I can be deceitful, put that in it. Put that in there. Look it up and see what that really, really means, so that you can pray on that. Fix that. Because my thing is this: if the person if we're not really real with ourselves, to make sure our table is made of good quality, we don't need to be messing with nobody's son. Don't do that to nobody's son.
That's right.
Don't do that to nobody's son.
I'm texting right now, but it'll spoil a whole bunch.
It sure will.
See that part, and it's just it. I'm so big on. Even though we want to, get in a relationship and because who don't want to love? I love, but I'm gonna be honest. I'm afraid because because when I was raised, you have to be careful as to what you say to kids.
Yes, you do.
Because you can mess your child up.
Mhm.
Saying negative things about their parent or saying negative things about the opposite sex, and it can mess up a child's brain. It made me, the angry Black woman saying certain things or whatever, and it could mess your child up and paralyze your child. So that's a lot of that. My fear is like, oh, I don't know. I don't want to get hurt. I'm scared. This may happen to me or whatever. And their traumas passed down to the kid, So that's a lot of that I'm trying to work on because I tend to run a lot. So that is what I'm working on. See that trauma, that old school mentality I'm trying to get away from when it comes to me run. Yeah, just me thinking that, just thinking that, all men are a certain way, and I know that that's not right. So that's what I've been working on. Because I know what love can bring. I know what being in love can benefit. So that's a part of my therapy too, is to get me out of this box of fear. That's the only box that I'm in, of fearing of falling in love, because I want to stay in control of of my emotions. So it's really that.
I'm gonna send you something.
My CPTSD.
I'm gonna send you something, Sunkiss. And you'll let me know when you get the email, because I want you to send me a verification that you got it. Okay.
I will.
Keep talking though. Keep talking. I just want to let you know, so you'll know. I'm gonna send you something, and I want you to meditate on it.
Okay. Thank you. But that's one of my biggest fears. But other than that, I've really been working on myself, trying inside and out, really trying to get myself to be what it is that I am looking for. Because even when I have dated guys, one guy, the guy I said that, was trying to see me, trying to get me for 10 years. One time he came around me and he wasn't looking his best. And he was good looking anyways, but he just had on some shorts and a t-shirt and, and I said, I said, you can go. You don't come around me not fixed up. And, he was like, oh, no. He said he was coming from. I said, If I carry myself a certain way when I'm around you, I expect the same thing from you. Don't come around me if you're not, groomed well and all this other stuff. He was like, all right, I'm about to go. He left when they got himself together, cologne and everything, and came back around. Don't come around. No, I don't play that. Don't do that. Because here's the thing. Always remember, too, ladies, that when a man, however he starts off, just know, in a marriage, it's going to plummet some, because when they get comfortable, it's going to plummet. So just however he start off, just know that it's going to plummet a little bit because he's going to get comfortable. So just think it's going to be there. So just think if he's starting down here, it's going to go, get worse. No, it's not. No. So just realistically, the marriage is going, the wedding is always going to be fun and always going to be pretty and all that. Think about the marriage. Okay. So if you get the marriage and then he's going to plummet some, at least he'll land right here. But you're not fit to start down here and think you're going to just hit the ground. That's not going to happen. No, son. No, we're not doing that. So when he came around me, negative.
Hey, Sunkissed.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say a marriage. I think the best way to put it, when you get comfortable, the best way to put a marriage is like a marathon. You start out strong and you're going, you're running, and you get a little tired. You get a little weary, and then you get your second wind, and then you pump yourself back up, and you just got to be consistent. And I think that's what makes a marriage work, is just consistency. And you know, and like you're saying, how you dress and how he's around you. If you're keeping yourself at a certain level, he should too. And we talked about, you know, whoever you're around, give the best presentation of yourself. You know,
Yes.
and like we were talking about, you know, when we were on the show and we were talking about wearing a suit, and I asked my wife about that. She's like, "Yeah, do it." And I thought about it. I should be giving my best presentation of myself as respect to who's watching me. And I don't know. I just thought about that. But in a marriage, yeah, it's a marathon. You got to just you got to keep going, and it's going to hurt. You're going to have your ups and downs, but at the end of the race, you win, and it's well worth it. But anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much. And see, and you're hearing it from a married man, and from a married man seeing that. See, you hearing it from the horse's mouth. That is important. Taking care of yourself is vital. And it's not. That's what I said. Some people have the mindset, fake it till you make it. When you get them, you just be yourself and just, I got my man. I don't have to try no more. Yes, you do. Whatever it's, however you were looking when you got him, that's what he wants. Even when you get him, that's what he wants. And so, you know, it was a guy that I was seeing. When I met him, he said later on, he said, I don't really like, you know, a woman to wear makeup, and not a whole lot. I wear, you know, just a little bit is fine. I was wearing it when I nabbed you. When I snagged you, I was wearing it. And all of a sudden, you don't like makeup? Oh, okay. Well, guess what? I wear it. You don't control this. This right here can't be controlled. Not this. And be back, because I got to touch up the makeup. And he just laughed. That's right, son. This can't be. I don't know where you. I will break you down like a fraction and serve you on a Dollar Tree platter. Don't do it. I don't know what you trying, but don't this. Nope, not doing it. No, swipe left. Okay, so we got. Okay, back. I went back and it says. Okay, J10 says, Sunkiss, I hope you meet the man of your dreams. Your light is captivating. I can feel your radiating energy through the screen. You're precious. Thank you, J10. Thank you, sweetheart. You're so sweet. Wondering Chick says, yes, say that again for the people in the back. She's so funny. She is so funny. Wondering Chick says, we make negative normal in the Black community. Oh, that mic drop. That, and it is so true. Natasha 75 says trauma bonding, struggling. Yes, struggle bond. Ooh, struggle bonding. You better say it. LB says, Sunkiss, decrease the size of your circle. Ooh, see, my circle. Like there's one thing said, this one something on YouTube. It said, my circle is so small to everybody's looking at themselves or something like that. Or I'm looking at myself or something. It's true.
Party of one. Party of one.
There you go. Don't trip. Okay,
Peace party of one.
Don't that party. That's it. Wondering Chick says struggle in love. Exactly. Natasha says in the Black community, some look at you funny if you're not struggling. I know. Isn't that so sick though? That's sick. That's so dysfunctional. I'm telling you. JC said, be secure with being alone. Ooh, don't keep people around for the sake of having someone. Exactly.
Yes, indeed. She's right.
The LB said, okay, I'm wondering, Chick, so many things that need to be unlearned in the Black community. Oh, y'all are just ripping it wide open.
On fire.
Oh my goodness. LV said, no more struggle love for me ever in this lifetime. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, creative. Okay, creative one said good stuff. Thanks. Okay. Whoa, wondering Chick, that's so sweet. She said, ladies, you inspire me. Isn't that sweet?
It is.
She wondering Chick also said, shine, lady, shine with the jewels, with the gem thing. Okay. LV said at 18, loving yourself is so powerful. Yes, it is. Natasha 75 said the truth is they think you're better. That's it. And you know what, Natasha, I want to expound on that. Yes. Let me see. Wondering Chick said, right, creating. Okay. LV said, no more struggle love for me. Okay, I read them. Okay. Jealous. Okay, Wondering Chick, I love that when she says jealousy is not a good look. Exactly. LV said, Sun Kiss, yes, it is because they are seeing you the way God said. Oh,
yeah. She glowing. She glowing. She truly is.
You know what, LV? You are. I love you. Thank you so much. I love you. J10 said, even if you're lonely, be okay being lonely. Who knows? You might run into the right people. Right. Yeah, right people along the way when they see you. They see you happy with yourself. Yeah. But you know what? Yes, Prissy said jealousy is a disease. You will. Natasha said, four flat tires, she cracking up laughing. But you know what? Let me go back because it's a couple things I want to say. Y'all are just let me expound on some of these. I'm loving these comments. My goodness, I am. Y'all are on point. Okay, let me see. It was something up here. Let me go up here. I'm gonna go back and expound on some of these comments. So it was something. Oh, y'all got some good comments.
Aren't they lighting up that chat box?
Oh my goodness. I'm like, woo, look, I'm forgetting I'm on live. These comments are good.
Hey, I would like to go and look at the comments, but when I do, it kicks me out.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm looking at it on my phone. Today. I'm looking at it on my phone. That's
okay. She okay. Creative one looking at it on her phone.
Yeah, and I'm chatting with you off in the live from my laptop.
Oh, okay.
These okay.
When I try to look at the comments, I end up kicking myself off.
Okay.
Because it like goes to just comments.
Yeah. You know what, J10? Okay, I fully agree. It's better to discern overall when you see. J10 said to LV, she said, I fully agree. She said it's just better to discern overall when you see his spirit in person when he approaches. Plus, we shouldn't be looking for love as women. You know what? I like that.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be looking for love. No. We should be fixing ourselves. Because let me tell you something. When we are doing our work, inner work, what we give off, he's going to pick up on.
Homing beacon.
Yep. It's, you know what? It's like that pheromone. You know how in an animal world, like the woman, the female animal gives off something, and that makes the male animal approach her. And here's the thing, he will approach her, and it's up to her as to whether she wants him or not.
Yep.
And J10, that's exactly what J 10 times. That's all I'm saying. That's it. She gives up. She shouldn't have. Here's the thing. The man is he's going to come and he's going to, just like that job at Google, he's going to come and jump through all the hoops. And if you say you have the job, he's going to value that job because he had to do a lot of work to get it. And he already knows all the perks that's going to come along with it. But he had to really work hard to get that job. And when he says, oh my goodness, you don't realize what I had to do to get this job, and he's going to see the value of that job, of you as a woman.
Yes, indeed.
See, the thing is, Google doesn't have to say what all it encompasses. All you have to say is Google, and people automatically know
Yeah.
the value of Google. So it's it has given off all of its credentials, given off everything that people need. All you have to do is say Google. If people say, "Oh, I work for Google," what are you gonna think? You gonna automatically be like, "Oh, really? Really? You work for Google?"
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be impressed immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So the same thing when it comes to a woman. So JT said a mouthful. We shouldn't be looking for love, not on the outside. We need to be looking for love on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, can I give my perspective on this?
Yeah,
from
please
a
do.
man's perspective.
Yeah.
And I'm going to talk what attracts what's attractive to us as men. And speaking of black women, what always attracted me is visual, how she dresses, how she carries herself, and she don't have to be a raging beauty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just that she has herself put together, nice clothes, and the hair looks good, and she could be a 5 and be attractive. And along with that, with the personality, to where she's confident but approachable. You know what I mean? You can tell she's confident, but you feel like you can approach her. That's the most attractive thing. And I've told so many ladies that if you do that, I mean, that puts out that beacon of light that men are attracted to. And it's not so much what they, it's not so much, we talked about this, like women say they like to show their body off. It's not all about that. Yeah. It's how she carries herself, how she's dressed. I've seen two types of black women. I've seen them really put together, real professional. And then I've seen, like you ladies were talking about, wearing the bonnet in Walmart and just like comfortable, don't care, And with us guys, we're the same way. Either we dress nice and carry ourselves well, or we just wear a dirty T-shirt and don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's what attracts me, or what would attract me to women is how they dress, how they carry themselves, confident but approachable.
Yes.
And that goes a long ways, And that makes a 5 look like a 7 or 8. Mm-hmm. Seriously.
Wow.
I mean, but I mean, it's really not that hard. With us guys, we're visual, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you're a true man, you fall in love when you learn about the woman you're with, how special she really is inside. But I would say that's how you catch them.
Mm-hmm.
See. But that's my perspective. That's what always attracted me. Now, not everybody's the same, but I think a lot of men see things in that realm.
Yeah.
But anyway.
No, thank you so much. Again, out of the horse's mouth.
Yes, indeed.
See, and yeah, and it's not a whole lot. And so here's the thing. That's again when I told you when I was in a gas station or with the white man when I was walking, and he said what he said. I wasn't doing anything, and I get that quite a bit. I don't be doing it. I just be living normal life. And so for some reason, people say this. Now here's the thing. What Brent said, I guess, because I'm approachable. I laugh and talk. I want people to feel comfortable. I don't want to be that angry black woman walking around with the resting blank face. I don't want to be that.
Oh, you my people. Oh, you my people. You my tribe. Oh,
I don't. Welcome to the lemonade stand. I don't want to be that. I don't want to walk around and walk around with this nasty attitude just to prove I don't need people. You don't have to do, if you don't need people, okay, but you don't have to walk around with the attitude. With that attitude, you're screaming that you need people.
Mm-hmm.
What you have to prove that so hard for, sis?
Yep.
If you don't need people, okay, just don't need people. But you don't have to walk around.
Hey, Sunkiss.
Yes.
Yeah, here's another thing too.
Okay.
And someone on one of the shows I did, this lady said that being open and positive, yeah, you're going to get guys you're not attracted to approach you, but the ones that you're attracted to, they see that, and they're more confident in approaching you because it's all psychological. If you see a guy that's not as attractive, and I hate to say people more attractive than others, but what I'm saying is,
yeah, I know what
the
you're
guy
saying.
you like, he sees you, and you're kind to everybody. He has more confidence to approach you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying, and it's your choice who you accept as a woman, right? You're the prize. They're competing for you, and they should.
Mm-hmm.
And then the best man wins, right?
Amen.
And then a good man that don't win becomes better until he does win.
That's right.
That's just the cycle it should be. But I might stop. I just want to.
No, he's right.
No.
He's absolutely right. He is absolutely on point.
Exactly. We
He
need
will
this
perfect
lemonade.
himself. He will perfect himself for you.
You're turning it pink. You're turning our lemonade pink. We need you.
Sure
Drop
will.
some lemons in the chat. We need it.
If I do, I might kick myself off.
No, not you. I'm talking about the ones in the chat.
I'm dropping them for you, Brent. I'm dropping them for you.
Yeah, let's drop
I'm
some
gonna drop
lemons in
them for
the
I
you.
chat
appreciate it.
for the lemon head. We need that lemon head. You need your advice. Yes. We need it through the horse's mouth. That's right.
Yeah,
And that's
iron
it.
sharpening iron. That's what we're doing.
That's it.
Iron
That's it.
sharpening iron.
Hey, ladies, you know what's funny? You know, I talked about black women's hairstyle, right? And I really love braids, right? But it seems that white men are crazy about braids. And I'll tell you, my son-in-law, he's a white guy, and my daughter wears braids for him. My wife wears braids for me. My youngest daughter, she has a fiance that's a Marine. He's a white guy, and he loves braids. I don't know what it is, but us white men love braids.
Mm-hmm.
I
know
got
that
to give me some
personally.
braids, y'all.
I know that personally.
We do.
We got to get some braids.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we love your other hairstyles too, ladies.
You know,
I'm just saying.
I find that white men love natural hair too. They love, you know.
Yeah, we do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Short. You don't have to rush if you're in between salon visits. Just long as it's clean. That was my experience.
Mm-hmm.
You worrying about, got to get that last tight curl in when you're dealing with other people, but long as they see your beauty, the natural beauty, in the natural hair. It could be, like you said, braids. It could be a short fro. It could be, long as it's neat. You wear it with confidence. It's the confidence.
Yes.
Yep. And the amazing thing is black women can change up their appearance so easy. I always wondered when I was little. I was like, how did she have short hair and now has long braids? I always thought black women could grow hair.
We take our vitamins.
Yeah, right.
Over this long braids, and then you come out of them and it's short. Like, you cut off all that hair? That was the first reactions I used to get sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had guys, white guys, to ask, "Hey, how did you get your hair to? What did you do?" And I'll go.
It's so.
I took it down. I unbraided my hair. I undid it, and they will believe it. They said, "Oh, They will believe it. It would be so funny." But
hey, ladies, let me ask you this. I helped my wife the other day take out her braids, right? And I says, you know what? We got to make a video where I'm helping you take out your braids. She's like, no, we ain't going to do that. And then I asked you, son, I think I asked a couple other ladies, like, yeah, that would be a good video.
Yes, it would be a
I don't
very
know.
good video. That is so intimate. Like I was telling, and you ladies would probably agree with me. Remember when I said, when it comes to our hair, first of all, a woman's hair is her glory. But then too, with a black woman, because it's so much history in our hair and it's so much negativity that is when it comes that's connected to our hair. It's been indoctrinated in so many communities. So it's a lot going on with our hair. And with that being said, we don't play when it comes to our hair, and especially once we get it done. Don't touch our hair. But even regardless, we don't touch our hair, and especially once we wash it. Don't put your nasty hands in our hair, okay? And then too, when it comes to other races, and they want to come and touch our hair, we get offended. Don't touch our hair. So when we actually allow someone to touch our hair, or when we allow our husbands, like Brent, our significant others, to go and touch our hair, to unbraid it, to bond with us by touching our hair, taking the weave out, being a part of that process, and seeing us that vulnerable, that's love. Oh, that's making love before you get in the bedroom. I'm telling you, that's a part of making love. Hey, yeah,
Brent,
I try to tell him this.
You do that again. You do that again. You make sure that camera is set up, because that's
what I said. That's making love. That's making love before you get in the bedroom. I'm serious.
I love it when I run into videos and I see those men in there cutting the threads and undoing that. Oh my goodness.
Those videos go viral. When it first started happening, they were going viral. I'm telling you. That's I was like, oh yeah, that's a keeper. Sis, I said, sis, when sis did that, she was letting him know you ain't going home.
Yeah.
You marrying me.
Yeah.
You marrying me. Oh, you're my husband. Yeah, you're my husband.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was, I said, hands down, that's the one.
Yep, indeed. Yep, indeed.
So I was like, yeah. So when you were telling me you did that for sex, I said, oh, that should have been a video.
Yeah.
That should have been a video.
Yeah, I thought about it, but
it's intimate. It's an intimate.
Yeah, it's a personal thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand that.
I said, you know what? You can ask Sandy if she don't mind, and if she doesn't, we understand. But that's a beautiful thing to see.
And that's what I told him. Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, I understand. I get it, because that is it. That is private and intimate. However, that is a good video. That would have been a good video. But we understand.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because she'll wait till I get off work to help her take her braids out.
Oh my god!
And I'm helping her taking out weaves and stuff, and
yeah,
she likes that. She really does.
I love it.
Yeah,
that's great.
You know, I used to let me tell you, I know what it's like, because that feeling that she's getting, because when I used to go to the salon and get my hair in a pixie cut in the salon every week. I'm sure some kids know all about that, because that's one thing about Michigan. Detroit Flint, the Pontiac, we like our hair snatched, right?
Stuff got to be on point. Fashion is huge.
Fashion is huge. Only let men. I don't mind a woman shampoo girl, but only men I would let cut my hair, touch my head. Only men.
When at my tip. And with a pixie cut? Yep. Oh my.
I was like, that's what I want to do my hair. But that's the one. That's one right there. That's it. That's right. That's what I want.
Hey,
always, guys. When I would leave from one, I go to another. I've never had good experience. I do not want a woman touching my hair.
And it's so many women that says that, be like, no. When it comes to cutting my hair short, men. Yeah. It is always, that has always been the case, men. And because that's what they do. That's what, they're the best at that. Yeah.
The first stylist that I went to do my hair, my mother, the very first, I had a Jerry curl back in the 70s when I was in high school. My mom paid a young man to do my hair. And then he would come to the house and he did my hair for me, and I loved it. And then when I got older and I got my first pixie cut and kept it maintained, I chose my stylist, And if the first stylist I had, we sung in the choir together, and I was like, "Yep, I want Paul to do my hair because he was a stylist." I said, so when Paul kind of fell off, I found another man to do my hair. I'm telling you, it's a difference, and it's a trust factor that I have. Because one thing I know about a man, when he puts his hands on your head, he is styling your hair for what his eyes want to see.
Yes, my best Jerry curl was with a guy.
Yeah,
I mean,
I gonna make sure that your hair ain't lopsided, and
look like I was just born.
He's not gonna blame your different textures because I got like 4 different hair textures. He's not gonna blame my hair textures for why it ain't right. He gonna make sure you get it right.
It looked like I was just born when he done mine.
Yep.
I went to school. I thought I was flexing. You understand? You understand? Because I had got that year. I had got best dressed, honey. They wasn't ready. They were not ready. I walked up in there, flung the doors open like, ho, like Martin standing there. Stumped my feet like, what? Y'all see the curl? Y'all see it. I slept in the bag last night. Y'all not ready. Y'all not ready. Who?
You know what? The Jerry curl, I like. The Jerry curl back in the 80s, I like that hairstyle on women.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I got a picture of my wife with her Jerry curl.
Yeah.
And she looks like you remember in that Thriller, Michael Jackson's girlfriend?
Yeah. Ola Ray.
She looks just like her. It's funny.
That's right.
Yeah.
She was the classy curl. She was the classy, was it called classy curl or something? She was
Yeah, you had a good memory. Sure was.
It's funny because back in the day, my wife had it and her mom had it. It was like the style.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed.
That was it. And everybody had that hairstyle.
Yep, at least one.
You know what they got? They call it the shag. Remember they called the black community. Now in the white community, it's called the mullet.
The mullet, right?
But,
I had
that too. Huh?
I had that too.
You know what's funny? I had that kind of haircut too.
Did you?
Oh my God! Yeah.
We rocked it. Oh.
It was like the 80s. Yeah.
You
know what's funny? You remember back in the 70s when the afro was in, and even white people were, getting perms and stuff. It was so funny because my uncle and my cousin went and got one. And oh my God, me and my dad were just rolling laughing because they look so silly. It just didn't look right. Oh God, what I just like. There's certain hairstyles white people shouldn't wear, and that's it. And they were just so hilarious.
So funny.
It's just
because I would imagine you guys have to really, really tear your hair up to make that thing happen. Really tear.
Yeah,
I mean, ask you this. A lot of white people always compliment my hair. I get a lot, and then when I wear the gray silver like one, I get a lot of compliment. Why is it? Why do like they like the natural hair? What is it about natural hair? Natural hair.
I'm not because it's natural. I guess it looks real. I don't know.
I mean, but what is it about this? It's not even situated right. Yeah. What is it about it that they like? You know?
They just like it.
I know, but why?
Why? Just like it.
You know, I mean, because it's like they always, and I'm like, what is it about? What is it that they like? I mean, which I appreciate. Don't get me wrong. I'm just like, what is it that draws them to it to make them like it? You know, I just wonder. But
I don't know. It just looks good. I remember in the 70s, I thought black women looked beautiful with the afro. Some people said it was like looked militant or threatening. I never thought so. I thought it looked good. And it grew good too. I mean, it was I don't know, it just looks good. I remember my wife wore natural hair when when our kids were toddlers and she was at home because she had time to fix it. But I mean, her hair was like poofy. and she combed it a certain way, and it looked good. It was unique. It was something that was just different. And I loved her hair like that. But it took her hours to get it like that. When she worked, she'd wear braids or a weave because she could get up and go. Black women's hairstyle, when they wear it natural, it seems like they got to put a lot of work into it. I know my wife would spend a lot of time. It looked really good, though. But
I'm going. I'm sorry.
No, we like natural hair, but we like braids too, and weaves look good too. I think with the weave, it grows out too quick. You know what I mean? It looks good at first, and then it just as it grows out.
Right, as the roots push.
Yeah. That's true.
I've never had one, and that's for that. Well, I'm not a fan of hair. That doesn't mean I hate hair. It's just that I like low maintenance, so I keep mine tight.
Okay.
Well, high and tight. Britt knows about that. The high and tight.
High and tight. Yeah, that's how I keep my hair. I keep my hair really short because it's easy to take care of it.
Yep. I had locks during Lent, but by the time Lent was coming to a closure, I was like, okay, I got to take these locks off. I grew them out for 2 years, and I was like, okay, that's it. I like my skin better. I take it back to the high and tight.
Okay.
I love your froze. OMG, your froze are awesome.
I did the low boy, the low top fade for 3 years. It was so freeing. I literally just left from school.
That's what I want to do. I think I'm trying to grow my natural hair. I am growing it out, and that's why I want to do a buzz cut. Really low, clean cut, and do something cool and funky up in the front.
Mine is back like the way it is on the avatar.
Yeah.
For 2 years I had locks, and then it's back like it is on the avatar now.
See,
of course, when you cut your long hair, you gotta, you have to, sort of like when you cut grass, you gotta cut, and then you gotta do another cut, because that first cut is kind of like in the shape or whatever style you had, like with your braids, cut off braids a lot. So now I'm on my second cut, so now it's trained now. It's
okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I think I went through a Kanye West phase because I was seriously on the whole black skinhead thing.
Okay.
But you get used to it because it was so low maintenance. It was easier for me to go in and walk into a barber shop and just say, hey, shake me up or give me a new tape, versus waiting in line and go on the dryer, do this and do that. Simplify my life, please. Just simplify it.
Yeah, my hair was really long. I have really thick hair. My hair was real long, and just to be under dry, I used to go there and be under the dryer for 3 and 4 hours just because my hair
sweating bullets. And sweating bullets.
Yeah, and I can't. I'm not there anymore. I cannot.
Yeah.
No.
People are very attached to my hair. My sister had a fit when I told her I cut my locks. I was like, come on now. You know how I'm about hair, so you shouldn't be surprised. Because I had been, I was like, ooh, I would literally sometimes wake up in the morning and say, ooh, I want to take these locks off. And I did that for about the last 3 months. And then I just finally I took the scissors. I was laying down. I just clipped one. And then once you clip one, you commit to it. Just went in there and clip them off. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. People thought I was going to grow them out, but I said, okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean I won't grow locks out. But this time, next time I grow locks out, it'll be all over, because I was growing out a fro hawk down the center of locks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was like, I think maybe, okay, let's just take it off. I do my best work when I don't have any hair. I'm serious.
You know what? You'd be surprised at how small things. Like I was saying the last live. It's little things.
Yep.
That you can do that could make a big difference. It's just a huge shift in your life.
Yep.
It could be something small and it just reshifts.
Especially when I am fasting. Oh yeah. I don't need any hair. I don't need to be distracted with anything like that.
Right.
But doesn't it get cold?
Don't get attached to my hair, because it could be here today and gone tomorrow. Because when I need to get in fast, I will take it off if it's distracting me. I got to get it down to the skin. Just pick up the clippers. Wow. I keep clippers for that very reason.
Wow.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Chrissy?
Oh, I was saying, doesn't it get cold? Because I remember, like, when I had my fade, like, it would get so cold sometimes, and then you can feel it, like, everything on your scalp. Like, you never
Oh, I know.
realize
It is
how
true, but
much
here's the thing. I like cold weather. That's what I was telling you. I got to get adjusted to heat because I'm likely going to be moving south soon. But you're right, it does. But here's what I do. I always wear a satin bonnet underneath my skull caps. Like when I'm out. Yeah,
Oh.
so I keep my head warm because you already know if your heat escapes through your head, your hands, and your feet. And if you keep those areas covered and warm, you pretty much can go longer. I mean, I like cold weather, so I can probably do like this. I was telling people I didn't even wear a coat this winter, and they're like, "It's something wrong with you." I said, "No." I didn't have a coat. I wear layers. Like I wear a base because I hike. I wear a base layer, and then I wear like sometimes maybe like a turtleneck or something on top of it, or a sweater, and then a hoodie, and then my cap and my hiking boots, and I got walking hiking boots, you know. And no, I didn't wear a coat at all this winter. That's why I was thinking, should I pack any coats up, because I won't probably need them when I go to Alabama.
You're not going to need them in the south. If you're doing that in Michigan, you're not going to need a coat.
Yeah.
You're not going to need a coat.
Boy, that's a culture shock. Michigan to Alabama.
It is. It's a faith walk, Brent. It's a faith walk. And you know what? I had no idea I was going to do this last year, but something told me don't turn on my central air last summer. So I went the whole summer without my central air. I used fans because it was something I felt like I needed to do. And then when I was going through Lent, it came to me that I need to make this move. And it was like, okay, I'm a person who's ambivalent with the South. I'll tell you guys, I stay out of the South unless it's like the winter, because I'm not a fan of heat. I mean, I don't even turn my heat on. My heat is usually on like about 62 or 63 in the winter. That's enough so the pipes don't freeze.
That is insane. That is insane.
It is. I know, but that's just
getting a real winter wardrobe would be on my bucket list. I swear, because
you said what?
Getting a real winter wardrobe would be on my bucket list.
Yeah.
Because we don't have real winters down here. Like, you're lucky if it gets down to 52, and that's usually like if it's really, really deep in the hurricane season and it happens to be winter. That's the only time. But you can literally still wear Daisy Dukes, shorts, whatever you prefer, and not even catch a slight chill.
Well, I'm gonna be near the Gulf, so I'm gonna have to get used to what else? The humidity, right? Like
definitely.
Oh, the humidity.
Sticky, like not just hot, but like that sticky condensation, like that's on your skin afterwards.
Yes.
Like it causes that clammy type feeling. Like I can't stand it.
Yeah, I hate that feeling. When I go see my brother, he lives in Georgia, and oh my God. I mean, it gets hot where I'm at, but it's a drier heat. I go down there, and it's like you take a shower, you need to take another one.
Oh, yeah.
And you feel all sticky, and
I can't stand that. Oh. It gets like that
it's
here
like
too.
you go outside, and you're just drenched.
Yeah.
Yes. Somebody understands my pain.
And you know what's worse is Louisiana. Oh my God, when I went training there in the Army, I mean, it was so hot. It's just muggy. You're wet. You just.
I can't stand
it. Even in the shade, you burn up. It don't matter. It's just miserable. Yeah. And the humidity is so thick you could taste it. It's weird.
That does not sound pleasant.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's just a faith walk. It's truly a faith walk. But I know I have to do it. To be honest with you, people are really like, literally, when I tell them this is going to happen, they say, "But isn't it hot down there?" Because everybody knows me. Everybody knows me that I can pretty much live in you know, I'm adapted to cold. Everybody is like, you're like really weirded out because it's almost like they're not saying, you know, everything okay, and they're like, isn't it hot down there? Because they already know. Everybody knows that I'm a cold weather person. They're like, this is hot. What is she up to?
Yeah.
but I have to do it. I feel like when it calls, and everything is aligning, and so if the call, if it goes through, it goes through. If there's a redirection and God redirects me, that's different. But right now, that's the destination for the time.
Percy said that she said y'all wouldn't be able to handle Texas in the summertime. How does it get there? Wondering Chick said stay away from Florida. How does it get there, y'all? PPP.
She said you would not be able to handle Texas in the summer. Yeah, my sister been trying to get me to go to Texas for a visit. She's one of the people that's like, you going where? Because she knows I avoid Texas until the winter. I don't even fly to see her unless it's winter.
Really? If it's anything worse than Florida, I will pray for you. Definitely.
Thank you. I need all the prayers. But you know what? We're going to do this. We're going to do it. It's got to be done because I got, it's. Can't be worried about
triple digit.
Yes, it is. She's right about that. I have friends also that's out in Arizona that tell me it'd be like 110 and stuff, 120.
Are you serious? Like, how are they living right now?
In the oven.
J10 said, as you know, the summers can get pretty rough. She's talking to me. She said, especially around July. And yes, and even August too. J10. It's been times I said, you know what? I have said some stuff that is not anywhere near the Bible.
Okay.
It has gotten so hot, and I don't even. I fight not to curse. I do. I fight not to curse. It's been times that I have literally almost cried. You know how that ugly cry? You'd be like,
yeah.
I mean, seriously.
We stay inside till dark. Yeah. Well, see, that, you know what, to be honest with you, I'm going to tell you something. I'm kind of adapted to that away because when summer comes here in Michigan, I don't go outside during the day. I go outside. Whatever I try to do it before 9 o'clock and be back in the morning. Okay. I avoid the heat. Yeah, I don't do heat. I don't do summer. Nope. I don't do summer outside. Never did.
He said, Like PPP said, you will walk outside and cuss because the heat will push you.
So I'm looking forward to moving around in the early morning or the late evening at dusk. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So trust me, I already know I don't have no lofty expectations. That's why I'm requesting prayers, okay? Because I already know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you don't want them to get on their knees. Don't just pray as you walk. Please bow down. Please just bow down.
Yes, indeed.
But you know what? There's hope for you yet, like in Alabama, because they actually have real winters. So I mean that and all the shade trees, depending on what part you're in, you'll be able to survive a little bit. I mean, it'll take some getting used to with the heat, but overall, like you'll be able to duck off in shade trees and actually navigate pretty well.
Look, LV said, she said, son, kids, we get 101 to 110 and 10. You know what?
Oh no, they could keep it.
Y'all melting stuff down there.
Yeah, my sister and brother-in-law talks about that. Yeah.
And I thought Nevada was bad.
She said, look, one of the chicks said Florida, she said, would make you feel like you in HELL.
Yes. Yes.
Wait, okay. She said, and then LV said, created one. She said, I'm proud of you. I'm about to embark on a move to another country. Oh, good for you.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Good for you.
That's exciting.
Let me in the chat for LV. That's good.
That is exciting.
Oh, my goodness. PPP said we don't get winters till February. Wow.
Yeah, I was looking at the weather and it looks like winter don't come until like around January, February, and it's only a short time for like with 40 degrees.
What?
But 40 here, that's you know, and here's the thing. I'm a runner too. I made this joke. I don't know if you saw it, Sunkiss. When you were mentioning your last chat, you said that someone had saw you were training for a marathon and someone said, oh, are you that lady running? And I said, yeah, they probably also was thinking in the back of their head, are you that lady running on purpose? Because see, I get that too. When people be like, you be running on purpose? That's like I get that all the time. But here's the thing. I don't run outside when the temperature gets higher than 50.
Oh,
It's got to
really?
be colder, like around in the 30s, in the 40s for me to run outside
Really?
because I generate heat very fast.
Wow.
And
That's good.
I start to get hot very fast.
Wow.
So I don't do that. My sister be out there, oh yeah, 60, 70, 80, 90 degrees. She out there running. I'm like,
Yeah.
call me
I'll
when
be
you
out
get
there
off the
running.
track, boo, because I'm not going out there at that time.
That sounds like a heat stroke though, waiting to happen. Like
But
80,
you know what?
90 degrees.
It's, you
Oh
know
my
what?
I will.
I don't get it. I don't get it. But just like they don't get my tolerance to cold, I don't get their tolerance to heat. And I'm the only one like that out of 9 children.
Isn't that something? That is amazing.
I am a true winter baby. No doubt.
I was just born in the wrong state.
My sister, I had a sister that's born in January too, and she's kind of somewhat like me, but not as crazy as me because I literally like to be outdoors during the winter. She not into that. She'll, she doesn't fight the cold, but the rest of them, they're summer babies. All them other siblings are summer and fall, early fall, not even really fall, like early September. And maybe I got an October brother, but they're summer people. We're the only 2 that are, winter babies, and we like the cold. I like it a little bit more stranger than she does. And then that probably also too because I dated a lot of white men and they like cold, they don't like brisk weather. They're not into all that heat.
Yeah.
So I adapted well dating them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's great because and then you like that's that will work because like you say, you love the cold, you like to hike, you like to run. See that's more that's good for you because and you like the cold. See, I run regardless of what the weather is. I don't like to run in the winter. I don't mind though. I don't mind because that's just you do what you have to do. You just if you want to, if that's what you do, then that's what you do. You're supposed to run. To me, you're supposed to run regardless of what the weather is. So yeah. But that's good for you. That's
now I'll hike if it when it gets below when it gets into the 20s, I'll put gloves on and make sure I have my my head covered and everything. But as long as the snow isn't blowing on me, I'm out there. When it get to maybe because see we in Michigan this winter, you guys are probably not in Michigan, so you're not really thinking about the weather that we have here. But let me tell you, this winter was unceremoniously moderate.
Oh,
it didn't get we had a couple days where it dipped, but we didn't have any polar vortexes or anything like that. The temperature stayed in as low in an average of the 20s and 30s. It barely dipped into the teens and stuff like that. So I don't want you to think that I'm out there with below 0 wind chill. Now there are days I've been out there when it's been like that. I just cover up my face and stuff and make sure the chest and my torso is insulated. But I have a lot of base layer. You gotta understand that I'm adapted to this, so it's not unusual. I wouldn't tell anybody who has been born and raised in in the plant South is to come up here and do what I do. No, I tell you, in your winter cold, dress like you going to the Arctic.
Right.
I don't want your bones to freeze on you. Because my sister, when I tell my sister, I was in the 30s, they ew. Now she from Michigan. Ew. I'm like, girl, please, that's a perfect weather for me. Look, I'm about to go. I'll be right back. That's what I tell her.
That is so funny. See, and the thing is, I've gotten spoiled since I've been here, So I'll be like, oh my goodness, it's too cold out there. In Michigan, I will freeze to death because I've been here for what, 25, 26 years now.
Ooh,
so I'm like,
you're adapted.
Can't do it. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
But like I said, I still, even when it gets cold, but it doesn't get cold as cold as it is in Michigan. So like I said, I've been here.
You know all about Michigan weather. You may not still feel it, but you remember it.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. I remember, now down here they close the schools down just because they say it's going to snow or it's a little sprinkle of snow. See, in Michigan, even if it's snow, you going to school. The snow could be up to your hip. They're going to make a path for you to. You better walk backwards so that snow won't hit you in the face.
That's right. That's what we do. That's how we do it. That's how
it is.
No.
Yeah,
And really, we pray for days that are not windy. We pray for days when the snow is not blowing into our face. But otherwise, we didn't get many winter days off like that. No,
and you put they put those tires, those chains on the tires.
Mm-hmm.
Put those chains on the tires, and you better go because you got to go to work.
Yep.
You don't.
Yeah, we well adapted to winter. It's so funny because people be like, "Ooh, I hate the weather because the weather flip flops." I said, you know what? That's nice because if you don't like the weather today, you'll get something different tomorrow, likely.
How about that? Just stay here. Just stay. Give it a minute.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna change.
It sounds like it would do wonders for the skin. Like that's all I'm thinking. I mean, besides like some of the stinging that might happen to the face a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But overall, the complexion would be lovely. Like especially if you're a person that conducts a lot of heat.
I made some also. So I was prepared in the event that we had a really cold winter because I knew this winter I was gonna really hike a lot. I don't know why. I guess maybe God was telling me this is gonna be your last winter in Michigan, so you just make it work. But I tried very hard to try to put it on days I was like, oh, this is too hot. I can't wear this. But let me tell you, I went online, and this is when the reality hit to me that we were going to have a pretty moderate, because they had predicted we were going to have a really, really, really cold, unceremoniously cold winter. And I was sharing the numbers with my sister because I'm trying to get her to adapt to cold. And she'll tell me, okay, I turned my heat, because we're trying to, become more adaptable to it. I'm trying to get her to be more adapted because she's a summer baby. But yeah, it was like the temperatures was like, I was like, look at this, girl, it's only gonna get like 28 and 22 and we can do this, because and girl, sure did. Next thing you know, we were rolling into spring and the temperature just was, we had so many warm days in January and February. I was like, I bought hoodies. I literally, when I saw what the weather was going to be, I went online and bought pullover hoodies, like 5 or 6 of them, because I said, I don't think I'm going to have a coat on this year. And she was like, you crazy. I said, and I haven't put a coat on. No coat this winter at all.
Wow.
Just layers.
But see, you know what? I am loving the fact that you are preparing wisely. You're preparing it and you're making it real.
Mm-hmm.
You're owning it. And that's not easy to do. Seriously, that's not easy to do. You're taking it and you're owning whatever your change. You're preparing for a change, and that change is real to you. You're preparing for what it is that you're about to choose, and you're making it real. So you're owning what it is that you're doing. You're about to do, and that is what life is about. I'm so proud of you. That is so good. And you know what? You can take that concept, and you can take that and you can put it in so many aspects of your life.
Absolutely.
That is so good. And I'm so glad that you share that.
I hope that it blessed someone because there is a story in it.
Yeah, and that is good. I'm sitting here thinking, wow, thank you for sharing it. And listen, Lemon Drops. Listen to what she said, and the lemon heads in here too. Listen to what she said.
Yeah.
What it is that she is choosing. She's making a choice, a conscious choice to relocate. But prior to her relocating,
oh man, I don't think
she's doing the inner work. She's doing the self work. She's doing mentally. She's preparing. Even physically, she's preparing. In some aspects, she's even preparing emotionally.
I don't know.
And that's what I appreciate about this, what she's saying. I'm thinking she's really making this is real to her. Now, there's some things that she really doesn't like the heat and all that, but she's owning the fact that she's making, that's something she says, I don't like this, so she's owning it. But even though I don't like it, it's something I have to change. So she's saying, well, I don't like it, I have to change it. So what do I need to do? She's owning it. She's saying, I got to change it. This is what I need to do. She made a list of things that she's going to need to do. And even though it's uncomfortable for her, because if it doesn't hurt, it is not a sacrifice.
That's right.
Sacrificing something hurts. It is
Yep,
uncomfortable.
sure does.
Sacrificing something is going to feel like a cut or a sting or even a break, a segregation. Segregating something may feel like a pull, a snatch. It may feel like something that you need, but a lot of times you don't need it. That may be something that needs to be thrown out of your life. That may need to be something that needs to be removed from your life and put away. Now, let's remember. When Peter, the Apostle Peter, when he betrayed Jesus, Jesus said, before he betrayed Jesus, he told Jesus, when Jesus said that the scriptures have to be fulfilled, Jesus said, "Get behind me, Satan." He said, "Get behind me."
Yeah.
But when Satan came to him and asked him to do something, to do something, to give praise to him, and to do something, to do an act of worship, he said to him, "Get away from me." Two different things. The apostle, he said, "Get behind me." Satan, he said, "Get away." So here's the thing. There are some things in our lives that we may have to prepare for. We are going to have to own some things. We are going to have to do some things. Change some things. Own some things. Be accountable for some things. And there are some things we may have to say, you know what, this is not so bad, but until I fix it, I'm going to have to put this behind me.
Yep.
And then there are going to be some people we have to do that with. They're not so bad, but right now I'm going to have to put you behind me. I got to focus on me.
Quarantine.
Guilt-free. Guilt-free. I'm sorry, creating one. What did you say?
Quarantine them.
That, wait a minute. I'm going to die for 2 seconds. Let me die for 2 seconds. Hold on. Okay, I was dead. I'm back. She said quarantine.
All right. Hey, ladies. Hey, ladies. So, kiss. Hey, I just arrived home. Thanks for doing the show on my ride home. Had a good time.
Thank you, Lemonhead. Thank you for dropping so much pink lemonade. We're no longer hurt.
Hot tea.
Hey, I enjoyed it. I'm getting congested again. It's nighttime, so I gotta get in a hot shower and drink hot tea.
Yes.
Okay. We hope you feel better.
Yep. Get some Sandy love.
Yeah, I need some.
Okay, tell Sandy we said hi. Okay.
Kiss.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I'll talk
great
to you
show.
tomorrow.
I enjoyed it. Yeah. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night, ladies.
Yes, prayer, love, and light.
Okay.
All right.
Love you, Brent.
Love you too.
Oh, he sounds so bad.
Yes, he gonna be all right though.
Yeah. It's still sinuses out there. Yeah.
Yes, it did.
As I was saying, we may have to take some. She said quarantine. I love it. That's so sharp.
Yeah, you know, I'm not letting anybody go this season. Do you know? I came back to Facebook after being off for 40 days, and you know, and I let one person in who sent me a friendship request who was, had connected with one of my family members or whatever. And of course it opened up a flood. And I just said, I put up a disclaimer. I said, this is the season. I'm not turning anyone away, but that doesn't mean you will get to stay if you violate And so, because the thing is that when you ask the universe for something, you have to be prepared when the portal opens that a lot of stuff is going to come in, and let God separate the wheat from the chaff. Because people who are not with you, they're going to fall off. I guarantee you, those numbers that of those I accepted, the ones who are not there for the reasons that they need to be, they're going to shed their own selves off. I'm not worried about that. A lot of people are kind of like, whoa, God. Well, I was the kind of person who had a very low numbers because I wanted to keep the numbers low. But I said after Lent, I said, I'm gonna open up the space, because I don't look at that space anymore as mine. This is the space for the ministry. And I can't hold the gate for people. The church said, come as you are. You got to open the gate so they can get in.
Now, here's the thing. When we're talking about personal space.
Yes.
Again.
Now my personal space, I'm letting them know that you aren't, because I had to put up a disclaimer, because see, there is an idea in social media that everybody wants high numbers. Everybody wants high follows. And I had to and my nephew was like, because my nephews be looking out for me. I mean, in ways that is not required, but I accept it, because since their father has passed, my brother, they are looking out for their aunties very differently, I see now. So I had to put out a disclaimer, because I knew I was going to do this, and I had to let people know that I'm going to allow you and accept your friend requests. However, this is not something that I need or require. I'm allowing you an opportunity to come into this space that I reserved for a very small few of people. But if you do this, and the other, you post anything that I am not in agreement with, and it has nothing to do with your personal feeling, what you put on if you come to my space, my personal, do not send me anything through my messenger box or like that, because of course you get all these people, but when you out there, you deal with this in the world, you're going to deal with it online, but you have to be the armory that can discern, that can redirect, because a lot of people are lost. They're looking, the reason why we have kittens and stuff who are creating these large spaces is because there's so many people lost. So if I close my remember now, Facebook doesn't belong to me, so they're gonna come anyway. I just let the gate open so they can come, but they're gonna get to somebody. They're gonna get to my friends, they're gonna get to my family, whatever. And so it has to be a space where people because here's the thing, there is a lot of people in there that are coming with an energy that's right. I'm telling you, that's the reason why I'm saying God will do the separation, because what's going to happen is when people realize you are who you say you are, and they're not ready for that, what do? They fold. They fold and they get up.
They fold. Let me tell you something. Look. Okay, hold on. I can't get it out. Let me tell you something. When you riding truth for yourself, first of all, I'm big on praying and asking for specifics. And when I pray to my God, when you ask for specifics, and when you ride truth for you, and you are 10 toes down for what you stand for, and when your waters are not murky.
That's right.
When you say my waters are going to be clear from now on, let me tell you something. When your waters are clear, you can see the sharks. And you look them dead in their eyes. You look at them. You looking dead at them, letting them know I see you. Yeah. You don't even have to announce it. No. They know. They know you see them. But overall, my God see you. Yes. But let me tell you something. Whatever vibrations, whatever you give off, the ones that are not for you, you ain't gonna see them.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
they can't. You're too your positivity, your aura, your vibe, and everything you want. You go. It's too big for them.
Be
It's
too
too much.
big. Mm-hmm.
They can't taste it. They can't smell it. It's too much.
They'll adjust or they'll fall off.
They'll fall off.
That's how it happens. I mean,
They'll either adjust or they'll fall off.
I used to house sit back in the
Mhm.
like the mid, like I would say like around 2008, 2009. I did house sitting, and I ended up temporarily being a roommate. And when her children come home, because she used to always tell me, you know, they just do not clean when I just hate it when they come home from college. It just they annoy me. So I would go pick them up from the airport when they fly in. And you know, because and I could hear her through the wall. I ain't coming. Call Auntie Sandy, okay? And so then I would go get them because then my phone would ring. But here's the thing that she said to me. She said, "I don't know what it is about you, but I can't get them to clean. All you got to do is get up and start moving stuff around, and I hear them moving. You don't even have to say anything."
Mm-hmm.
And these are adults. I said, you shouldn't
Mhm.
have to tell adults anything if you've already trained them.
Mhm.
And I said, here's what I do. I don't care whether they do anything or not, but I think the reason why they do it is because, see, I spend time with them in their downtime. I go pick them up at the airport. There are things I do when they want to go and, do take care of little stuff. I take them. So there's a level of respect that they got from me from in a very short period of time. And that's maybe when they see me move, they move because they don't want to disappoint me.
Mhm.
And I'm still friends with them. I mean, that's been over 10, 11, 12 years. I'm still friends with all of the
Mhm.
children on Facebook. This is a reason why I'm on Facebook, because I'm connected to people who I built relationships with. They would not have access to me if I wasn't making some appearance there. I got to keep them in the loop in some form or fashion. But yeah, I did it. I went on there because of my nieces and nephews. They were some of them were entering into college and high school. And I didn't know, what's this Facebook thing? I got to keep an eye on my peeps. These my babies.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, and that's good. I mean, I think that for those reasons, I think 'cause I'm on Facebook too, and I for my book clubs and things of that nature. Yeah, and I think that that's great. And you see any negativity, you got to get rid of it. So
see, you know
if you
what?
have that
Everybody,
purpose,
you know what? You walk a certain way for a certain amount of time. Because, like, I started the 87 group for my high school because there was an independent one that was about to fold. I could tell it was going to fold because she couldn't get the support to keep it running. And I was like, okay, well, let me go over to Facebook and just start a group there. Everybody, I was not a very popular person. I walked in a very small group of art students I hung with. But when they come into the group to join, they automatically think they got to be my friend because I'm like the creator. I'm like, no, I don't want to tell them you can't be my friend, but I don't want them to think that it's a requirement to be my friend. Because I assigned other supervisors and moderators and stuff, so that I don't want all of that. I just create, and there people would say, but you create. I know, but I created the group for you all. I'm trying to figure out how I can leave this space and hand it all over to you all. I didn't create it for me. I created for you all so that you all could be able to have a space that you can come to. But yeah, they think that they have to automatically be my friend. I'm now, because we're in the season now of accept. Because I generally won't. I'm like, oh no, y'all don't have to be my friend. It's not required. Because the way Facebook is now, I hardly would see them anyway. Because Facebook keeps you away from most of the people that you know, unless you sell you buying any ad space from them, girl.
Yeah,
so.
You were saying that. Yeah, I don't even pay attention. Facebook I don't like Facebook. Is not the way it used to be. It's not.
It's changed. If you've been on Facebook in the last 10 years, you can't not notice the change. How people are getting further and further away from you.
Yeah. It's not the way it used to be. It's nothing like it used to be.
Yep, it's Facebook mostly for business. Yep, and really tell you the truth, I'm on there less because ever since he purchased Instagram, I find it no need to be there as much because most of the people they're integrated. The two services are integrated, and I can access my business pages without going on Facebook just through Instagram by connecting there. So yeah, there's no reason, but I had to feel the need though because I'm you building something. I got to get people to come to you all, so I have to be the light to their path, you know what I'm saying, to
Mhm.
all these ministries and stuff. And so there's just no way I can be closed off. You know, that doesn't mean you can't do work like a you know, a nun. It's not like she can't do work, but you do your best work for God in the community, out in the world, you know, because if you are sequestered and you off by yourself, first of all, nobody can see you. You can't meet a husband. You can't, you know, if you too much in a, you know, hitting away, nobody can see you. You gotta
Right.
be walking in your truth and you sharpen. You remember now, iron is sharpening iron. So you got people out there that's got your back. So you can't be worried about that. That's why I try to tell people. I realize people don't like to do dating sites. I don't either. But wherever you go or wherever you spend your time, people has a proximity to you and will see you. You don't even have to be really look on a dating site. People will find you. I have some people who've sifted through all that dust, who literally I'll talk to you, blah, 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 blah. They come in with a different energy, and I am in the initial vetting process for some people. So let me tell you, do not be careful how you reject certain spaces or whatever. And you do what's comfortable for you, but if whatever you do for God, it will be illuminated. You can't hide. You can't hide because he gonna find you. That husband gonna find you. So don't let too much stuff block you, you know, so he can't see you. And I'm not even looking for a husband. I'm doing this for I had to do this for my ministry. But like I said, when you open up that portal and you ask God for something to bless your ministry, you can't close the doors. You got the doors have to be open so that the people can come through.
Yeah, and it's not so much about closing the doors, it's about making sure that those who come through your door qualify.
Right. Oh, definitely. But like we said, wheat from the chaff, they will not stay. Because I noticed from like 225 jumped up to 1,000, and I didn't realize how many people had been rocked up that. And I'm like, that's more people than I've ever had ever on my time on there. That's not something that I'm trying to do. But you know what? As I started giving people the address, you know, when I say the public address, they started to trickle down. I have I got that many. I got like 500 and something waiting to be validated. But I said 1,000 is where I'm sitting, and then we'll see. We'll watch as if your numbers start to go up, my numbers or Brent start to move. That'll be an energy. They'll tell me, okay, I'll you know, open the gate back. You know, it's not closed. I'm just not accepting anyone. So it means they still have access and still have an opportunity, but we're going to give it time because I don't want too much that I can't, you know, I got to make sure I got to lock some things down. So I had to go in and make sure you can't be putting, you know, tagging me anything. Nope. I'm not joining your group. Nope. There is a ministry. I'm teaching, giving free information. You can go, you know, if that number. So that's why I said, I won't be, if you do what you're supposed to do, you can stay in the space. And there's a lot of beautiful people that are putting things, you know, I have a second language, you know, I'm getting a lot of Hispanic people that I'm speaking Spanish with and stuff. That's the very reason why I said, you know, this is the thing I pray for. I said, God, I need people who I can speak Spanish with because I've been fluent, lost, got back fluent, lost, got back fluent because I don't have enough people around me to keep the language going. So they're coming through. I mean, tons of people I can have Spanish conversation with. It's like, yes. So no, don't. Yeah, you and I'm not telling anyone to do anything that's uncomfortable for you because I think you should move with your comfort because everybody got a different comfort level. But pray when you, I remember, you know, everybody know when you ask God for something, you got to get prepared to receive it because he comes so heavy that you know, them arms be like, oh, whoa, you know, so he, you know,
and the thing is, he's not going to, let me tell you something, he'll answer, but he's not let me tell you something. Jehovah God is a God of love.
That's right.
And he's not going to give someone that's broken
That's
to
right.
someone that's whole.
That's right.
That's not, he's a just God. So he's not going, if we're not ready, just like when Moses had to lead the Israelites away from Pharaoh, he had to get Moses prepared. It took years. to get Moses prepared.
That's right.
He didn't just up and just say, okay, there you go. I want you to do this. He has to he makes sure what he does, he's a God of order. He's a God of, he prepares. He's a just God. So the thing is, he made sure that he was ready.
That's right.
Whatever mission that he needed him to be ready for. So that's the same thing when it comes to us. Whatever we're praying for, if it is, you know, if he does bless us with whomever, even though we're not looking, and we shouldn't be quote unquote looking. We should be looking within. We shouldn't be looking out. We need to be looking in.
Yep.
So if we are looking in and taking care of ourselves and doing what we need to do, like Creating One has been doing when it comes to her move. It's like I said, life is a verb. We should always wake up to figure out, what can I do to better myself? We should always be thinking of something to do to better ourselves. And so that once we're doing that, then once we are fixing that, and once we're getting a hold of that, and once we have changed a lot of that, then yeah, that's when we'll be blessed. But if we're still broken, that, you know, and the thing is, we choose to be and stay broken. We choose that, because a lot of people try to excuse that away. Well, that's just how I am. That's just me. That's how I am.
That's just me. Yep.
Well, I'm too old to change.
Not even thinking about how you're repelling people away from you.
Yeah.
I made a comment today on one of the people that I follow. It's an interracial couple. And they've gone through some stuff, but they coming out like, you know, bronze. And so, you know, the thing is about when sometimes we don't know that there is really something that we need to shift. And so I don't tell people to listen to everybody. So ask yourself this when you're young, especially when you're young in your walk. Is there something about me that's keeping me away from the thing that I want? And then compare that note, that's why when you said journal, this is your accountability about the relationships that you have that are working, the ones that aren't working. I mean, you might think this is the weirdest thing in the world, but I used to do that. And I got myself out of a martyr mindset, and met my fiance. And the reason why I was able to do that at 22, because I was doing the work on me. I was always evaluating the people around me, paying attention to how they moved and what kind of energy they brought. Were they good for me? Were they not good for me? Did they, because every situation, no matter who the person is, what can I extract from this? What can I learn from this situation? And I was journaling all the time. I literally, in my jobs, I had like little files that I nicknamed something else. And I used to keep journal notes in that, because if I'd be at work or whatever, I'd be like typing them, you know, because I was working myself through some really rotten situations. And here's the thing, you know, I was sharing with her that, you know, sometimes it's really good when you're becoming self-aware and you're working on your self-awareness, and you are chronicling, you're journaling, you're evaluating all these experiences and stuff you have. And then if you find through all of that work that you are not accessing what you want or what you believe in God to manifest in you, because remember, all ministries, God is the head. So you want a relationship, like God has to be ahead of that. He's the first love. Okay. God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. That's not a love we earned. He gave that to us as a parent. Okay. Love, an unconditional love, gave that to us. So think about it for a minute. You're not being able to access something that you really, truly want. So now you need to go back to the journal and find out, okay, so let me start evaluating. What are people saying about me who are repelled by me? Take those notes. Now, sometimes you might have a narcissist in the midst. So don't be fooled by them, because they might be the person who's just constantly trying to mold you and shape you and cast you into what they want. And that can change from day to day to day to day to day. But the beautiful thing that you want to access and you're wondering why you're not connecting with it, do the work. Then evaluate. Always evaluate. If you do this work, especially to the young people, if you do this early, you will never see old and bitter in your life, because you will be your own fixer. You'll be your own counselor, because you will be. I used to tell people to do this, and you know what? Young folks that I was, growing up with, they were like, have a failed relationship, I ain't dating no more. And now they're introducing themselves to people in their 40s and 50s and 60s, and they don't have any dating skills, no vetting skills, none. They're like fresh. And don't you know that people know that when I remember someone saying somebody wanted to talk to them and they giggled at them like a schoolgirl. This woman is in her 40s, frontal lobe fully closed. Why are you communicating like a schoolgirl to someone?
Because mentally and emotionally, they're stifled. They're still there from when they were traumatized.
Yep.
As a young kid, is that a young person? They're still stuck there.
Stuck there.
That's what that trauma is still there.
Yeah.
Again, that's that low vibration.
Yep. So yeah, that's all you do. You just keep evaluating, and I guarantee you, because none of us are perfect, and we all need to work on something. Because I had an issue with always feeling like I was entitled to have nice people around me because I was such a nice person. No. You don't have boundaries. That's what I had to admit.
That was me.
You don't have boundaries.
I learned that in therapy.
And you need to learn to have boundaries. You stop. Who cares whether or not somebody crying? What purpose do they serve in your life?
Yeah, because I always want to go fix broken wings.
Do they break you, girl? Do they break you to make themselves whole? When you're done with them, do you feel drained? Like you need to go take a nap?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Bishop T.D. Jakes did a sermon. Confidants, constituents, and comrades. You got to know how to quarantine people into those categories, because the best friends, count the friends you have who are confidants, who will take you on your worst, your best, chastise you when you need to be chastised, love you beyond your faults. Those are your confidants. The comrades, you going to shoot up the store, they're going with you. These are people that ride with you until because they're against what you are against. Your constituents are for what you are for. And if you just focus on putting people, I didn't get that sermon in my inbox until just a few years ago. But I realized, you know what? It's important to know, because there are people that will come into your life that will drain you because they have been drained from something else. And they're coming to you like a vampire to rob you of your energy and your essence, because they're out there self-sacrificing themselves for someone else. They don't care nothing about you. They'll check in to see how you're doing. They want to get in your space and drain you. And you feel like, good gracious, I just feel like I just pulled a 20-ton truck up a steep mountain after dealing with these people. You got to realize how they're coming. They're coming to get your energy. They already know it exists, and they don't like it when you put a lot of space between you and them, because they realize they rely on you.
And they feel like you owe them. They'll make you feel guilty, like you owe them.
Yep, you are entitled.
No, okay, I'm about to be ghetto.
Yep.
Hold on, I'm sitting in my chair. Oh, I got to sit in my chair, so I'm hood. So hold on.
But
okay, I got to keep the gangster. I got to keep the gangster.
You know what?
Okay.
During 2020, when February came rolling in March, and then we had to like shut down and wear masks and do all the quarantine dance is what I called it. That phone was I'm making masks for the frontline workers, busy, and people are calling me I haven't talked to in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10s are on my phone. You know why? Because they realized in that space where they didn't have access to the people who they thought they were giving all their energy to, they were looking for people like me to fill that cup. And I'm like, we don't even have a vaccine. We roaming around in the desert. You can't. phone, I'll talk to you because I didn't turn nobody away. I'll text you, but I'm busy. Both of my hands busy pushing fabric through the sewing machine. I'll put you on speaker, but I'm not holding the phone to talk. I've been preparing people. I said, all of you all who treat people like they're, expendable, there's going to come a time where you're going to need us. You're going to need us.
You know what? You spit number facts. That's number pink lemonade, honey. Because look, the ones that the one that did me the worst. Well, one of the ones that did me worse. It was two of them. Really called my phone, but I noticed my phone. Their name was on my phone, but their name was on my phone, but it was blocked.
Yep,
it was blocked. So when I looked and saw that, I was not. Don't call me, because we can be the people. See, I realized I was the person. I was the feel good person.
Mm-hmm.
You came to me so I can make you feel better.
Yeah.
And once I make you feel better, you take from me, drain me. I make you feel better. Once you feel better, you go on and give everybody else whatever it is, your feel good.
Yes, it is.
My feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm sit back miserable whenever I need you. I can't even call you or get you or whatever the case is. Or you make me feel guilty for needing you.
Mm-hmm. Brag about what they're doing for other people. Brag about how they're showing up for everybody else. And don't even realize, because one thing for sure, the devil will make them bold and haughty. They'll speak it. They'll speak it. Let me tell you something, people. If you can't find the devil in the midst, I want you to pray about it, because I'm going to tell you something. He lazy and he played a short game. He got attention deficit disorder. He don't have time to play the long game. He's a layup shooter. He don't shoot from the perimeter. He is not a 3-point shooter at all. He hanging around the basket for when the ball get near it, so he can just. He's a low-hanging fruit seeker. You know,
and,
on the ground and hanging low on the tree.
PPP says something earlier. What was it at? What did she say? She said something I like what she said earlier. Let me look for it. She said there is always a Judas in your camp.
Yes,
you know what?
I see it. I see it on the phone. She sure is. She's right.
Let me tell you.
What did Jesus say? He told Peter he would deny him 3 times, didn't he?
He told him.
Count him up.
But notice what he said to Judas. He even said it. He said it's gonna be some. There's one. He said it's gonna be someone that's going. He even said that's gonna dip their hand in this water, in this water, and it's just which page? It's just and I almost said it. It'll dawn on me in a minute. But he said that's going to betray me.
Yep, one of you will betray me.
He said one was betrayed. Other one is what did he say? One was betrayed. Was denied and betrayed.
Peter denied
What's
him
his
3
name?
times.
Peter denied him. Judas betrayed him.
That's right.
And he said, he even said, you gonna. He told Peter later on. He said, "You gonna betray me."
Yeah.
No, he's gonna betray me. But he told Judas, "You gonna deny. You gonna betray Judas." Peter, he said, "You gonna deny me." But Judas, he said, "You gonna betray me."
And Judas like, "Oh no, Jesus, I'm with you. I look to like 4 flat tires and boom.
4 flat tires. He said.
Soon as he had a chance, he was singing like the Temptations.
Yep, and he said in this basin. But here's the thing, y'all. Think about it. He said, "You're gonna betray me, Judas. I mean, you dip your hand in this basin, whatever it was. You're gonna betray me." But what I like about Jesus, he said, "Go on to be about your way."
Yeah.
Go do what you
all about the plan. It was all in the plan. It had to happen.
Yeah, because this is what Jesus was telling them. Think about this, y'all. Because this is deep. And people think that these are counter in the Bible just because. No, it's a lesson behind everything that's in the Bible that we need. Right. Romans 15:4 said that all scriptures were written aforetime for our benefit.
That's right.
Our benefit today. Now think about this lesson. He told him, "You go on. Be about your way. Go do what you want to do." But he was letting them know, go on. But what I appreciate is Jesus, like, because you're not getting a part
That's right.
of this meal.
That's
You
right.
don't deserve it. He was letting him know, you go do your thing, because you're not going to be a part of this space, getting this benefit. That's a lesson for us too. It's a certain standard and a requirement that Jesus had. You finna betray me. You think you finna have a part of this meal? This evening meal? No, you're not. It's a requirement. It's standards. It's levels to this, is what he was saying. And you don't qualify for this. So how about you leave this space and do what you're gonna do? I'm not gonna stop you because I already know what you're gonna do. But I tell you this. You won't be a part of you're not sharing a part of this. So then when he went, but think about this, you all. When Judas went to betray Jesus, when he got ready to show them who Jesus was, when he betrayed him, did he hit Jesus? Did he slap him? No. Did he grab him to do any harm? To betray him? To show him that he was betraying him? No. What did he do to show them who Jesus was? He kissed them.
I'm gonna kiss the one.
So it is. Those are the people in your life could be the ones that are looking like they're riding for you.
That's
doing
right.
good things, buying you stuff. Because I'm telling you what happened with me. These are the people that used to buy me stuff, take me on trips, act as if they had my back. And these were the ones that try to sleep with my fiance. These are the ones. Well, I won't even. I can't tell. Listen, these are the ones.
We know it. We get your point.
That were riding for my downfall.
Oh yeah, will clap you right over a cliff.
And was smiling the whole time. They were so happy from me losing to when I started winning. They were upset.
Oh yeah, how you winning when I did all this to cut your legs out from underneath you?
They were angry. And every win that they had, I was there rooting and pushing them up. And if it looked like they were falling, I was there.
Yep.
To give them a step. I was there.
Encouraging them to be great.
I was there, I'm telling you, I was there giving them giving them all kind of. I was there. I'm the reason why they still married.
That's right.
I'm the one helping raise their kids.
Yep.
I helped them dress better so they can get the job and so they can keep the jobs. I'm the one that was there at the hospital, moved into the hospitals with them because they men wouldn't be there with them.
Oh my goodness!
I'm the one that was there telling them to push because the baby's daddies wasn't there, and then they went back to the baby's daddies and treated me like trash. See, I'm the one that was saying, "You're that chick. Yes, you are. Hold your head up. You don't look down." I'm that chick. If you ain't winning, you can't be in my space. You got to choose to win. Even if you're losing, choose to win, and I'm going to help you to get there so you can win. You can't be with me if you're not looking your best. Come on, you finna look your best because I'm going to my closet to make sure you do.
Yep.
Come on, let me put your makeup on. Oh no, you're going to look good. Any chick that's in my space, you're going to look good. You're going to smell good. I'm going to show you how to be a lady and a woman. Or you can't be in my space.
Oh yeah. Yep.
See, I'm that chick. I'm going, what you need, I got it. I don't want to be, if we're going out, I'm not trying to be the best looking one in the group and trying to make sure everybody not be their best. What kind of mess is that? No, I'm like, let me fix your braids. Let me put them like this, give you volume. Here, put my earrings on. Let me grab my purse. Here, do this instead of the other. Do you feel comfortable? You don't feel like a clown? You good? Okay, because I want you to look better. That makes you, that pops that outfit.
Yes.
Here, let me fix this. Let me fold this. Let me this, then the other. Bam,
Yes.
look in the mirror. You feel good? Yeah. You feeling your best? Okay, now it's time to go.
Oh yeah. LVN said smiling faces. Yeah. You know what I think of? They smile in your face all the time. They want to take
They want to take your place.
Those
Backstabbers.
Yes, indeed.
But you know what? Let me tell you this to this day. They all sick.
They all, it's a
To
sickness.
this day, they sick. Because guess what? Sun kiss ain't got nothing to do. When I called them 3 years later, I called them to tell them how I felt because it took 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, thought we were gonna we get together. They thought it was because it's gonna pick up and be like it used to be, like I used to be. When I told them,
they think
the
it.
things how I felt and what I know, one was like, hold on, I can't deal. They didn't realize the things that they had done that I kept a secret.
That's
and
right.
that I knew, and I kept a secret.
Oh yeah.
How I felt and what they couldn't deal with. They all either changed their numbers or block me, because they didn't realize what they had done.
Oh, I had one like that. So
They couldn't deal with it.
disillusioned, did not know what to do, and I was like, "You got this to do this, and you can put this there." And the moment I was getting ready to graduate. I will see you. Yeah, because some people like you when you are at a certain level, but if you even look like you about to outshine them, and that's okay, because the one thing that I had learning in the process is that everybody can't go with you where you going.
They can't. If they're trying to beat anybody. Let me tell you something. I just told someone it's the I forget her name. I'm following her. She encourages Black women too. Beautiful Black woman. It'll dawn on me in a minute. I just found her.
Mm-hmm.
She's an African lady, beautiful, beautiful spirit.
Mm-hmm.
But people were saying things about her. She's and trying to get her channel shut down. I said, here's the thing: when people do this stuff to you, it's because they see you up. And I just told Brent this too. That means they always have to. They have elevated you in their mind and hearts. And they actually have to reach up because they have you up here. And they have to reach up to snatch you down.
That's right.
They already have you elevated. So that means they have to reach up to try to snatch you down. Because in their minds, they do. So when they say, oh, who you think you are? In their minds, they have already elevated you.
Yeah.
When they seek you out to bully, to try to do things, to try to hurt you, and try to look down on you and all that, they have already elevated you.
Oh yeah.
So
if you don't like what Brent likes, and you want us to fall into despair because his type likes us, why are you over here trying to convince him anyway? You should just leave us alone so we can just fall into this, whatever that you think that is, where we good. Come get y'all. Okay, yeah, but you know what? Why are y'all constantly in places like where Brent is raising his banner, trying to tell him, he didn't been with this. He chose this woman. He didn't know who she was going to be, but he chose his woman at age 5. He connected at age 5. And he followed that vision until he got his queen. You cannot, you're not dealing with somebody with wobbly wheels. You know how you have that bike and that one training wheel be cocked up? You're not dealing with him like that.
Right.
He's a real G. He riding. Okay. There are a lot of people who try. He's not doing this for clout. There's a lot of clout chasers out there. You got to be able to recognize them.
Yeah.
The moment.
And that's what I'm sorry, go on. No, go on, sweetheart.
No, what I was saying is you got to be careful with them because, there are a lot of them that think that's the end thing to do. They're looking at the media, they're seeing it. So you got your discernment must be strong. And
yes,
as long as you let God be the guidepost, because and it ain't about throwing God and beating God upside anybody's head. You just be who you are, be the queen you are.
Yes,
everybody is not out here on the field during the ministry. You're doing it sometimes at your job, you're doing it in your church, you're doing it in your walk group, your silver sneakers or what group, wherever you are, be that diamond. because everybody can't be in the same place at the same time doing God's work. You got to do it from the post in which you sit.
And that's the thing. And a lot of people, you can sit right. This is what, and you can repel people that way too. The ones that don't need to be in your life. Just, it's all about, again, going inside of you, and you have to take the tweezers and take out what doesn't belong there.
That's right.
Anything that does not belong there, whether it comes from genetics or just life, take it out, extract it. I don't care how painful it is. You need to write it in your journal. Look at it, own it. Look in the mirror and tell yourself that is what you need to work on. Say, this is a problem for me. This is what I do. This is what I say. This is how I think. It is not okay.
Yep.
Own it and begin to fix it. And say, how do I fix this? Then you need to go on Google and find someone that you can follow so that you can fix it.
That's right.
It needs to be fixed because nobody wants that in their life.
That's right.
Don't nobody want to marry that.
No.
It needs to be fixed. And every so often, we need to cut our grass down in our life so that we can see the snakes in our life.
Yep.
Or if we are the snake, that needs to be fixed.
That's right.
Because don't nobody want you, if you're that snake, in their life. So if you are that snake, that needs to be in the journal. It needs to be fixed.
Yes, it do. You got to own your ilk.
Own it. Own your own. Own it. Own your own stuff.
Yep. I had a real bad problem with retaliating I was not a person who was aggressive. I was not a person who pushed people around. But when somebody pushed me really hard, I would strike back, and I was like, God, I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that this person is changing me from who I am, who people know me to be. Please, God. Don't let me be destroyed. And I said, when you ask God for something, he starts moving stuff around, and you got to be prepared for it. So you're going to lose people from your life that you probably think, okay, they're going to ride with you to the wheels. But some people come into your life for a season, and you got to remember, a season is not, 4 months. That's the literal season is they come in to teach you something. Right. To show you something, to enhance you something. Sometimes they are what God sends or arranges to come so that you can appreciate that which is to come. So this is why I tell ladies and men, don't allow yourself to be lost in the people who leave you. Because sometimes they are coming to prepare the place for the blessing to come. And then you get in this headspace that, God then forgot about me. He ain't in the blessing business no more. I don't even know if he real. You know what? You don't know how many people you are turning away. You always need to be looking for God everywhere you look. Always look for the good, because the good is where God exists. And I'm not saying go out here when you are ill-equipped and unprepared and untrained for battle to do this. That's the reason why you got to go through boot camp to get ready to go into battle. You got to do infantry training, because nobody is putting a rifle in your hand and sending you out there on the front line. You got to be ready for God's battle, because the devil is coming for those who are on fire. He's coming to quench that fire. He coming to snap it out. So you gotta keep working. You got to keep doing the work. You got to be light that fire up in you every day. You got to keep that. And here's the thing: does that mean that you gonna see them? They gonna be looking for places where But remember now, the devil's lazy, and he likes the short game. So he's going for the weakest ones. because those are the easy wins, the easy kills, as they say. He's not running for the one that's the farthest, that's out there. In other words, he's not chasing the one that's about to cross that line. The first ones is coming across that finish line. He's looking for the slowest in the pack. That's the easiest one to get. He's lazy. He a lazy hunter. Very predictable. Watch how he move. You don't know nothing else. Know how the devil moves. It's easy. It's very predictable. If you don't think you see God, if you don't believe you see God enough, while you working on that, then reinforce how to find the devil, because he always slow, usually very slow, predictable, lazy, short game. He's in, out, like an ADHD type of movement. You know, they're around. Have you ever had friends who've been around you a long time and they don't act like they don't even know nothing? They don't see the love in you until somebody else sees it. Who is that? Who we are in this season right now where somebody is appreciating something in Black women that other people have been missing out on. Isn't that that's the same thing? They've been around you, but they could not appreciate the beauty that's in you, and now they're mad and spitting and hitting the air and punching the air because someone else is recognizing the beauty that they've missed out on.
Yep, go on. You're right.
Yep,
go on.
Eyes. You know, they can't focus on. They don't even know what to look for when they look for a woman. They try to convert something into the woman they want. You know, because it's easy to get a project, because the project you have control over. They don't want a woman that knows her value, knows her worth, on fire for God. A lot of them aren't looking for that. They got to own that. Okay, they have to own that. In order for them to pay back their spiritual debt, they got to own that they have messed up with a lot of good women. They let a lot of good women go, because God has been sending these people. God has not left us and just sent us jackals. They're not just jackals running around out here. God has sent some good people into our lives, and we weren't ready to receive them because of the state of mind or the state of emotion that we were in. We turned away a lot of good dudes, maybe because of the way they looked. You weren't cute enough, didn't have enough swagger. I know grown women in their 40s talking about they don't want someone because he ain't cute enough. I said, are you done having kids? Why are you worried about how cute they are? Are you looking at the heart of the person, how they treat you?
That's disturbing. That's really disturbing.
It's the most ridiculous thing. 50s too, 60s. And they wondering why they in the emotional state. And they looking at me like I'm rich, like I got this big house, like I got this rich husband, like I got all the things they think bring happiness. And I keep trying to tell them, I'm not telling you no lies. There ain't no fakery about here. I'm telling you why the light you see in me exists. I did that work early in life so I wouldn't be old and bitter. While you all were being bitter, spent your 20s, your 30s, and 40s bitter because one person you couldn't get broke your heart. And here I am turning the page. Next, on to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one. You didn't. On to the next one. On to the next one. I have friends right now who have said to me, one thing I know about you, you're going to make sure it's going to be, because you know why? I had to identify my worth very early on. Because if you don't know who you are, how can you present yourself as a sacrifice? You don't even know. You don't know what to ask God for. You got to know yourself, know where you are weak. God will go in, fill it up, prop you up, or what he will do is he will make you so aware of it that you'll be working on it. And the man or whatever it is, ministry that you are looking to come into your life will see the work in progress and appreciate the work you are doing on yourself. They're not the God is for you ain't looking for a perfect you. He's looking for you perfecting you. And that's all you gotta be. That's all you, because that's the work. Do you think God looking for perfect people down here? He looking for people he can use for his ministry. He want people that's gonna do the work every day. When they go to sleep, die and be risen again in the morning, renewed, another opportunity to do God's work. Always at the top.
But let me interject for 1 second. Like you
Mhm.
mentioned that God would have people come into your life, like people that are negative to come into your life or whatever. Now, one thing, like at James 1:13, I want to mention that James 1:13, it says, when under trial, let no one says, I am being tried by God.
Right.
So with evil things, God cannot be tried, nor does he himself try anyone. So that
Mhm.
that part right there, I just want to mention that when negative people come into our lives, or when we're going under trial, it's because of Satan.
That's right. Satan is the one.
Because of negative
That's
people.
right. Because see, if you fall out of fellowship with God, you can't hear from him. So then you're like without a parachute, free falling. And then, so that's going to expose you. You're correct. I don't want to misread that, misrepresent that. God hasn't not turned away from you. You've turned away from God. And that
That's
is
it.
what
Yeah.
lays
'Cause
you
we
exposed.
walk when things go wrong in our lives, or whatever, it's gonna happen because Satan exists, and Satan is a hater. He's still just trying to get us to break us to serve
That's
serve
right.
him.
That's right.
But so negativity is gonna happen as long as Satan is
That's
not
right.
in the abyss.
That's right.
Um,
Exactly.
but the thing is, I like what you just said, creating one, when you said that we walk away from him. And that's true. When we don't rely on him and we want to take matters into our own hands and handle it the way we want to, rather than praying and relying on him. Yeah. When we try to do it our way, it's over for us. It's
That's right.
9 out of 10 is not going to be done properly.
Mm-mm.
The situation to be worse, and especially when it comes to um who will be in our lives,
That's
whether it's just as a friend, as a family member, as a lover, anyone that we're going to give our hearts to, we better pray about it. We better make
that's
him a
right.
part of it. Because when
Amen.
you give your heart up to anyone, you're giving your whole being. You're giving all of you up. So
It's the
he
same
needs to be a
sacrifice.
part of it.
It's the same sacrifice you're doing to
It's
God.
the same. Mhm.
It's in the
And so
likeness. This is why I
we
want you
need to
to.
be really
Yep,
careful. Huh?
I sent you the poem. I want you to take a look at. I did the exposition and everything. I want you to take a look at in your leisure. It's there in your mailbox. But if anybody
Okay.
wants it, you contact Sunkiss and she'll forward it to your email.
Okay.
But yes, it's
Thank you so
important. It's
much.
important. You're welcome. It's very important that you do the God work first so that you can see. You don't want to do it backwards and then be mad that you missed out on something. Don't look for the person and then try to make them into God, mold them and cast them into the image of God. Don't do that. Find God, go and look for God. Get in God's face. And then the person who is for you, whether it's a ministry or to help you with your business or whatever, if it's for God, God will send the people. He will dispense to you the people that will get you to that purpose. If it could be your husband or whatever, you can't take somebody and mold them. So what you will be doing is when you are walking and you're on fire for God, the person who is a little off-centered will get themselves aligned with your purpose. That man
And
will align himself to your
yeah.
purpose
Mm-hmm.
because he
Yeah.
don't want to lose
Yeah.
the light that's in you. And you can't sit it down because there's a guy named Shoemake, the Shoemake way. Let me tell you, he brought the message. He said, look here, he got himself right for the woman that he wanted.
Yes.
And a lot of men who are coming into their season are speaking this. Don't listen to people saying, oh, this is this, that, and the other, and they all bad. No, don't tell yourself that. Don't tell yourself. There are some rotten eggs, okay? But there are men who are looking for that woman that's going to check that spirit. And it ain't about what she say, it's the energy she moves with. She will make him put down his flesh to get her to that place, to her purpose, because he's not going to ask her to sacrifice God for him.
Mm-mm.
he will rather she follow God than follow him.
Mhm.
And
And that's a real man.
That's right.
You're dealing with a man.
Now you're dealing with a man.
You're dealing with a man. This is a man. That was like what I was saying. Wondering Chick knows when we said, when a man loves a woman. You know that song?
Right. That's right.
It doesn't, whatever, when a man loves a woman, he'll turn his back on his best friend if he puts her down.
That's right.
He will sleep in the rain if that's what she wants him to do.
Mm-hmm.
It does not matter. When a man loves a woman,
get 10 jobs.
He's going to do whatever it is
whatever it takes to keep her. You know, it's funny because I tease my nephews sometimes. They get in their feelings because I keep them in check. I don't have to say much. They just know. And so they'll put little stuff out there on social media, and I be like, you know, they like to, because, you know, men are in their feelings right about now, especially certain types. And so, you know, they'll say things like, you know, woman, you know, want your money, ain't you, da, 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 da. And I say, you know what? You gonna give it, look, you gonna give it to somebody.
You, when you find that right one, look what Will did for Jada.
You gonna get, that's right. You gonna give that money to some woman, okay? Because ain't no man out here dressing as good as he can dress, hair tight and laid, driving a nice car, nails done, going to the salon. He ain't doing all of that work on himself, even taking yoga classes to not attract something.
Hi, Michael Pennick. Welcome to the lemonade stand. Thank you, Percy Sledge. She said, "Okay, thank you, thank you."
Yeah, when a man loves a woman, yeah, Percy.
When a man loves a woman, yes, thank you. Okay. He dropped some of that pink lemonade. I needed to. Yes, that's it.
So very true. I'm telling you, I really wish people would would just spend some time doing their work. Yeah, don't let another year turn over. You know, and people like to make their resolutions and stuff and you know, just focus on being a better you, being someone who can be in service of God. And you can start that today. You ain't got to wait till January 31st and start writing all that down. Just start working on you where you at. God can equip you. He can come in and feel whatever it is and lift you up, but you just got to be committed to reducing the flesh so that God can be magnified in you. And
but the thing is, we have to remember, we can't even change ourselves without his help.
The girl.
Well, how are we going to change somebody else?
That's right.
Stop worrying about what he's going to do. Because you know what? The one that you're trying to change, once you level up, he may not be the one for you.
Oh, that's the thing you got to be ready for, because literally you can do the dress rehearsal. I call it the dress rehearsal. You can do the dress rehearsal and get a man ready for some other woman that is. And this is why you got to be consistent on your game about who you are and make sure you are right. Because a lot of people will play the game. Because the one thing you don't ever want to do as a woman, you don't want to trick a man into being with a fake you. Because the worst thing in the world, how you would feel if somebody did the shift on you. So imagine when men find out that they didn't get the woman they thought they were getting when she played the dress up game. Do you know how they will resent you? And then you have these women out here saying they love they mistress more than, you know, their wife. Let me tell you something. There might be a reason. They probably might be perfunctory in that marriage because they got tricked. I'm not saying they shouldn't be held accountable for what they allowed happen. What I'm saying is that if he don't feel his soul is tied to her, it's just, this is what I tell people when I meet people. If it's not a closure, like there's like a perfect marriage, even before we get to the altar, there's not a closure that happens where the spirits close on each other. I keep moving. My energy is to keep moving. But you don't want to ever make it comfortable for people to treat you, to reshape your constitution to fit them, and then get mad when you've given up everything for them. Don't let people do that in your life. Don't. No matter who it is, man, woman, friends, family, whatever. Don't let anybody, to the point that your goodness gets to be hidden in a box somewhere, because you know you get those, girl, you always here she go again. Oh, let me tell you, don't do it, because you will not recognize who you are for somebody who don't even care that much about you. Don't reshape yourself. Don't do it.
No, here's the thing. You find out what your blueprint is.
That's right.
Let me tell you something. And like I had to tell somebody else, I'm the original prototype.
There is nobody else like you.
Once I was created, my prototype was sealed up.
That's right.
And tucked away in some silk.
Only one son.
It's done. So whenever someone tries to take away from this, you got to go.
That's right.
Because you messing with my prototype. Okay? Remember that, ladies. That's a negative.
Yeah.
And another thing, when someone doesn't value my prototype, you got to go. You're messing with what was original. You're disturbing that.
That's
you got to go. Yes, see, the thing is, you're disturbing what was created by the hands that are divine. You got to go.
Yep.
It's not, there's no negotiate. You got to go.
That's right.
And that's it.
That's
do
why.
You see me saying, do y'all hear me saying however or if? Well, let's just, no, you have to go.
Yes,
because
indeed.
when someone tries to sit and manipulate and manufacture and tuck and try to take away, they are sitting back plotting and thinking.
Yep. I've had people literally say, I did certain things.
Yep. They're sitting back as if they're taking notes, like they have a journal.
Yeah.
Taking notes on how to take away from you. Yes, I had to sit back and think about, they've been collectively sitting back thinking, how could they take away from me? You're trying to extract from my prototype. That means you're trying to change me. And you have they had changed me. I'm in therapy trying to get that back.
Yeah.
You got to go. You got to go.
Indeed. And we see women out here in all shapes, different hues, and they out here living though, as they say. And you wondering why it's not happening, because they are walking in their authentic truth. And somebody found them in the authentic truth and loved them right in that space.
That's right.
So don't ever
that's
worry.
What's important. That's important. You have to learn what your value is.
Right.
What your worth is. Find out really what your worth is. Because we have so many women say, oh, I know my worth. No, you don't. First of all, look up the word worth. Find out what the definition of that is.
That's right.
And your worth is not connected to your valuables, to your material gain.
That's right.
Because there are a lot of rich women or a lot of kept women, a lot of women that are with their husbands that are very well off, and they are very miserable. So it has nothing to do with your material. Tell me what your worth is. Show me what your worth is, and I'll tell you who you are.
That's right. What's the most important thing to you right now? Now, what will you do if that was taken away from you? That's your worth right there. That's the core of who you are. May not always be your worth, but that's the core of who you are in this space, in this season. Now, if you don't like the answer, what are you going to do to work on changing and reshaping that? You got people out here measuring their value by their ability to sexually please someone,
right?
And then lose that,
yes.
And they go quiet. They never even thought about it. Okay, what happened? Because when you young, you think you're gonna be spring and spry like that forever. Okay, what if when I first entered into education, I worked with children. Not all these children came into the world broken. Some of those children, this happened by accident and changed the whole trajectory of their life. So imagine you, able-bodied, strong, get a hit, anything. Life has a way of humbling you. Now tell me, in your state, because see, when we go to the altar and we just going for the party and the dress, have you thought about before you got to that altar, can you love this person and they're worse?
But now let me say this. It was someone that I knew years ago, and it's a really young couple, and they were talking about wanting to get married. Didn't really know each other well. They was, just hormones out of control. And so I said, and they were wondering if they asking if they should get married or whatever. And this is what I asked them. I said, give me your high. Give me what makes you happy about this person? And they were able to answer it just like that. Both. I asked both of them. I said, good. Give me your lows. What don't you like about these people? And it took them a minute to answer because they everything is so mushy and so cute.
Yes.
It took them a
minute.
Don't
I remember those days?
Yeah. I said, tell me. I know there's something. I said, it's gonna take a minute because you got the endorphins going, everybody in love.
Yeah.
Got your puppy love going on. I said, and so they eventually came up with something, something
An
I
answer.
can't remember.
An answer because they were on the spot.
Yeah, something, and it was something real frivolous, right? So they told me they coughed up something. So I said, okay. Let me ask you this. If one of you all was stricken with the disease and Jehovah forbid, or in a bad car accident, would you be able to change his diaper forever? Or would you be able to change her diaper forever? Or if she face was contorted and things of that nature, and she was drooling, would you be able to take care of her and love her unconditionally? Or would you be able to do that for him? Because that's possible.
That's right.
And they both just stood there and looked. I said, you're taking too long. Neither one of y'all
You're not ready.
Are ready for marriage.
Do you know, I have been wondering why the pastors have been giving people passes on their classes. I'm like, oh, because I'm looking at it, and then when an incident or situation come up, they're like ready to run, and I'm like, okay, so who didn't ask them the right questions? Do you know, let me tell you something. I don't judge people, but I do measure who is going to be my teacher, my leader, in the head of me, based upon how they conduct themselves and how they act. This is why I don't vote for a party. I vote based upon character, because character has never caused me to regret the choice that I made. I don't follow party politics. And the reason why is because they get in the way of common sense. And I tell people this all the time. There are pastors out here marrying people so for the numbers, to prove that they're doing something, telling women their value is measured based upon their proximity to a man, or thinking that they can quench a man's thirst for females by getting him married to a woman who his values don't even align with hers.
I see that now. Notice what you just said, like the character, and that's what what's her name said. It was someone, another content creator said, don't pay attention to character. She said, because a character is equivalent to someone acting. She said, she said, not just character, I should say. She said, character is equivalent to a person can change their character. They can be acting. She said, now, notice the character, but take the characters. I think that's what she said. She said, but it's not just their character, but their morals.
Their morals and values. That's right.
She said, and then that's what you notice.
That's
their morals and their values.
There it is.
And when you notice the morals and the values, that's what you go with. She said, because that character can change.
It can shift, especially if you are new, because you don't have a lot of time to vet them. So, because this is how you need to be as diligent about your candidate, your pastor, your teachers and stuff, even your counselors and stuff. You need to vet them like a president is vetting his VP.
Well, here's the thing. You need to pray to Jehovah to find out what it is that he requires and what he wants. Who and what, how he wants you to worship him.
That's right.
Because when you pay attention to people and pastors and what they do and all that, man, is imperfect. 1 Peter 2:21, Jesus says to follow his footsteps closely.
Yep.
So when you're looking at the pastors in the man's footsteps, they're going to be the ones looking for numbers. They're going to show their imperfections. They're going to be the ones marrying people off, knowing that they're not equally inclined. They're going to be the ones doing things for their benefit.
That's right.
So then people are going to get upset and be, thrown off, and then they're going to be mad at the Bible and mad at God. When really it's the ones that are taking religion and they're smearing it.
That's right.
With things that they shouldn't be with their imperfections. So notice 1 Peter 2:21, it says to follow Jesus' footsteps closely. Why? Because he's the Son of the Almighty God.
That's
Psalms
right.
Psalms 83:18. I would encourage anyone in this chat to look at Psalms 83:18 and see what that has to say. Psalms 83:18. And it'll tell you who the Almighty God is. And I would suggest that you pray to him and ask him, how does he want to be worshiped? Because if not, you will be led astray, and you will be looking at these pastors and you will be connected them to God, or
That's
connected them
right.
to the Bible, and really connected them to what the requirements are. And it's not, because their actions will lead you astray.
Yes,
just like the Pharisees and the Sadducees in the first century. And
That's
Jesus
right.
said not to pay attention to them. Because even in Matthew 24,
flip-floppy.
Verse 3, Jesus, they asked Jesus on the Mount of Olives. They said, Lord, tell us when will be the conclusion of the system of things. First thing he said, there will be many coming on the basis of my name.
Yes, sure will.
He said, do not follow them. Do not pay attention to them. They will be coming on the basis of my name. I always liken it to this. I always use this as an analogy. When we go and get something to eat, or to get something for our hair or for our skin, and you look on the back of a bottle and you look to see what is the most inside of a bottle. What's the first ingredient? The most of what's in the ingredient that's in a bottle, or whatever we're going to eat or wear or put in our hair.
Primary content.
Whatever the most that's in that the ingredient is usually the first ingredient. That's the most that they use. Just like when Jesus said, the first thing he said is going to be many going to come to, on the basis of my name. That's the first thing he said. That's the most ingredient you want to pay attention to.
Yes, indeed.
So the thing is, you see a lot of hypocrisy going on in the religion.
Yes,
why? Because Jesus said to look for that.
He already told us. He already told us.
He told
this
us
is why it's important to do your own work. I keep telling
you, do your research.
Do your
research.
Let me tell you, when I was in church, in the Baptist church, because I was baptized in the Baptist church, I started in the Baptist church, there was a spirit of quench in there. And I was young, so nobody paid me any attention. And I literally sat down, because I was telling my mother I'm getting ready to leave the church. Not the church, but I gotta leave. Yeah, I gotta leave this space because there's a limiting spirit. 30-something years down the road, before the pastor made his transition, he told my sister, don't blame the church for why we didn't grow. That's on me, because I thought if I let the church, open the church up too much, people would leave. They would get away. And I said, do you remember when I was 20 years old, and I said, I got to keep looking for another church because there's a quenching spirit in here. See, the one thing that I used to do, and I paid attention to, some people like to be in a small church so their pastor can call them out by name and stuff like that. And that makes them feel good because they feel like family. And I used to tell my mother, I don't like, do you all like it when the pastor be calling us out like that? How do you think that make other people feel when he has his picks and favorites? Because I'm a teacher. I don't call on the same people because I don't want any of I used to tell my students would say all the time, I know one thing, Miss Moore is fair. She loves us all the same. But they've come to me and told me that other teachers have favorites. You know how much that hurt me? I literally stopped the whole process of team teaching because I didn't want my students exposed to somebody who told them that they didn't like them. This is someone who everybody's smiling and grinning that think this is the favorite teacher. And there's word out there that she has told kids recognize. That's why I said, be careful about the people who smile in your face. Okay? Because there are a lot of people out here who are telling you exactly what they want to hear and leading your children straight on into the fire. Because they make you feel good when they're in your presence. I mean, literally, I had seen this before. I recognized it. I told my mother, I said, I'm not comfortable when he calls our names out like that. And it's not calling it out to chastise us. It's always calling us, lifting us up, treating us like we're crown jewels. That made me very uncomfortable because we got a congregation out here. And then I noticed the church started getting thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. When I was going to that church as a child, if you didn't come to Sunday school and that carry over into the morning service, you were in the balconies. Okay? If you weren't there when they did the Gloria Patri, you were in the balconies. It got to the point where it would be almost before the benediction and you'd start to see people kind of come in because that's the perfunctory people. I got dressed up. I got to let people know that I went to church. So they kind of slide. Yeah. I pay attention to all that. And people wondering why they say I'm nosy. I said, no, I have a vetting spirit because I watch everything. I may not know why it's going, but my eyes are constantly watching and verifying. God gave me the authority to do it. Once I found out God gave me that this is nothing wrong with this. There are people right now in their 40s and 50s don't know how to vet people and hiding from dating because they're afraid they're going to be taken advantage of. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Iron sharpens iron. Even if you don't want a husband, you should be knowing how to vet people because people are going to be coming into your life. And it may not be a husband, but they could be bringing terrible spirits with them. You don't just accept people coming in their life because they're smiling in your face.
Right.
Telling you everything you want to hear, knowing you need some correction, but you like them because they tell you beautiful, and you like them because they tell you that, girl, you got a nice car. Girl, you got a big old
house. They're tickling your ears.
That's right.
They're tickling your ear. And that's the thing. And let me tell you something. Narcissists, they mirror you. They watch you and they take on what it is that they what, and they say, they listen to you and they go, oh, okay, so she like this. She don't like that. She goes for this. She doesn't go for that. And that's what they do. Right. They take on you. They take on your character. Right. That's what that character you don't go by, because they can take on you.
It changes. It shifts.
Change into you. Yeah.
Because, and you're right. You have to put that out there because there are a lot of people. You got to think about it. You got to remember that we're all at different levels. So some of us have a more stronger discernment because of the amount of work that we're doing. So when you are new and you recognize you're new, because you knew, you feel it, imagine applying for a job, getting a job, knowing you lied on the application. You don't have all the training there. You doctored up that resume or that curriculum vitae a little bit. You got the references to line up for you, but then you get there and you can't do the surgery because you ain't been to medical school. It's the same thing. You'll get that feeling of unpreparedness, like when you didn't study for a test. Same thing. So take what she said, what Sunkist said. Yeah, you got to put all those things together because there are people who dress in their representative suit to get what they want from you, and then you be like, and so you be embarrassed because you didn't talk them up so much and talked about how wonderful they are. So now you start what? Lying for them. You start making sure they stay in that same suit for the public eye. I used to say, I made one mistake letting someone come and visit. Well, I was young, so when you first start dating, you got to date people and got to bring them home and let people. But once I realized that person was a narcissist, and what they did in my family, had my own family turning against me.
Mhm.
Let me tell you what I did. I didn't bring another person home until they passed my test.
There you go.
Because one thing that I heard in that person's ear, they said, literally, this is what about the boldness of the devil. You the hard part. All I got to do is get to your family first. Literally said this. And that and this is what they'll say. Oh, I'm gonna tell your sister on you. I said, I might be the youngest, but I'm the head of this family. When they need the pit bull, they take me off my chain. Because a lot of them, they just want everybody to like them.
Because when I told you my egg donor tried to sleep with two of the guys that wanted to marry me, right?
Oh dear.
She it was the one that wanted me, took 10 years to try to get me. She had him in a room thinking she talked to him about something we were dealing with. This is when I didn't know. She was in there turning him against me, right? Trying to.
Mm-hmm.
But see, Sunkiss, he was still in love.
Mm-hmm.
Even his own daddy couldn't do it because his daddy like weak women.
Yeah.
And his daddy said, you better leave that there alone. And he was like, no.
Mm-hmm.
See, here's the thing. I'm the original prototype.
That's right.
And if I call him right today, it'll be wedding bells. It'll be wedding bells.
You can't do nothing with a discerning woman. That's why you will find a lot of people. This is why you need to be okay. I know we seasoned vets, but we got to be okay when God is calling us out. If we don't have a lot of friends, don't worry about it. If people look at us like I was double promoted. I was in the youngest group of classmates for most of my class years in school, and no one ever knew that I fell into the youngest population. They thought I was on the older end. I meet people at the reunions now and they say, oh my God, you still old, carrying your water bottle around. We're talking about this is our 35th reunion this year. These are people who saw that I had an old spirit.
See, that's what I was told. But that my chronological age didn't meet up.
That's right.
Yeah, I've always been that way. But the thing is, my thing is, I wasn't gonna run with just the regular crowd. If you couldn't bring nothing that I could benefit from for us mentally and emotionally,
yeah.
If I can't benefit from you that I can take on in my life,
yeah, you got to be that way. And see, I realize that some of us walk a certain way, do a certain thing, and then we wonder, we kind of wondering why. This is why I tell people, don't get so affixed of trying to please people. If there's something that you want, because when we're young and we're kids, we want to rock with a group, some of us, and we wondering why the group is rejecting us. I was never like that. And here's the reason why, because this is why I say God will set you on a path before you even know. I wasn't baptized till I was coming 10 years old. And let me tell you what used to happen. I lived on a block of beautiful people, wonderful people, but there was nobody on the block my age. They were a few years older, few years younger. There was never anyone in my age group. And then I like to sew. So I started sewing young. So you see what I'm saying? I started easing into activities, or I was an artist. So you don't need anyone to draw with you. I was drawn to activities that was one person. There was no group act. Yeah, I would get up in the morning when it was cooler and we jump rope and we play baseball, go to the beach and stuff together. But I would glide away and read. I would watch TV, watch my favorite programs, build doll houses, stuff like that only required one person. I didn't realize people thought that I was a snob, introverted, a mama's baby, all this other stuff. I had siblings who lived in the house with me who literally said, you want to be under mom? I said, that was never it. I don't, because mom let me sleep in the bed with her. That was her choice. That wasn't something that I relied on. The thing is that you can grow up in a family and live in the same house with people that don't even know you.
That was me.
Okay, so imagine the people out there in the world who literally you give them opportunity and access to you, and then they get mad because somebody else recognizes the beauty in you that they couldn't see. There are people who are going to be like that. God illuminates a lot of things. Don't get me wrong. There are going to be some of us who are going to be given a little bit more earlier instruction to prepare us for a lot more that we're going to do. Okay. That's just the way it is. And you look at the stories in the Bible, God called certain people. He didn't call everybody. Every person is not all those people that he called. Look at all the people that lived and populated the earth that he didn't call like the way he called. It is what it is. Okay, it wasn't because he loved me more. He knew that my carry was going to be heavier at some point he already knew, and that's why he equipped me early. Because people have used to ask me, or I remember dating someone who literally told one of my friends that she'd rather watch her grass grow than go out with me. And I was like, what are you talking about? Look, I just
get your lawn chair. Get a lawn chair and pop a drink. I mean,
I just spent $1,500 having this lawn, this side put in. And anybody who put side in know you got to babysit that grass and you got to water it till it takes root. Then it's got to be cut. And then it's got to be cut deep. You got to babysit it. Yeah, you do. Because I had the grass that was put in the spring, which means they got to go through the hot season. So I got to water it in the morning before I go to work, set those sprinklers out, come in the evening, set the spring. This is what I had to do for the first time. I wanted the grass. I had to have. My thing is,
wait a minute, she said, say that part again. She said that you would rather watch it, or she would
rather? No, it wasn't her. It was a guy that I was dating told my friend that she would rather watch her grass grow than go on a date with me. I was like, that's not true. I mean, the thing about it is Sunkiss, and we all can agree, is that some people recognize that they did not make the moves that they needed to make. And then as you grow, you start to get further away from them, out of their reach. And then they realize, see, when I was living at home with my mom, I didn't have hardly any bills to pay. I was just a college student. I worked. I paid my mother an assessment, did all the things I was supposed to do that she required. And everybody got along fine. We were all working to progress ourselves so we could be independent and be out there. And people kind of look at you kind of casually. Some people can't see who you are and your value in you. And then the moment you get out, because I was like, to reach a certain age, okay, it's time for me to buy a house. I don't want to be making money and blowing it and I need to start investing because, the tax man coming for your money, a lot deeper when you don't have no dependents, because I didn't have any children. So I was like, let's get a house, because I was going to get an apartment. My sister's like, oh no, the rates are good. You need to buy a house. And I said, okay, that's fine. I can do that. Okay. So that's what I did. And then all of a sudden, all these men who didn't see me at home and the value, I started getting multiple proposals. So I had to buy a house for you to see my worth.
See, and I'm not with that. Don't wait for me to level up before you come at me.
There you go.
That tells me that you won't ride for me when things get hard. That tells me that you're not willing to bring nothing to my table.
That's right.
That tells me that you want me to take care of you or help you.
Yep.
You're not coming to my house to live with me.
Girl, I literally
you got me. I'm dead. Hold on. Okay, I'm back.
Girl.
Little boy. Let right now. Let me start. Let's get something straight. Hold on. Let me fix my problem.
Your money. Girl, it's hilarious.
Let me tell little boy. Listen. What? Your money is my money. Okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Your money is ours. That means you're going to buy, even if I do have a house, you're going to get us a house.
Mm-hmm.
Our name is going to be on the deed.
Let's go. That's it.
My house has nothing to do with you.
There we go.
You got me. I was dead. You got me messed up. Let me tell you something. It was a guy when I was homeless.
Mm-hmm.
And I always dressed clean, straight out. Your girl was always smelling good. Teeth brushed. If I got pictures to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Brushed my teeth in my car. Clean myself, everything. Always
Mm-hmm.
look nice. Sunkiss was looking good even when she was homeless.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. I met a guy. And he got it going on. Black guy. He's a black guy.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking, and he knew my situation. But I didn't want to live with nobody. I did not want to live with anybody. And so, towards like 2 weeks prior to me getting my place, I ended up living with one of my teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another story. But we stopped talking. And when he saw me on social media advertising some things, after a little while, I saw him looking at viewing my stories and trying to put out there. He sent me a beautiful poem. Oh, the poem is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to let me know he sees me. And he saw I had put out the pictures of me, my place, and all that. And my place is really nice. Let me tell you something. Do you think that I'm fit to talk to you now? I'm fit to get with you now?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because that tells me right there, you're not a ride or die like they want from us.
Mm-hmm.
They always require us to be the ride or die chicks.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be a ride or die. Because that was the one time that you should have stepped in.
Yep.
You should have stepped in and been like, I can't, even if he couldn't say I can't offer much. And I should have been saying no and turning him down.
Yep.
You honestly think for a split second, I'm going to give you a fraction of my time? Mm-mm. I don't know why they think that that's another thing that's broken in the Black community.
Mm-hmm.
When the Black woman, when she levels up and get herself together, then she qualifies. But you know what? Black men are very hypergamous.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they say what you're bringing to the table. See, that's that bringing
to the table. That was the speech before the speech. They put it in words now, but it was in act. I keep trying to tell people I've dated a lot of these men. I've dated a lot. They've come through my line. They needed to wait and didn't marry anybody more, better, anything. They married a representative. And they're acting like I did something wrong when they had access to me. They had an opportunity. They had an interview, an orientation. Okay, I put them through the 90-day training and everything. There are people out here that waiting for you to prove yourself. And 5-6 proposals that failed that I had to deny.
8.
There's also about 3 who got married. And married beautiful, wonderful women. When you got with the woman they wanted, and literally say why you didn't choose me when they found out that I was engaged, that I actually accepted one. I said I didn't choose him. He chose me. He saw me. You all went to high school with me. Some of you I entertained conversation. We talked about life and everything, and you were only, let me tell you, there was a guy who I really thought once we got out of college, he would be a good husband after we get work on ourselves. And And we used to talk because we were like, I'm not putting out here to put down fraternities and sororities and stuff, but we had a conversation about how our identities were not measured by groups and stuff like that. My sister told me, so-and-so, I saw them with their head shaved and walking around with, because she's a little bit older than me, so she knows the university campuses, you know, the groups, you know, the different fraternities. She knows when they, because she done been down there enough, so she knows it. My sister kind of a sewage with that community. That's not for me. I don't walk with groups. I'm an alpha. I don't do that.
I'm that type of chick. I don't do cults. I don't have a cult like mentality.
I don't do cults. I'm the person who will walk away if I feel like no. And so she said, "Oh no, yeah, he is." I said, "What?" I remember us having conversation, and so I didn't check him. I just said, you know, we went out on a date, and I said, I thought you said that you. And he gave the little political explanation, you know, blah, 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 the perfunctory. And let me tell you something, whatever light that I saw in him dimmed. Because I realized that this person was not going to be my husband. As much as I knew him, as much as I spent time, and we rocked to energies always in sync, had conversations, we were, let me tell you, he disappeared after graduation. I took a break because I was like leaving social work and coming into education. So I took a break to get things, you know, kind of figure out because social work, I don't think is going to be the thing that, so let me take a break. I started practicing because I had the certificate to practice. So I practiced as a tech. And then when I came back, and then I was moving along, I reconnected with this person years later after they had gotten married and everything. And so I said, I thought when you disappeared, I thought he had went to work on his master's. He said, I didn't get my master's. This is all the pomp and the stuff that he was talking. You know, I got the woman gonna have to and when he joined that fraternity, his whole constitution started coming out. And you can literally be around people, but when people are going through that process, they're being indoctrinated into something.
Yes.
It doesn't mean it's bad. It don't mean it good. I'm not here to judge it. I'm telling you that people that come through those burning sands are changed. And to go through that, they are looking for that to happen. Because you can't tell me you don't believe that they're going to have, in order to come through that process, there's going to be a part of you leave there. And because what they're doing is they're tearing you down,
to build you back the way they want,
to shape who indoctrinate you into a brotherhood or a sisterhood.
Yes.
And their goal is to only allow the ones coming through who marches to that same beat.
That is it. That is it. You are not allowed if you are not aligned.
That's why I knew it wasn't for me, because I already knew who I was at a very young age. And by the time I came through a big high school, like almost 5,000 students, I knew there's no way in the world. I didn't join any club. The clubs I joined was art club, Spanish club, multilingual club, stuff like that. You know, the nerds. I stayed away. That's kind of that other stuff. Colors and cliques and stuff. Stayed out of that.
I don't do cliques. No. I don't. No, you ain't for me. And so, like I said, I was accepted by the jocks in the middle and in the underdog. I can roll with. No, I do with underdogs. I'm not that chick.
Yes,
first of all, I got my own mind, and I wish. Don't come to me.
Prissy said she went grad chapter. Yes, Prissy. Yes, good. You went grad chapter, because if you're gonna go grad chapter. I would have had more respect for him if he had waited and graduated and then do grad chapter, because see, when you do grad chapter, you've already
What are you talking about?
She made a comment that she did grad chapter, Prissy Poodle. She said, I'm glad I went grad chapter, not undergrad. There's a different beat, because when you go in grad chapter, your frontal lobe is already or almost closing, and you've been in the world a little bit, just a little bit. You know who you are. When you go through it in undergrad, it's a cresting that's happening. There's a ring kissing. There's the hazing process. This is to get you on their accord. There's a lot of people who go grad chapter don't ever tell me about the stuff like that happen in the undergrad on the campus. There are chapters who have had their chapters, taken from them because of being caught doing things. And look at all, the story. We don't need to get into that. This is why I was very uncomfortable now with this individual. But again, like I said, reconnected through classmates or whatever years later, and then found out and literally said to me, why didn't you marry? I said, why is it that you all, and I was in my mid-30s at this point, and I'm trying to figure out, what is it about Black men that make you all think that you are the prize to be chosen? You used to say that kind of stuff, like we the cream of the crop, this little percentage of y'all or whatever. This is why I'm trying to explain to the youngsters and remind the people of my generation, they told us this stuff 30 years ago, that the ones that we ran across, any ones that looked like they were potentially high value, they were speaking this indoctrination years ago. They are literally, they've been saying it. So in other words, and I used to say, well, why aren't you always accountability to the community? What are you? I ain't got to tell nobody nothing. I said, okay. Wait until the day when Black women get on program and realize that ain't enough good Black men out here, because you all, the small percent that's running around here beating y'all chests, you are not doing anything to live. So it's like, it's an economic situation, a scarcity. There's going to be a period of time, might be a generation of Black women that don't get to that full promise. But here's the thing. There's going to be an evolution that comes out of that, where the children will start to say, you know what, there ain't nothing over there. So let me start See, the internet opened up, and then it started to open up possibilities in countries and overseas, and children traveling and going in the military. All these different experiences told them, oh, so I don't just have to look in my zip code.
Mm-hmm.
I can go, or if they went away to college, once the world opened up via the internet and then the social medias came through that portal, I said, once you set the apocalypse into motion, you guys are not gonna be able to get ain't gonna ever happen. Where are we at right now? I was like, did you see the comment where Mark said upward that he said, look, I don't want to call you out, Prissy Poodle, but he did say that he's in an LDR with Prissy Poodle. And I congratulated you all, because here's why. He dropped this video, girl, on LDR.
Oh, he's in a long distance relationship?
Yep.
With who?
Prissy Poodle, he said.
Oh, good. Okay.
And so I said, congratulations, because, he dropped this video. And do you know how many people I sent that video to? And they were like, I don't need to see that. I was like, you know what? Sometimes you can't help people. You just got to guide them and show them the way. And then you can't drag them to the water. You can't make them drink it.
No, you can't. The
point I'm saying is that you got to open yourself up to the possibilities, because continental, I know people who met during the quarantine, and now they're getting married and stuff like that. It's just that I don't want people to feel like they've been left out of the party of love. Mm-hmm. And they don't even show up to the party so they can get the love. You see what I'm saying? It's like you're staying out of access, you're getting in your own way. Okay. You can get a passport, you can fly, I just went and got my passport, my applications to get my passport the other day. Okay.
I just went and got them. I sure did. They laying right over there. You better know it. Sis been start
Yes,
flying out the
yes,
country.
absolutely. And he dropped that the video was like, you know how they said, I want to feel the peace. You want that rain to fall like rain, Vicky Yohei, in the middle of your pain. It was like he dropped that video, and I had just been telling people about getting in your own way. He dropped the video. Then boom. That was less than a week ago. I'm sure less week, 2 weeks ago, he dropped that video. And I'm trying to get people out of their own way. People still, and it is what it is. And see, here's the thing. I don't want you to be upset and mad and in a fit when you see other people getting their happiness, moving to their happiness, and thinking that God has forgot about you, because he hasn't forgot you in your own way. You in your own way. And I'm not saying do anything that makes you really incredibly uncomfortable. I'm saying you ain't got to look to another continent or another country. How about in your state? How about you being a little bit more friendlier to the clerk in the store who serves you all the time? You go to the same store all the time. You see these same people. You can't say, how you doing? You can't be the kind of person who just greets people. I meet people every day that are waiting to talk to me. This is who I am. And I am a loner, introverted person, but you can't see the same people all the time and don't, that's odd to me. You go in the store, see the same person, you can't say hi, don't know how they doing. You know how much that will lighten them. People are in their own way. And that's why I was so happy to see it, because I remember I saw the video. He was laying out instructions on how to navigate an LDR. And now look at what he has. Now look at what she has. The seeds of beginnings. You got to get out of your own way. And that was a blessing. That video was, girl, he laid out all the steps. This is for people who considering it, people who not sure about it, and people who are in the thick of it and feeling a little weary. Girl, he covered all the bases. This is good teaching here. I bet you very few people even saw it. They'll see it later, and then they'll be like, nobody told me. That's the famous phrase when people ain't got their ears on to listen. Nobody told me. I hear all the time from my knees. Nobody told me. I'm like, already. I told you. You just wasn't listening. You listened to the one that was sounding good. Because I'm telling you, that video was perfect. It was perfect.
Yeah.
And I have never seen anybody break down like that. I felt that video because I know people who've been in LDR. I have been considering entering into LDR relationships before social media got very big, like in the early 2000s and stuff. But guys couldn't handle it. It's like, this is why I wonder how some men go into the military and then they get married and they be all in disheveled when they pick women who aren't, they can't hold down home. I'm like, y'all pick them that way. Don't get mad because you pick somebody who was dependent on you, and then you're going to spend 19, 20, 21, 24 months away from them and think they're going to hold it together. You should have picked someone who had their feet firm. You pick women that are heavily emotionally dependent on you, and then you wondering why she's cheating and can't hold it together while you going to serve your country. You distracted. Every letter she sends you is just like she can't hold it together. Look at what Brent was able to do with Sandy. He couldn't have got through what he had to. This man was serving overseas during campaigns, and she was at home holding down that fort. If he had picked somebody different, he wouldn't possibly be here telling us a story that he's telling us. This is why we got to look at how don't just look at the picture he has in the frame. Look at the bricks, the foundation and the bricks that were laid to build this ministry that he has. Because they were in there doing the work. I see it. When my sister was in the military, she used to tell me about the couples they get married quick, but they fall apart quick because improper vetting, and it's a sad thing to see, and they're distracted. They lose their rank. They get into trouble. They fall into abuse of alcohol and drugs and everything because, the relationships, it's like You know what? I didn't been around enough people to know that you all are making improper choices. You gotta pick women. You gotta, if you don't know, because sometimes when they go away to service, a lot of them they're lost and they want families to have a family. So you do need someone. We can't keep making these mistakes. We got to lean on people who can help guide us. This is why I say, it's important, to create stability in your life, but you don't need to hitch your ministry up to somebody that don't know their purpose. Because what they're going to do for you. Mm-hmm. You can't just, throw yourself into the mix and see how it come out. No, it don't work that way. So, yeah, absolutely. She said, are you testing an uplink? I'm sure now. Okay. I'm so happy for you, Prissy Poodle. I wasn't sure if because you didn't mention it, not in my presence anyway, but he mentioned it. And I was really happy, so very happy to see it because I saw the video when he dropped it. I was like, wow. Yeah, I was like, wow. I couldn't even believe how on time it was. And it turned into a light. It was a light for him. Because he loved everything.
Hold on.
Yep.
Something. Hold on. Something.
Okay, now we are together. I'm going to tell you how gorgeous and beautiful you are every day. This is because you are. You're the most amazing woman on this planet. That is awesome. Oh my gosh.
Creating one. Are you here, Creating One?
I'm still here.
I'm trying.
Yep, I'm still here. Yep, okay. Reading comments and leaving lemons.
Okay, I'm trying to remove this second.
Yes, you do, mature. Yes, you do, Wondering Chick. Yes, you do. Yes, you have to be mature. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I did a song that was like 15 years old and couldn't handle it. The idea of it in the beginning was like, ooh yeah, and then they fell off really quick. Mm-hmm. She said move all. Prissy Poodle said remove all others from the stream instead of creating one.
I don't know why they always do that. Can you hear echo?
Yeah, I do. I hear echo, and I see two of you on the screen. Okay, now it's me. But I can still hear the echo. So is your volume up on your are you watching two devices?
I don't know why it's showing
She said, okay, so Wondering Chick said close out your stream yard and reboot.
Okay. It just started doing that. I have no idea.
Should I leave Wondering Chick and come back in? What about me, Wondering Chick? Should I leave or just wait for Sunkiss to come back? Yeah, I am really happy for you guys. I'm telling you that. Whew, I think you guys should write a ministry lesson as your relationship grows. I don't want to put any pressure on you, but journal your chronicle your journey together, and it's going to be something that's going to bless. They say write the vision and make it plain on the tablets. He who reads may run with it. Yeah, a lot of people won't be ready now to hear your testimony, but they're going to be ready, and they're going to be looking for it, that encouragement. You're going to be a blessing. You guys are going to be a blessing to people. Pressure. I don't mean to put any pressure on you guys, but I love love. And so I don't want to put any pressure on you guys. Whatever you guys you want to share, when you get to that place where you want to, make sure that you because you got to get to know each other, and you got to test each other, and growth. Who knows though? Hey, don't listen to me. You guys might be already ready. She is wonderful. She is wonderful. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. She said, "Is your YouTube up and your StreamYard? Mute YouTube." How about that, Sunkiss? Do you have your YouTube tab open as well as your StreamYard? Okay, I'm gonna wait for her to come back. Okay, thank you, Wondering Chick. She said pressure. Oh, I'm not putting pressure on you. I'm really not. I just want you guys to see the ministry in it, the coming together, because you are amazing people. Amazing. I love it when amazing people find each other. Yes. Yes, indeed. You both are amazing. I haven't known Mark very long, but he is on it. He's right on point. I'm telling you, that video that he did, I'm telling you, he could write a course, literally, if he wanted to. He broke everything down on LDRs. He helped people who were probably in the struggle. And he was probably also helping people who were thinking about it and a little unsure. Like I say, he hit all the facets of the LDR process. Yes, he did. He covered it. I was sharing it with people because I was like, I don't know if people are interested in LDRs, but I want people to get out of their way. I want them to see the beauty of love, because it is so fulfilling. It's just, it's amazing. And I don't like seeing people get to 50, 60 years old and still wondering when they're going to get that great love. These are people that have been married, and they're wondering when they're going to get that great love, and they're in their way. And you can be afraid. It's okay. I mean, you got to work. You got to listen to God. I mean, this move that I'm making, I'm not a hot weather person, but I'm believing in God that I have to, and it may lead me back to home, but I got to do this journey. I got to do this for the ministry. And so I got to follow, I'm believing in God for this, and he's going to make a way, because he knows my intent is for him. And so, yeah, I might end up right back in Michigan, or back, like I said, right back to the cold weather. So I'm not going to Mexico. I'm going to Alabama, I think. That's what it's looking at. But yeah, LBN is going to. He's going to Mexico. Yes, he is good. Yes, he is good, Wondering Chick. But I did do a little homework. There is a large Hispanic population in the region where I'm going to be going. So I'm looking forward to Practicing my Spanish. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yes, I'm looking to hear good things. You know, you don't have to put yourself any pressure. You don't have to share anything that you don't want to. But I'll be praying for you guys. I really will be. That you grow together and, you know, lift each other up. Mhm. No doubt about it. I love it when we win. It's going to be an incredible experience for both of you. Mhm. She said she wants to visit Birmingham. Oh, okay. Mhm. Yeah, I've got a few friends that I've made over the last couple of years who are in.
I don't know what this is.
Oh, Franco, since you're back, do you have your YouTube tab open? Do you have your YouTube tab open and your StreamYard?
My YouTube, I don't. Let me look.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, Prissy. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That's how you have to be. Yes. 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 And you know, one of the things that we have to learn to do too as a collective is that when someone comes in our space and we know we're not ready, we should release them back, because we don't want to get in the way. Or, you know, I've dealt with women who like to, I call them line cutters, line jumpers. They'll jump the line when they know they haven't done the work, they know they're not ready, and they ruin good men for women who are ready. You know, don't I see women have done that throughout my life, and it's like, and then at the end of the day, we still all at the same place. It's like, you're no further ahead than anybody else. You gotta, she says, well, if you ever get tired of Alabama, you can come to South Florida and you can speak off. Oh, wondering chick, I don't know. Florida might be a little bit too much humidity for me. I'm going to take baby steps. Alabama's going to be the start, but well, I'm going to be near the Gulf, because I'm going to be right outside Atlanta in Alabama. Well, right, you know, but I will consider it definitely, because my big sister, I want to definitely be close to her. I can't let, you know, she's getting older. I don't want her far away from me when she retires, because she's entertaining the possibility of Florida. So it's a possibility. I'm always thinking of her, because see, my parents are gone. My big brother passed last summer. And so she is like, she's working and everything, and she's still teaching, but my mind is always constantly thinking about her. Yes, she has grandchildren. Yes, she has a child and everything, but it doesn't matter, because I'm really close to her. I've lived with her at a period of time. So I always think about her, you know, what she's going to do, and let her know what I'm going to be doing. And, you know, oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your condolences. Yeah. So I want to stay close, but I know she's going to work a few more years. So this is going to give me time to go out and, as they say, be a scout. Because she even said, you get down there, you like it, you know, you let me know. I might come down there. I said, sure, of course. Because I'm the adventurous one. I'm kind of more of the adventurous one anyway. You know, I'll pray about something. God tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Like when God told me sell this house because the market's about to crash, I did exactly what he told me to do. And I had a bunch of people sitting around mad with wind in their jaws because they were gathering when I was, you know, unloading. And I had to, and more or less for a lot of reasons, but God was telling me because I was, you know, trying to figure out, okay, I need to leave. I got to retire early or something. I got to take a leave because Mama is getting sick and I need to be accessible to her. And so I was minimizing my load so that I could be able to move freely to go down and visit her or take care of her or do what I need to do with her. And it all led to a win, because I was, you know, seeking God's counsel. I wasn't trying to, improve and increase myself. I was trying to do God's work and listen to him. And, he gave me the direction that I needed. And I came out of the situation so much better than so many people that I knew. They were a little, feeling some kind of way. But yep. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a shift and a change, but I think I got it. I mean, I don't know how long it's going to be. It's not like I'm planning and setting up the opportunity to stay there forever. I am on a journey, a spiritual journey. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is, Prissy Poodle. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. I see another one coming. That's another reason why I'm leaving the area where I live, because it's going up very fast. That was the primary thing. I said, God, I don't have anything to see the ministry if I keep dealing with the rising costs. So it's time to scout out some place where I can have a lower overhead costs and be able to give more into the ministry. And so, with God as the head of this decision making, I know he's going to bless it. He's going to make the way. Heat aside, I got to do this for God. Yes. Thank you, Wondering Chick. Appreciate your condolences. But yes, I am looking forward. I'm so excited. Just so excited for the new adventure, because traveling and visiting places, you don't really get a good feel. And I've visited quite a bit of the places in the South because of family. Yes, you read the signs. You got to learn to pay attention to the signs. Everything don't get revealed to you automatically at once. So that's why you got to stay in prayer, because I had no idea what was happening in the market because I wasn't in real estate. But when I saw everything go up, I said, we're in war. They're raising these interest rates in order to, because we're not in a time right now, whatever, back in the day, they used to sell bonds, war bonds and stuff to raise money to fund the war. You see the interest rates start to fly up during the military, you need to start unloading stuff because the value is going to be inflated on things. So while the market is like that, you need to let go. Let stuff go. And I know people who were in the market who didn't heed the signs. It's like, I just know this is the best time to do it. I don't know all the game tricks and the party tricks and how the Monopoly game is played here, but I know I haven't been in my house long, and it's a good time to sell because the value on the market is going to let me out and, close this loan without having any carrying costs. And so when I freed myself up from that, then I was able to, be flexible, job market wise, and be flexible with whether or not I was going to have my mom, go down and see about her or move her back up here or whatever. So there was a limbo time. But if I'd had a house, yeah, it's time to go. We're here. We can grow. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I've been anchored, tethered to this state all my life, born and raised here. The kids are getting grown. My nieces and nephews, they're getting grown, and, they're starting to have their children, and so, yep, they'll be seeking gold. So buy gold coins and bars, then you can sell. That's right. And that's exactly what's going on. We saw the signs, because you remember when the gold, they were buying gold, Prissy Poodle, back in the, during that time, like around 2005-ish and 6-ish and stuff, they were buying gold. It was a big gold rush. You are so right. And I'm not even a fan of gold. I like silver and platinum, but guess what I'm gonna be doing? Buying some gold. Yes, indeed. Okay, I believe Sunkiss is rebooting. I think she decided that whatever it was going on, she needed to let's do a fresh restart. Because sometimes stuff happen when your resources on your computer or whatever. I don't know what the system is that she's working with. But yes, I want to buy gold dust and sell it to the men. I'd love to hear more about that, Prissy. Pretty poodle. Love to. There she is. Hi, Sunkiss.
You know, I was over on a whole nother one. I shut it completely down like you suggested. Like,
yeah, that came from Between Wandering Chick and Prissy Poodle. They were relaying to me to tell you.
So thank you, ladies. I shut it all the way down, and
yeah,
I was up on another one.
That wasn't from me. I was just relaying. I won't take the credit for that.
Okay, thanks you, ladies. I really appreciate. Look, I shut it all the way down.
Yeah, the tech queens, girl. The tech queens.
I know, right?
They are a blessing. Oh my goodness,
Thanks
they're a blessing.
Yeah. So, yeah. So what are we talking about now?
Oh no, I was keeping them going. We were talking, I was giving them, thanking Mark for doing the video, and then congratulating them on the seed of their relationship.
Yeah.
It's a blessing because, and I told them, no pressure, but if you guys want to personally journal your testimony, you don't have to. One thing that I learned to do is to wait until God delivers me, and then I give the testimony, because sometimes when you're in the thick of things, it's not about jinxing. This is not a jinx situation. You are still going through the growing process, but there's going to be a testimony. So you want to take notes and stuff, so that when you guys might want to write a book some point about how to navigate. This might be the seed to it. And then you'll have the the moments, the videos. I've seen a lot of beautiful stories come to books, come to Hallmark from these wonderful stories. So thank God my grandfather taught me agriculture, farming, so I can feed my family. Okay. See, that's what I'm looking forward to when I get down there, is having some growing some stuff. Now, right here, right now, I got a black thumb. I can't grow anything that's not hydroponic. I got my herbs and stuff, but when I get down there, I want to get into some dirt. I wait for a release from God to tell me. That's right. There you go. There you go. There you go. Keep it all to yourself. And when you decide, yep. So I wasn't pushing you. I just want you guys to be, to enjoy it, and you individually, because this is going to be a testimony. This is going to teach somebody. No matter what happens, this is going to be a ministry. God is going to get glory from this, no matter where the destination takes you all. You believing in God for the relationship? Because yes, indeed, it will be. I believe that in everything there is a learning experience.
I'm very happy. Congratulations, Prissy and Mark. I'm very happy for you all. Prissy, I'm very happy. And here's the thing: when it comes to, I'm glad that Black women are getting away from the whole white man that acts black. You know what I'm saying? If he only thing about him that's white is his skin. You know, the whole I think, what's his name? Call him the Byron, the Brad, like the Tyrone, that kind. He got the cornrows, the gold teeth, and the tattoos.
The counterfeit.
Counterfeit. Right. And I'm so glad that Black women are getting away from that. As long as he's treating her like the Black man treat, and
that's
it's like,
right.
Really, you might as well just go ahead and be what is that?
Yeah.
So I'm glad that Black women are seeing that it's a different type of a white man that's out there, and it's okay to be with him.
You know what?
It's not. You're not being a sellout. You're not being that.
Yeah.
Looking at. It's not. You're not looking at, because a lot of times Black women are still kind of when you do that, you're still catering.
That's right.
To that Black man.
There you go.
You're still catering to that image. You're still saying,
you're still trying to satisfy the flesh.
I'm with you. I'm still with you.
Yep.
Okay, I am with the Byron, but I'm still with you. And another
Mhm.
thing too, Black women are always feeling as if they have to give a disclaimer for being with the white man.
That's
They
right.
always having to excuse or explain why they're with the white man. Just like I hear so many Black women saying, I love Black men. I want you people to know I love Black men. However, even though I married a white man, it's not that I hate Black men. You don't never hear a Black man saying, I love Black women. I mean, I married a white woman, but I love Black women, and the reason why XYZ. No, you're not going to hear a Black man give disclaimers
Mm-hmm.
or say I apologize or I'm with the white woman. However,
Mm-hmm.
no, he's not going. He don't feel he needs to explain that, and if anything, he's going to rub her in a Black woman's face.
Yep.
So again, Black women, and this is not the bash of Black men. This is not the Black. I'm just this. My reason for saying this is Black women need to get away from having to do disclaimers.
That's right.
Because you're still saying I apologize for being with the non-Black man.
That's
when
right.
you do a disclaimer.
That's right.
It's not. Listen, you're not sleeping with an animal. You're not marrying an animal.
That's right. It's a human being.
You're not marrying something that's unnatural. So therefore, you shouldn't have to explain that.
That's right.
You shouldn't have to do a disclaimer. You don't do a disclaimer for your husband.
That's right.
You don't excuse why you with your man.
That's right.
What is that about?
Don't minimize who he is and what he is in your life to make other people feel comfortable.
You shouldn't have to excuse, just like on something new. Was Sanaa Lathan walking when she met with Simon Beck and she was walking in, when she first met up with him at the coffee stand.
Mm-hmm.
She was, what's up? Hey, my brother. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
I like the dread. This is that.
And he knew it. He had spent enough time dating Black women. He recognized what she was doing. Called her out on it.
Yeah, and that's what it was like. What is that about? She's trying to let the Black men know I'm still on your side. But here's the thing. You're not going to see a Black man. If anything, he's going to do whatever it takes to rub her in your face to show you, yeah, I'm with a white woman. Look. It's like a laugh in your face. Listen, when you with a white man, a non-Black man, you never take him a peg down. You never, ever take him off of his throne.
That's right. You
never make him feel like he's less than. You never explain to anyone why you're with him. Because if and when you do, he may never tell you, but that is going to always resonate with him.
That's right.
Now, here's the thing. When you do that to him, don't you dare, and this is accountability, don't you dare get mad at him if and when he takes you around his people.
That's
and
right.
They make you feel less than.
There you go.
They say something about your kinky hair.
There, right.
They say something about your big earrings. Or they say something about whatever, say a racist joke that you're not comfortable with, and he just kind of shoo you off. Or they say something and he just said, oh, just get over it. It's not a big deal. Don't you dare get upset because he made you fall down a peg or snatched you down from your throne. Don't you dare.
That's right.
Because it is about self-accountability. So if you don't want him to do that to you, and if you ever need to go to him and check him and hold him accountable for however he makes you feel or his people make you feel, because it is up to him to protect you.
Yes, right.
Then you do your job and you make sure you do the same for him.
That's right.
You don't give no disclaimers for why you with your man. It is your job to protect him when he is in your camp. Hands down, it is no other discussion. Period. We're done. The end. Swipe left.
Swipe left. Swipe, swipe, swipe. It's free.
Accountability.
It's free.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Only thing that I charge over here at the limit stand is common sense and your 2 cents.
And your 2 cents.
That's all I charge over here.
Yep.
So my thing is, if you don't, and there it is a requirement. That's right. Why don't you? And that's a requirement.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't protect you in his camp, you hold him accountable.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't get it together in a certain length of time, he's not. See you.
Yeah.
I'm not for you. Not for me.
Because you know we got to be realistic. They're not gonna come out looking like, you know, everybody ain't gonna be Brent, you know, coming out the gate.
Right.
Okay. Brent has been on the battlefield a long time. I mean,
right.
Come on. He 52, 53, whatever years old. This is most of his life. When he was a school-age kid, okay, he
right.
identified his ministry. So you got to give credit to the time. So that doesn't mean that person can't be equipped, but you might get somebody who might, you know, you get extra sensitive. You got to work all that stuff out. This is why I say don't limit yourself and access to people, because you may need to go through your self-vetting process. See, this online dating thing is not about you finding anybody, going into it believing you're going to find somebody. You need to sharpen your vetting skills. And you can't wait and do that when something comes into your view and you haven't been training yourself for it. Not saying that you all aren't equipped for that. I'm just saying I've seen a lot of people ruin great opportunities because they didn't have a certain skill set. In other words, if you don't know how to fly the plane, you don't need to be sitting in the pilot seat. You got to get some training, you know, and you don't need to go out on any dates to get vetting skills. You can do a lot of vetting just by having conversations with people in chat spaces and stuff. You can tell whether or not their energy is, and then that'll tell you whether or not that's going to work with you when you meet somebody. Do you like that? Do you like that spirit that, you know, this is your way? All things. You're supposed to be testing all things.
And yes, you can vet. You always vet anybody in your space. You need to vet them.
That's right.
You need to anybody that's in your space. Your space is your home.
There you go.
Your space belongs to you. You own your own space. Stand 10 toes down in your own space.
That's right.
And you don't apologize for that. Just like I told my therapist, she was like, well, do you think that you, and I know where she got that from my previous therapist.
Yep.
And I knew where she was coming from. I said, yes, I do. Do you think you hold people too much of a high, too much of a high? No, do you think you hold people, do you think you hold people, you hold high standards for people that's in your life? The standards are too high for people that are in your life. I said, yes, I do.
Yep.
Yeah, I do. Because this is my space.
Yep.
My space is equivalent to my home.
Always remember when you go to the professionals what their job is to do. And when they can't do that job, they don't really feel like they have a purpose. So they got to find something wrong. They got to keep you. There's a God complex operating there. This is why I don't discourage people from going to counseling, but I also encourage people to empower themselves and equip themselves so that they can fire the counselor, because some people don't have good intentions for you. And so you want to be able to recognize them. So do your work on yourself.
And this therapist here, I'm watching her too.
Yeah.
You think you ain't being vetted?
That's right. You vet them, vet everybody. And
I'm vetting you too, because my thing is, you in my space too.
That's right. You're not marrying them.
You in my space. I'm paying you.
That's right.
And you in my space.
You are not marrying them. You are not marrying them. You're not looking for no BFF. You want somebody that got right intentions for you, because there are a lot of people out here that won't even go to the doctor, because their doctor is, every time they go to the doctor, their doctor is creating something wrong with them.
Hi, Mama. Hi, Golden Bunny.
Hey, I'm looking over here now. Hey, what's up, Miss Cook?
I miss you. Hey, baby.
What's going on?
No, yeah, but so you have to vet them. So my thing is, and I was looking at her and I was like, yeah, it's only two ways to my heart now: the stairs or the air, whichever one.
Yeah.
This is my house.
Mhm.
I pay for the bills up in here.
Yes, indeed.
And so my space is like my house. And if you're not doing right in my space, you getting evicted. You got to go. Now
Right.
what?
Yep. Because at some point, your counselors should become more like your life coaches, for you to more or less to be verifying that you're on staying on the track. Because if you go there with the intention to work through your situations, these are to help reinforce it. But if you ever find that the person is actually creating a new hole for you to fall into, it might be a time for you to start making some decisions,
Yeah,
because
she gonna fall in it. That hole that
Mhm.
she make, that's the hole
Yeah.
she gonna fall in.
Yeah, because you don't want anybody holding you. You want somebody that's gonna promote you out,
Yeah.
equip you, fasten you for your wings, strap on your, that's what you're looking for. And it's not,
Mhm.
I have people that I talk to. We like I said, iron sharpens iron. We don't know where we're gonna get that reinforcement from. And it's not about, I'm always looking for places that I can learn. Do you know it's hard out here, when you don't have teachers? I'm not in school no more. My parents are gone. The elders are leaving the family. My mom and dad, my dad don't have no siblings left. No aunt, now I got no aunts and uncles from his family. My mom still got a couple siblings left. So the elders, they're going on. And so I'm never comfortable being the smartest person in the group. That depend on you guys. I do. This is a great tribe, a community, because this is where I get my instruction or reinforce you, because I'm looking for that too. I pray for that. I don't ever want to be the smartest person in the room. There are so many people out here right now are so small because they only exist in places where they shine.
Yeah. And that's so narcissistic.
So very
That's
narcissistic.
Look. If I can't go anywhere where I can learn, I've always been like that when I was. That's why all of my friends were older.
Yep.
All my friends were older growing up. If I can't go anywhere where I can learn, I'm gonna have to leave.
Yep.
This ain't for me. Because if you were people that's always either looking for something to do wrong, or people that are not trying to learn, show me your tribe and I'll show you your worth. I will. Show me your people and I'll show you your worth. Because life is not about being stagnant. I always say that. It is about growth. It is a verb. It is about elevation. It is about constantly finding a way to move forward, move upward.
Yes.
And that is why you have teenagers, adolescents. That's why they're getting in trouble all the time.
Yes.
That's what, because they want to be amongst themselves, their peers, and their peers are wanting to do the same thing, and they want to get in trouble because that's a part of,
Yeah. There's no leader
their
in the pack.
mindset.
There's
They're
no
young.
the only leader
They're
that's
young.
there is leading them astray, but nobody, there's
Yes.
no voice of reasoning in there.
There's no voice of reason. So that's why an older person has to always be over them, showing them, telling them, no, look, that's why parents need to parent.
Yep.
And so it needs to be an older person to watch them, to guide them. And so the same thing when it comes to, I've always been an old kid. I had teenage people that were my in school. It was girls that were my peers. But majority of the time they will be out, and I'll be like, oh no, I'm gonna be at home.
You mean?
No, I was like you. I wanted to sew. I used to upcycle my clothes. That's why I was the best dressed. I want best dressed. I would upcycle my clothes. Seriously, I would be at home writing, reading, playing, doing my clarinet, learning my clarinet. I was, the classic nerd, what they would call in the black community. I was a nerd. I was never that chick that wanted to, go to the latest part. I was never that chick to do that. I just
It was all of that was anything that I did mostly was perfunctory because it was like social activities or whatever. When I got to be a little grown, you know, you don't want to just come and go to school or stuff. So you try to have a little bit of entertainment. So you try to meet people, find out who you are. But see, when I was, let me tell you what I did I learned, I was real nosy. Let's just call it what it is. I was nosy, but we call it a vetting spirit. I used to hang around the house too because of that vetting spirit. That phone would ring, I would go and sit on my mom's lap because I know, you know, because I'm here conversation. Okay, so when I got older, again, the youngsters out dating, doing everything, I would be in the house helping the neighbors cut vegetables and stuff because they were speaking wisdom. You see what I'm saying? Always in the presence. See, I come out of a family where older people were, so I never meshed well with my peers anyway because I come out of a family that had much older siblings. My siblings was in high school when I was going into elementary school, and some of them were graduating from high school and out and on their own families when I was still in elementary school. The point is that I was enshrined with being around older people. So I never was comfortable with people thought, oh, that's because she's younger, you know. No, it wasn't. These people are immature. And I used to encourage my siblings the same thing. I said, when you have children that have old wisdom, they shouldn't be around. They shouldn't spend a lot of time around their peers because sometimes they will adjust and shrink themselves to fit in. If you know, everybody knows whether or not their kid is a leader or not. And it ain't about leader of younger children. Can you be a leader amongst your peers? Do you stand out and above your peers? Because if that's who you are, then you need to start. I even told my sister this and she didn't take heed to it and she paid the price. You need to move him into more gifted spaces where he can be, because you see how he navigates the older crowd, how he naturally leans to that. That was the same way I tried to tell him. I was the blueprint, and that nobody was supposed to make that mistake because I moved naturally. I cut the groove, the gear for people to move, but a lot of them, they didn't follow that. I was the blueprint to move. See, I was naturally moving in that space. So what they were supposed to do is say, okay, I got a child just like baby sister. So let me encourage my child to be around older people. Get them on. No, this desire to want to keep them in this normal. God has some chosen that are not supposed to be in there. They need to be pulled out so that they can see their greatness early because they got a bigger task that's coming. There's a bigger job on the horizon for them at different levels. It's different people. That's why I say you got to learn to recognize. A lot of parents they don't want their child to stand out. They want them to be smart, but not too smart. I've seen this in the Black community, and it's always done.
Yeah, I mean that's how it was. That's how it was with me. But a lot of times you have a lot of Black female parents that are jealous of their daughters.
You're right, Foxy. You're right. I don't want to see any young people make any mistakes.
Who's Foxy? I didn't see it, Foxy.
Foxy Brown.
Who's Foxy Brown?
She's in the chat.
Black mothers are very jealous of their daughters. Now, I'm just speaking in our community because we're talking about. I don't know about. Hold on.
It's what she's talking about. It's what Foxy said. It's really sad because instead of providing guidance to younger ladies, it seems like now many of the elder women are in competition. That's the same jealous spirit that mothers are doing.
Oh, okay. I didn't see. I didn't see that. Welcome to the Lemonade, Foxy Brown. I'm not. I didn't know you were in. I can't see without my glasses. I didn't know
you just put them on, so I figured you were gonna find it now.
Yeah. Michael said, "I'm not nosy. I'm just extremely curious." Well, We're glad. We're so glad that you're here as a lemon head. Foxy Brown, welcome. You're now a lemon drop, sweetheart. Thank you for you all for being here. We value this.
Yes.
Listen, Foxy, You're onto something. It's
Yes,
so
she
funny.
is.
You all were calling me Foxy Brown last night over at Brown.
Well, you
Brett.
are. You are.
Well,
With the
no,
boozy
here's the
hair and the
thing.
big glasses. Just coming
Well,
in there
I had the
rocking
big
that 70s
glasses on
booty.
yesterday.
I
And
saw.
yeah, and then with the wig, with this big wig, and I had the big glasses on.
Yes, you
Hi,
did.
he says, I've been watching you guys for a while on Brent's channel. This is the first time I've had the courage to say hi.
Isn't that
Really?
amazing? Okay, let me give her some lemons.
Give Foxy some lemons in the chat, you all. Let's welcome her to the lemon stand. Hey, we're so glad that you said hi. Thank you so much. We love you here. You're
Yes,
always welcome
indeed.
here to get some of this lemonade. And it's pink. Let's welcome her. Let's give her some lemons.
Yes,
Let's welcome
indeed.
her.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, we keep it hood. We keep it rich. We keep it pink lemonade over here. Yes, yes. You always feel welcomed over here.
Yeah, and she's right about that spirit. We've seen it.
But
I've seen it.
But I like what Foxy Brown said
Mhm.
because and I didn't even see this comment. But see, great minds think alike, Foxy. You're on it because here's the thing. I know my egg donor. And I know she was jealous of me. And it is a lot. And that what you just said, some want you to be smart, but not too smart. Some want you to all of that kind, it's just like it's you all that encompasses what we're talking about. And I promise you, you'll be surprised.
I've seen it.
Of the older, and then a lot of them are upset because we're schooling each other in this way. And here's the thing, a lot of them are mad because how dare you school each other because we couldn't do it that way. We didn't know how to do it that way. We didn't. And or it's affecting their sons. Because you better not say anything about my brothers, not to my egg donor. Now she was in competition to me and my sister. And then she was jealous of our relationship. But see, she didn't like that all of them chose me over her because of the way I raised them. And deep within, they chose me over her. And my siblings, my niece, my great niece, everyone that came around me chose me over her. And I will play myself short so that she could be. I learned how all the lies she would tell different ones on me. Well, I mean, I had no idea. I just learned this stuff within the past 3 years. The things she would say. I said, "You're kidding." The lies she was telling different ones, telling the one of the guys that wanted to marry me. The lies she was telling, and the one aunt. And when he said, when you said that they was going, one said, "I'm going to wait till I get to your tell it on you," and all. When he said, we told my aunt some stuff, and she backing him up. Let me tell you, Baba is BUBBA HHHH. It is Baba. Y'all say it with me. Say it with me. Baba. Let me tell you, creating one Baba girl. Baba. He tried it.
Yeah.
He went to my aunt and she. Baba. I said, "Oh, you tried." I don't let nobody in my personal business like that, especially when I'm dealing with somebody.
Yes, indeed.
Let me tell you something. Let me school you on something. Even when it comes to my female friends, because my egg donor try to say something, somebody I wasn't dealing with, she gonna say, "Well, let me call her because she probably want to do this, that, and the other. Get her life positive, this, that, and the other." I said, "Well, give her a call." Drop her a line.
Like some more said, close the door, lock the door.
What is that? Dollar digits.
There it is.
How many is it? 10? I can give you 11.
Yep.
If you want to call her, ask me if she called her.
Yep.
That was the play on me.
Yes, indeed.
She knew by her being narcissistic. See, I
I
was
keep telling people there are kids out here surviving some narcissistic parents.
Oh, narcissism is a bad disease. Okay,
It is a very
I'm
bad
telling y'all the
disease.
stuff that I went through. I was like, drop the digits.
Yeah.
Then do what you got to do, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, I'm gonna come back. Let me come back in PTSD. Let's see PTSD. It's back. When I get hyped, y'all just give me a minute. I'll come back. So anyway.
Okay.
So he gonna call. He gonna call. He called her. Call my aunt. She gonna try to get in the middle. Let me tell you something. They knew because I was the type that stayed off from them anyways. I knew they were sick. When I was 12, I stopped going to family gatherings.
You learned early. You knew early.
I learned. I used to sit back and watch and be like, and be in disbelief. And I used to say, I can't believe I come from this gene pool.
Yeah.
Is it real? I stopped. And so they knew that I was, and so, I learned that my egg donor was saying that's because she suck up, she this, she that. And that's just that I didn't get down with them. I had my own friends. I had my own, but when I see them, hey, good to see, hey, but the thing is, whenever I did spend time with them, they would be bragging and be happy that I spent time with them because I never judged them. I never treated them less than. I just, I would laugh and talk with them when I see them, give them a hug, get to see them, treat the kid. I was always nice to them.
Yes.
When I dealt with them, unless they were acting silly. They acting silly, I'm out,
Yep.
But the thing is, she was just mad because they really chose me over her. So she was just trying to, doing that smear campaign.
Why you like her? I don't like her.
Yeah, and telling them lies.
It's a dangerous spirit. It's a dangerous spirit.
It's a demonic spirit.
And a lot of people believe a mother, father, sibling, that it shouldn't be that way. But you got to understand, this is a warm body, and the devil is inhabiting it. It could be something that person is lacked in their upgrade, whatever, and they feel like you aren't entitled to have a mother because I didn't have one.
And and the thing is, they choose this. It's not so much of a spirit. Not spirit. It's not so much of a disease. It's a personality. Personality disorder. But they choose that.
Yeah.
It is something that they single-handedly choose. They can go and get help.
Sure.
They can choose. They can be aware of what they're doing and say, you know what, I want to choose to do that. But they choose to not do better.
But it's the level of the enablers, though. If they got enough nesting around them that's enabling them and reinforcing those bad ideas of how they are and whatever, they never will see the light. They don't have to, because I know people who are like that right now. They keep wondering why I won't let them into my space. Is because you're toxic. And if I'm the only person that said that, why do you care what I think anyway? Why don't you stay over there in your ground where all those people throw coins at your feet like you're Caesar? Stay over there.
Stay over there. And they usually have a lot of supporters. They're little flying monkeys. They usually have a lot of supporters.
Let me tell you what they do. I'm not sure exactly whether or not this is the case with yours, but they somehow feed and reinforce. These people aren't for them. These are the kind of people who, in order to be, what they've done is some of them want to see good, and they play they're martyrs to that cause. But a lot of why they have that little following, a cult following, is because they are paying those people in some kind of price or something to keep them there. Because if they get sick, those people are nowhere to be found. That's how you know how much support they really, truly have if they fall sick or get to a place. Because this is the thing I used to say when you brought that up, if anything happened. Because that's what I used to start thinking too. When I was starting to really tune up these vetting skills, I said, okay, because people were starting to come back into my life from yesteryears and trying to see, I'm like, you don't show up like you're entitled to me. Like I did some disservice to you because you went on because you thought the grass was greener. Don't step to me with that kind of spirit. But I also said this: has that person served enough time on the job to get a promotion or qualify for disability benefits? Now, here's the disability benefits and the health insurance. If something happened to you and you couldn't wipe your own bottom, am I comfortable with doing that? Has the love you poured into me rewarded you that benefit? Or would I rather see you be put into a nursing care facility so I don't have to deal with you and just checking is still alive? Okay. Still alive. See, this is the thing that I used to try to tell young men when they were treating their women or whatever. I'm like, so if anything happens to you, what woman in your life is going to be going to take? Because we already know men don't take care of themselves. Okay, so if anything happens to you, you can't keep walking around here abusing all these women and think you got one that's gonna be there for you.
But let me tell you something. The one I'm telling you about, he tried it with my aunt when he told my aunt, and he told her something. I don't know what, because I had checked him on something, and okay, I swung on him, but yeah, that's when I believed in violence. But anyways, and he was like, yeah, get her, and she like, yeah, because her attitude, this, that, and the other, and all that. When I talked to her,
honey,
I talked to her on the phone.
Something wrong with your sister.
She was like, yeah, and she was like, no, and all it was, they were jealous.
That's it.
All of them were jealous. When I got done,
they dangerous.
When I tell you, I read her and dragged her for the filth. When I got done swinging her around Tennessee by her edges. So let me tell you something. First of all, then I tell you, y'all don't get in my business. I stay to myself, and I don't get in y'all business. Don't get in my business. Y'all know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, first of all, I don't need you to just tell me nothing. I'm a grown doggone woman.
That's right.
They all narcissistic. I said, let me tell you something. I said, when you had that CR in your house, smoking something in your bathroom, after you had just met him, and you had left your 4 or 5-year-old son there at the house while you were working, did you hear me say something?
Okay.
When he stole your car and you had to go into the Bronx, pretty much. Well, in Nashville, when you had to go in Nashville to get your car, and he carved inside of your car, fat.
Okay.
Female dog. What the female dog is, starting with a B. Did I say something? When he, dotted you in your eye and broke your glasses, and you had glass in your eye and it turned black.
Yeah.
Did I say something?
See that part.
And when you turned around and you kept taking him back, even after you took him to that type of house, the trap house, to get what he needed. Did I say something?
That's right.
You coming to me all because I checked him on something that I told him I wasn't going to accept from him.
That's right.
Oh, and it was over something petty. He heard what I said.
Girl.
That's what I said. He heard what I said. And I said what I said. And he better not. He better not what it said or do whatever it was. What he heard what I said.
I saw.
And that was what my standards. And that's what I mean. So then I went over his house. And I beat on his door. I told him I was on my way up to his house. And when I got there, he was gone. I beat on his door. He wasn't there. So then I wrote a note, and I collect frogs. At the time, I collect elephants too. I had a little frog note. Okay. Like he knew it was me. I said what I said on there, and I put it on his door. So he got scared. He was like, your niece is crazy. He was nervous. And I told him, you better meet me here at a certain time.
Oh,
down.
Girl, they always say you crazy when they the ones.
Yeah, now I'm crazy. That's what I said. Now I'm crazy.
That girl.
Yes, now I'm crazy.
Lord. Oh my goodness, Lord.
First you want to play crazy. First you want to play, but then when I stand my ground, all of a sudden I'm crazy.
Oh, let me tell you. Mine said you were obsessed with me.
Wait a minute, let me say this. Hold on. So then when I talked to him, I'm sorry, I apologize. I know you're sorry, but let's finish. We ain't discussing that. We know you're sorry. That point is not being discussed. We know that.
Right.
But like I told him, you got one more time to call my family to put them in any more of my business.
That's right.
I promise you, with everything in me, I'm going to make sure I'm going to lose sleep to make sure you regret ever doing it again.
Okay.
Are we clear on that? Yeah. I promise you with everything in me, if you ever involve my family in anything that belongs to me, and especially if you and anybody else involved, and I don't give you permission to involve them,
Mm-hmm.
I am going to be the one person that you're going to hate that was born in April of 73. Is that
Okay.
clear? Yeah. Good day. We're done. That's Let me tell you something. I have done some things to him, said some things to him
Mm-hmm.
since then. During that time, some years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Asked me if if he called anybody. He should have called the law,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't. I'm telling, don't you ever. And I did some things on purpose,
Mm-hmm.
just on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked him dead in his cornea, in his hue, dead in his hue. Not call him. Ask me if he called him. My point is saying this is to let a man know what they're going to do things to see. They're going to test you.
Yeah, they're testing to see what they can get away with. They're gonna do
To
it on
see
you.
what
They're gonna
you
do it
will.
on your village, the people that are around you.
They're going to do and set just to see if you really mean what it is.
Mm-hmm.
One thing, ladies, listen to me. Never go into a relationship or dealing with a man saying what you will and won't do. That's why I say don't let a man know what you will and won't accept, and do not tell him what you're looking for.
That's right.
Because those are the very things that he's going to show up with, and those
There
are
you
the
go.
very things he's going to try you on.
Absolutely.
Women talk too much.
Yeah.
Shut up. Shut up. Because when he come to you, if you say, I don't accept a man doing XYZ, he's going to come to you doing that same XYZ. And if you don't stand 10 toes down on it,
Mm-hmm.
it's over for you. He's never going to believe nothing else you say. And he's going to keep trying you in every other aspect of your life.
Yep.
So just keep your mouth closed. So when he come to you, trying you with anything, you let it burn. Let it burn. To let him know, you got me messed up. I'm the wrong one. I'm the wrong one. So whatever he comes to you with, when you stand 10 toes down or whatever is on your list in your journal, he don't need to know what's in your journal. All he needs to know is, woo, when I went to her family and discussed what was going on with us, she flipped her lid. I can't do that no more.
Mm-mm.
He don't need to know whether you liked it or not in the beginning. He just needs to know when he did that, that was the wrong move. That period to end. And just like the other guy, the second guy, Eric don't want to be with. He tried me. Make me mad. He tried me. He brought the money. He made me mad. When I got through with him, he said, I don't have to ever say it again. You better believe it. I never had to tell. I never said, don't ever say this to me. I never said that. When he came to me, he said, whatever he said, I don't know what it wasn't. No man has never called me nothing crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing did. But the thing is, whatever he said to me, I stopped him in his tracks. Don't you come to me. I stood 10 toes down. When I got done, I don't know where all I know is I left. Whatever he said, I left.
Mm-hmm.
When I came back, I went back into a matrix move. When I stood back up, he said, I know not to ever say that to you again.
Mm-hmm.
And after so long of he and I getting to know each other, he said, I know not to mess with you. I know not to mess with you. And I said to myself, my job is done.
Mm-hmm.
My job is done. Now, is it done completely? No, because they're going to always find, test you in little bitty areas.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to, your job, they're going to always pursue you in some kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
And your job is always to stay on your toes in some kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, I don't know if I remember telling y'all this, when the first time I went to see him and we went to the movies. And he said to me, oh, I think I left my wallet or my money at the movies. Now I'm loaded. I'm loaded with money because when I travel, your girl, she travels tight.
Mm-hmm.
I looked, I said, do we need to go to the ATM? He was like, oh, patting around this. I don't know. Now
I had that happen once too. And you know what? God told me, I don't know why I left my purse at home that day. I literally thought my purse was in the car because I was like, oh goodness, I don't even have my phone. Let me go to my girl. I left everything. It would look. I was like, my purse is not even in the car, and I wasn't even lying. God, let me tell you something, girl. God must have was telling me he gonna pull one on you. Get on out the door. But see, I was thinking, I don't have my driver's license. I don't have any of this stuff. Anybody pull me over. I was more stressed out about the fact I didn't have my purse with me. But in the grand scheme of things, you didn't need your purse with you because this dude trying to skedaddle on a date. Pay. Let me tell you something.
Well, listen, let me tell you something. Outside of the Bible, God didn't ever talk to me personally, but unless I, it's the Bible. Okay, that's how he talks. But let me tell you something. Right now, he talks to us through our gut intuition and all that.
That's right.
Let me tell you this. Here's the thing. I was loaded with cash. This is the product of standard. Your body can be wrapped in $1 billion.
Yep.
And he can take you to a Dollar Tree store, a Dollar Tree movie. Mm-hmm. You can be in Dollar Tree. This is your standard.
That's right.
I don't spend money on a man.
No.
I don't take care of nobody's son. Okay? I don't care if you left your money in my house because you had just spent money buying pizza at my house for us. Okay. When we at Dollar Tree, you left your wallet at the house. Oh, but we need to go to the house so you can get it.
Yeah. We don't have to go. We do not have to go because
I'm not spending my money on you.
And you know what the thing
Period.
is? I hate to say it. I hate to say this, but all them games were played by very specific men. Okay. Mm-hmm. I did not ever have to think about get the game face on, put what they put on football fields, put the black under the eye for the sunlight. There's no window shot. I didn't have to put on the tape on the ankles and wrap up the knuckles and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I didn't have to put in with the reinforcement tights and put the what they call it, those bandages for the pain. I did not have to get game ready when I was.
Because who playing games? Who playing a game? Creative one.
I keep telling people. I said, why do we have to? I get it. We're 52. We didn't know better. We came from a generation of people who didn't have rights. Women didn't have rights.
But notice what Foxy Brown said. She said, no. My father was a provider. So taking care of a man is something I have never
entertained. Absolutely.
That part right there.
But here's the thing. There are certain men, though, that you will meet who will expect that. And they come from a very specific culture of people.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that you got to know who you are so that when you see that come up, you know how to like this Foxy Brown here said, son kids, do we need to go to the ATM? See, this is the thing. When you get comfortable and you've been loved proper, this is the reason why I want people to find love. I don't care how old you are. I want you to find it before you leave this earth. I want you to see it. Because see, once I saw it and I had it, he became the benchmark for everything else. and something in me changed. I changed how I operated with people because, and it wasn't me. I was still in the infancy of my walk, but I had prayed and God was doing things in my life. But he told me some instructions. I listened to the voices. I listened to all the things that people were saying to me, how the rejection was coming and everything. And then that all got me together. Then when I got into it, I realized when he passed away was when I got the full revelation that he was the love that God had sent for me. Here's the reality. The marriage was supposed to come. He passed away. But the point of it is the lesson was still there. It was the gift for obedience. You know, Bible says obedience is better than sacrifice. I did not have to give up any of myself, lose any of myself for this person. This individual saw me, hurt me. We were best friends. And this relationship slid into a more intimate relationship that never involved sex. And so the point is that the testimony is more or less, once you have been loved proper and you get that confirmation, you know, a lot of the reasons why a lot of people are stumbling around now because they haven't been loved properly. They didn't been in marriages. They've had children, they got grandkids or whatever, but they were in relationships that they weren't yoked to. There are a lot of people that don't believe that love can happen. So you know what? They take the next best thing and then they kind of reshape it and mold it. And, you know, they hear people say, oh, you just got to get somebody you can work with. See, I never believed in that. I'm the girl that'll wait. And I waited. I thought I was waiting a long time when I got to 22. No, waiting is after having that. And then once you have it, you're not taking no seconds. Then what did it say? Okay. And we're not talking about a man who was perfect, but do you ever hear of another man in Coretta Scott's life after Dr. King passed? It's not about him and who he was. Imagine being the spouse, the widow of this man, and everybody knows you are the widow of this great leader. I'm not talking about the kind of husband he was. That's going to make men who aren't approved fall back. And then you got that kind of person. This man is known worldwide, globally. People over in Europe know about him. Okay, so who's next for her? Jesus? Because on that magnitude, that's going to make a lot of men uncomfortable.
They're not going to feel qualified.
They're not going to feel qualified. Okay, so that might not even been in her head, but this is what they feel like they have to compete with. Because we got to remember now, after Kennedy was assassinated, Jacqueline married Aristotle Onassis. Remember? She became Kennedy Onassis. She never lost the Kennedy. She stayed attached to that. So she got a wealthy man who come from I think it was shipping. I think it was Onassis was a shipping tycoon. Anyway, there's going to be, you know, I'm sure she was a good woman, and someone saw that and was able to give her another chapter. She bore children with Kennedy, but Kennedy may not have been her soulmate, because you got to remember, in political relationships, you are aligned. It's like arranged marriages. They're put together by people. Very, very rarely are people they're in love. You know, you don't have often where you have like Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. That you rarely have situations like that where they actually love each other. They choose each other in spite of all of that other stuff. But you find that very often, and I see that a lot now. I'm seeing it. I mean, I literally wasn't sharing that I had met that love to a lot of people, because when I would tell people that, it would be really uncomfortable for people to hear, because they were like, oh no, you know, they couldn't receive that, because to them, their mindset is, well, you didn't get to marry him, and you didn't get to have children with him, and they trying to get in my head and try to tell me to disavow what God gave to me. And I'm like, but yet you cheat on your wife. You do so I'm trying to figure out, are you who's selling who on what? Because I don't believe what you got is love. Because see, you got to remember now, again, I've heard people say, if you can't have what it said, if you can't have the one you want, you love the one you're
When you with.
okay.
When you with.
I've had people tell me that.
That's sick. I'm a chill by myself. I'm good. Because I don't mind. I love my own space. If anything, my therapist been like, she said, I'm giving you the tools to get out the house.
Yep.
So my thing is, that's my problem. I'm good.
Yeah,
and so many people are not good with that. And I'm like, so many people have a problem with going out to eat alone. And I'm like, what?
Girl, let me tell you, let me tell you something. This is reason why I start getting tuned up and getting my head right and getting my everything right early, because you know what? The one thing, because of that childhood of doing things alone and being okay with being alone and on my own and doing stuff, I saw more movies. When I used to even say, before I met my fiance, I don't even know if I need to have a boyfriend or whatever. I have more fun on my own by myself.
Yeah, and that's what you know what? That's what I'm struggling with right now. Is like, do I really want anyone to disturb this? You know what, Creole? Y'all gonna have to help me with that, because I'm like, I like my comings and goings, and
me too. And you know, at my age and having,
I don't know, I'm like, your girl is good.
I'm good too. Look, I'm in the space right now that I'm like, I was saying when you were trying to get back onto the live stream, our StreamYard, I was saying, you know what? I'm at a space right now that what I'm trying to do, if I know one of the sisters that's in the in our tribe is ready, and I know I got this to do, I'm willing to direct. Not say he gonna be perfect for you, because you gotta remember, we different people. Our energies are different. But I'm willing to guide him down the path to get to a space where he can find what he needs and want. You see what I'm saying? I'm at that space because I don't believe in, we were talking about this, that line jumping, getting in front of somebody else and competing for, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that at all. That it's not necessary for me to do that. Because you know why? I got a mission. I got something that I'm trying to do for work for God. Now, that doesn't mean anything about what God wants me to do, because God will direct me where he wants me to go and still fulfill that mission. Like, that mission could be right here. It could be in New York, New Jersey, Texas, wherever. Because one thing about a global ministry, you can do it from anywhere. So the truth is I don't want anyone to get out of this life, even if they don't see it show up in a husband or a boyfriend or a life partner, whatever. I want them to see the movement of God in a person, and that literally when they pray out, that and then they recognize it, because and appreciate it while they're alive, because so often we don't appreciate people until they're gone, and they've been in our lives all along, giving us encouragement, pushing us along, giving us a kind word. Here, baby, bless you with this. At church, my nephew used to get this all the time. They doted on him, putting $5 in his hand. He had when he got baptized, he had like 10 godmothers. Because they saw a light in him and his purpose. And I'm still waiting for him to wake up to it. He almost 50, almost close to me, because I was like 7 years old when he was born. The point is that we got to learn to see God look for God in everything. I'm not talking about put on some blinders, some color rosy glasses and imagine. I'm saying be in God's face so you can recognize when he's moving in your life, because he ain't just moving in a mate. He's getting you to your purpose, and he's got so many other ways to get you there than just that. Because you got to remember, when you pray for those people, you got to ask God to equip them to align to your purpose. Equip you, because you guys can come together and have a ministry. You can have 2 separate ministries on 2 separate continents and come together. Look at Prissy Poodle and Mark. when they move, when they get, people are going to, you know what, this is why I want them to be ready. Because you know what, when it starts to get light, somebody is going to be like, oh, I want that. But they didn't align themselves with that. They were like, it's not possible to have a long distance relationship with anybody. I ain't doing that. No, I ain't getting no passport. Who gonna come? He gonna move? No. They literally talk themselves out of something. I'm not saying everybody need to go get a passport and get ready for the husband that's overseas. That's not what I'm saying. Mark has been existing in this space a long time, significant amount of time. And he made a video. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't know what that was going to be, because you got a lot of people afraid to have long distance relationships for very good reasons. Very good reasons. The reasons are there. He laid them out. He literally taught a course in that video on how to navigate long distance relationships. And teacher in me heard the bullet points. Hell, he laid it out. He could do a PowerPoint presentation on that, and it would have been just. And that's why I think people miss so much that's out there for them, because they are already, it's sort of like, I ain't gonna win the race, so I ain't gonna even bother training for it. I ain't gonna run the race, so why I'm gonna go out and buy the shoes? I ain't gonna do the. They literally take themselves out of being seen. This is not about looking for someone. He shot his shots. I didn't know who that was at the time. I didn't know who that was, because I'm just getting to know Prissy Poodle, I think, a couple, and through your videos. But I saw, wow. So he literally, he shot it. As they say, he shot his shot. Mm-hmm. Men, you can't be afraid. I know probably ain't hard too many in here right now, but they can't be afraid. And if you're afraid and you're surrounded by all these women, you need to make sure you're examining yourself, because some people need to work on building their kingdom, so they shouldn't be bothered. But if you're in the presence with all these glorious, wonderful sisters up in here, and you're afraid to shoot your shot, are you working on yourself to make sure? Because see, if you do that along, you'll get women to thinking that they need to make a move towards you.
And that's not about to happen.
So you're going to be sitting here coming to every game dressed in the uniform and hiding out in the bleachers. Mm-hmm. Never going to get on the field.
What I don't understand is men always want women to respect them, and I'm the head. I always want to take all the meat off the bones and take all the meat and benefit off of it. But the thing is, you want to benefit and holler, oh yeah, get all the perks. But the thing is, you don't want to be the man.
That's right.
How is it that you want to get all the perks of being a man, but you don't want to be the man? What is that? That makes no sense. If you want to have the perks of being a man, okay, well, be the man. That means set yourself up to possibly be rejected.
There you go.
That's what men do. Real men.
And be vetting. What did you just say? We should be vetting our spaces. Even if you don't see what you're looking for, you're supposed to be using these opportunities to vet. Mm-hmm. You're having conversations, but is your conversation flighty? Is it just you're just spending time? Because if you're really truly looking for someone, that's the problem though with some people. That's why it's so important that we got to get it right. There, we can know the scriptures, we can repeat the Bible backwards and forward and translate it in all these different languages. Here's the thing though, if it's not operating in our life, it is like a clanging cymbal. Just making
Prissy. Prissy he want to be the king, but can't wear the crown. However, like I said, I always say this, Prissy. What is his crown made of?
Okay, tinfoil.
Because here's the thing. if his crown is made of good quality and what the materials that comes from the earth, then that he qualifies as being the king, because you have so many black men in the black community. They think because they're born black males and because they're mamas. And one guy asked, I said, what makes you think you're a king? My mama told me I was a king. I said, I said, that's laughable. I said, and I believe you. I believe you. I believe it. What you mean? I said, I believe what you said. And I blocked him on everything that was possible. I think I blocked my own self. I blocked him so much. So my thing is this. If a king, owns something. That's right, Foxy Brown. A king has to own his own kingdom.
That's right.
He has to run his own kingdom. Yep. A king does what it takes to elevate himself.
He don't make excuses.
Not just physically, but his title, his statue, what he stands for, what he believes in. A king does not compete with his queen.
That's right.
A king has the strength and the backbone. He has the grit. He has the maturity, the wherewithal. He has everything to bring to his table for his queen. He can provide for his kingdom.
Yes.
His peasants, everyone that resides in his kingdom, they want to do obeisance to him. They smile as they do obeisance to him.
It's alpha.
They yearn to serve him because he has earned that. Now, where does his materials come from? That his crown is made from. It comes from the earth. Mm-hmm. Because whatever you have to dig for that is of value, Jehovah God has put in the earth. Okay. So that means he has to do whatever it takes physically to dig, to work hard, to go into the earth with the help of Jehovah God's hand. Mm-hmm. To dig into the earth, to dig for those materials. So that means he has to work hard to build up muscle. Mm-hmm. He has to work hard to build with that grit. He has to work hard to dig for what is worth and for what is purpose, for what he needs to have to actually prove to those that are in his kingdom, for what he actually owns, for what he actually believes in, for what he can bring to his community, to make sure his community believes what he stands for, because he radiates something that is of worth and value. So what is in that earth? The gold is in the earth, in the motherland. Mm-hmm. The diamonds are in the mountains in the motherland. And you want to dive for pearls, you have to do a deep dive.
There you go.
Go for the pearls. If you want anything, if you want diadems, if you want anything, corals, anything that's worth looking at, worth wearing, that is worth putting together and putting on your head as a crown to be proud of, to walk with your back straight, with your shoulders wide, to show off the muscles that he has built from digging in the earth with the hands of our Creator, by doing what it takes with the scriptures that dictates what a real man is, that gets the applause from our God in the heavens along with the angels, to get what it takes to get a woman, his queen, his feminine one, his delicate flower, his compliment, to look at him with a smile that spills, my Lord, I love you, my King. Everything that the scriptures requires and what it takes to take care of to actually earn that throne, to have the strength and the grit to be able to walk with the weight of the weight of that crown, to be able to walk down that red carpet to get to that throne. And as he walked past all those that he ruled over, they applaud him too. They do obeisance to him. Once he gets up there, he doesn't take his queen's crown out of jealousy or competition. He has the strength to not only hold his, but he reaches over. And if hers is crooked, he says, that's okay. My queen, I have the strength to not only hold mine, but I can reach over to not only give you one, but to straighten yours with a smile. And he's able to sit next to her and hold her hand and say, this space belongs to not just me, but to you by what I am providing for you and those who I rule over, but also I am giving back to my community. So my thing is this.
That part.
That is what a king is, by what he has shown, by what he has done, by what he radiates. It has nothing to do with just his black skin and by the fact that what his phallus, the size of his phallus, or the fact that he has one. No. The fact that he has shown up, he has done his part, he has walked the walk along with his talk.
That's right.
So here's the thing. A crown can be worn, but what is his crown made of? Because even Burger King gives out crowns.
That's what I said. 10-4 one. Them wannabe kings got 10-4 hats.
Because you can go into a hood and you can hear a lot of them say that they're kings. You can find a whole lot of them saying that they're kings.
Yep. Trying to convince everybody that which they are not.
So
yes, indeedy.
It's up to us. So my thing is, your skin and because you have a phallus.
That part.
Just because your mama told you that you're a king, that's laughable.
Yep.
Show me who you are as a male, and I'll give you your crown. You don't tell me you're a king. I'll hand you your crown, and I'll tell you that you are my king. That's how I look at it. Your skin doesn't tell me. Your phallus doesn't tell me.
That's right.
Your worth, your morals, your values, and then lastly, your character. Okay. Then I'll let you know if you're my king. And then once I say you're my king, I'll hand you your crown. But you don't tell me that. I'll tell you.
That's right.
You don't get that privilege. That's another thing. Stand 10 toes down with that. Right. You don't let nobody come and tell you that they're your king.
That's right.
I tell you that. You don't have that privilege to tell me nothing.
Yes, indeed. Oh yeah.
See that men are too spoiled.
They be looking. Some of them be
spoiled.
looking for a comfortable spot to squat, and boy, they think that's all you looking for. I don't know who told them this. I knew this was coming. It is none of what I see out here now, Sunkiss, and I'm sure you too. You're just a few years younger than me. Let me tell you, well, more than a few, because
no, I'm 49, honey. I'm 49.
You a few years younger than me. I'm 52. But check this out, because we come from the same generation, and we saw what so we're not surprised, are we? What we see right now. We saw the seeds being sown. What we didn't realize though probably is that we didn't expect them to not course correct. Okay, because see, I was thinking that they would figure this out, early on and then start making adjustments. But here's what many of them did: they laid back in the cut, and they watched Black women, continue to build and create in their life and their space and work on their femininity and do all these things, and then try to tell them, well, you don't really need anybody to you don't, in other words, you don't need the role of a king. You got all that. You don't need no man. And then that begins to, then they start to convince all you need is one to take care of the flesh. So you keep, what they're doing is they're working their way into your lair. So they got keys to your car. They running up and down the road, burning the gas, tearing up stuff. Can't fix nothing, can't cook nothing, can't do nothing. Got nothing of value in your life, and you walking around. You not king, king, and showing them off like he's some prized, thoroughbred horse.
Tell me about it.
Well, he should have went straight to the glue factory. Broken leg. The thing, I mean, it's just the most ridiculous thing in the world how we can do this to ourselves, condition. And then the moment we see the sister, Black, white, whatever, who works on herself, waits for her season to come in, gets the reward for her diligence on working on herself, and then we want to get mad and say God forgot about us. The person that God probably has for you can't see you because you're so busy over there trying to get a horse with a broken leg to stand up. And it's a sad situation, but I see that so very often. And it just continue to perpetuate and continue. I don't want to see that another generation do what I saw a lot of sisters from my generation do. And then act like ain't nothing better gonna come. Oh, I know. I can tell you 100%. The goodness I see in you, you deserve so much better than what you are entertaining. You do. You really do. Why are you entertaining it? And I wish they would had just course corrected. But instead, you too busy trying to critique me because I'm dispensing people. Do you think I care that this person got a double master's degree they working on? And
you know what? This is what I can't stand. Listen, when a guy tells me about what he's doing financially, what type of job, he's a high earner or whatever. Okay, good, okay. Okay. What? And one of these guys was telling you about, he said it sure is hard to impress you. Yeah.
Yep.
You're supposed to be doing it.
As it should be. As it should be. You're supposed to be doing it.
Why should I compliment you for being a higher? Hold on. Hold on. I think I just pulled something I need. Why am I supposed to compliment you for something you're supposed to be doing anyway, whether I'm with you?
Say it.
Sir. Lenient, sir. Lenient.
Yep.
And I'm the one supposed to be complimented. If anybody's supposed to be complimented for holding it down for myself, I'm the delicate one. Just wearing shoes wearing combat boots when I'm supposed to be wearing stilettos at all.
That's right.
So just because you're not wearing combat boots, why am I supposed to compliment you for wearing combat boots? Make that make sense to me, sir.
Okay. And I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed in even my classmates, female classmates, who have been through the gutter with relationships, and they're letting our male classmates get away with saying things like, "What? And none of y'all can cook. I can't find no woman who can cook." First of all, every woman that came out of Generation X, I guarantee you 90% of us cook. See, these are the games. And why you and then they go get acting like I lost something because he blocked me. I said, let me tell you something. I don't care whether he blocked me or not. I said what I had to say. And I stand 10 toes down on it. You're not gonna run around.
They kill me. First of all, like what's today? I saw that some years ago. They said, well, can you cook? Can you build a house?
Thank you.
Huh?
Because I'm gonna tell you something straight up, and I know this for a fact. There probably are very few of my classmates with a mother or father that's 40 years older than them like me. I keep telling people, you all wonder why I get to the finish line first. God placed me in a family, in a birth order. Most of my classmates' parents were 20, 21, 22, 3 years old when they had them. They're like my older siblings. They had the almost 30-year-old parents when they came into the world. Well, I was 40. My dad was 44. You know, or 39. My mother was coming 40. She was getting ready to turn 40. My dad was on his way to his 44th birthday. The truth is that there was a reason my birth order was the way it was. And I've been talking to people. That's why I said I don't know if people our generation is going to hear me, because they're so tight now because they didn't condition themselves, and now they didn't reject. Some of them don't even believe in God no more.
You're right. That's the lot.
So I'm aiming for the millennials and the wise, because they still pliable. I'm trying to pour into them. I won't let them. I'm following more of them than anything, because when they ask, I give them love. I'm not trying to be your dictator in your life, but I know in a space they ask. I got more TikTok nieces and nephews than a little bit. And they'll ask, aunties, I got this situation. What can I do with the baby? Okay, so the point is that you got so many people that's so hardened. Their hearts are hardened too, and they can't get nothing in, because they believe God did this to them. I keep saying, you put yourself, and you got to accept responsibility for the circumstance.
And that's people first thing. And my thing, if you're going to blame a spirit, why not Satan then? Why it's always got to be God?
Yep.
But the thing is, you did this. I mean, Satan is the one that set it all up in the beginning. He the one went to Adam and Eve.
He sure did.
They were free moral agents. We are all free moral agents. Moral agents. We're free moral agents. Adam and Eve were too. They had the right to either sin or not sin, just like us.
Yep.
They chose to do wrong.
Yep.
Just like we choose to do wrong. So if you have a child and your child go out and just say shoot up a store, would you want everybody to turn against you and blame you for what your child, when you taught your child right from wrong?
That's right.
You can't you say everybody blame your child. You blame you for what your child did. You taught your child right from wrong, and your child is a free moral agent. That's the same thing.
Yep.
Adam and Eve knew better. They were perfect. They did wrong, but not everybody want to blame God for what Adam and Eve did. And what Satan chose to do. Satan chose to do wrong too. He was a free moral agent.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, I just say, they say pour some when your fingernail polish start to get a little sticky and harden up, pour a little thinner in there. That's what you gotta do. You gotta stir yourself back up, because the thing is that you rejecting a lot of love that's coming into your life. You can't even speak to people, you know. Come on now. Because you walking around, and who can see you? Who want to go near you? If let's say if the numbers is low out here for, you know, for good men or potentially good men, why would they want to pick you? Who they got to run through the car wash, send them through the Fuller's bath. You gotta go through it. They gotta do too much cracking and breaking, and then you're gonna feel like they abusing you, because you're not gonna be used to the way they might communicate to you, because they see your potential. Who in the world want to see a 50, 60-year-old woman with a lot of potential, but she can't see it in herself?
But the thing is, they have
that age and caliber, her value,
right? And men have more of a chance, or more of a I'm trying to find a word, but they have more what I'm trying to say than we do. They have more of a what word am I trying to look for? More options than we do.
Yes, they
do. And so if they have more options than us, huh?
She said she hollering when I said car wash. I was saying my first mind was a Fuller's bath. Yeah, you know, men shouldn't have to be getting you or doing all of that, trying to This is our season to get ourselves ready so that he can see us, so we don't get mad when we see somebody else over there being blessed. See, this is what I mean when I say we need to be doing the work, because you're gonna start to see blessings come to people, and I don't want anybody out here putting hatred in the pool and praying.
And that's what I'm saying. Men have more options, and being that they have more options, they're not going to wait for or look at or even pay attention to the woman that has to go through the car wash, as you mentioned. They're not going to be wanting to look at that and wait for that. No. They're not, because like you said, they could be looking over here because they got more options than us.
Okay, and think about it. Remember, there's this mindset, a cultural mindset, that men desire younger. There are a lot of men that desire women who are seasoned veterans. They don't want to be bothered with training anybody. Okay. So they're going to be looking, they're not going to be looking for a woman, a 60-something, 50-year-old woman with a 18, 19-year-old maturity level. Because when they looking for younger, they looking for younger in body. They ain't looking for younger in brain development. They looking for somebody. I mean, when you want to mold something, but you also want to be entertained or in culture or whatever it is. And you shouldn't be walking around thinking that, because I'm gonna tell you something. Look, if you don't believe that sisters 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, even 80s, I see them. I keep telling y'all, be able to Google this stuff on YouTube. If you don't believe it's happening, Google it. Because when they create their channels and create their spaces on TikTok or whatever, it will come up. If you older couples dating, they out here living. That's all. You see why I'm over here giggling and laughing, because I'm seeing it, and everybody else out here convincing themselves it ain't happening. I've had it even happen with my own self. Oh no, I'm like, girl, please. You keep saying that. Keep talking yourself out of your blessing. That's exactly what the devil wants you to do. Keep putting them limits on God. Keep on putting them limits on him, putting them in a little tiny box. So your carnal is bigger. No, don't limit him. Not at all. There are men out here every day, every single day. I have asked the universe for a very specific qualification. And, if I get that, that would be beautiful. I asked God for that. That would be beautiful. But you know what? I still got the ministry. Still got what I want to do, what I'm believing in God for. And he's going to come through that. This guy is going to be so sharp. He's going to notice me. The same thing I tell the young ones. You don't ever have to sit there and wonder now whether or not a guy like you or not. You are a beautiful queen. He is going to step to you so strong, he's going to make the ground shake. He's going to come with really, really powerful male energy.
And just as women, we have to be ready to receive. That's right. Our job. When only thing a man wants us to be ready for is just to receive him. Receive him well and in a healthy way. When that's our job. When we receive from a man, they love it. It's so feminine. That's all they want us to do, is to receive and appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
To receive and appreciate. Now, there's a difference to appreciate in the beginning of a friendship or relationship. The only time you start to be grateful and to value and to become grateful is once he becomes your fiance and your husband. There's a difference.
Right.
To receive and appreciate, it shows you have good manners and you're letting him know, okay, good job. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I see you. I notice you.
Mm-hmm.
I see you. But when you get into an engagement in marriage, so then that's when you are showing him, okay, I value this. I really value that. I am grateful. So you're giving him something back in a way that you're not giving anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when you show that value and that gratefulness. So, but in the beginning, when you're just friends, getting to know each other and all that, you receive it and you just say, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I see
That's right. You see it. You see it manifesting. You see it. You're getting yourself ready for it.
Yeah.
They used to say back in the day, come expecting a blessing. That's how you're supposed to be walking around on this earth.
Yeah, I see you. Thank you. I'm taking it in. I'm showing good manners. I'm receiving it. I'm showing good manners. Thank you. And that's all a man want to know, is that you're saying it and you're receiving it, because that's helping him beat his chest as a man. You just letting him know. And then as unfolds and it's time, the levels change.
Yes.
And it'll do it naturally. Let it happen naturally. Don't fake it. Let it be. Let it be natural.
Yeah. Because you know why you shouldn't fake it? Because again, it goes back to what I said. If you are not the one, let him be able to. A queen will. I was watching. I watch a lot of these period.
Yes, Foxy Brown.
Yeah, sometimes when you are not equipped and you're not ready and you don't want to waste nobody's time. You don't want to put your toxicity into them. You don't want them chasing fool's gold with you because you ain't. Redirect them. Be woman enough to say, you know what, this is not the season for me to be doing this. And I don't want to waste your time. I literally have been blessed just by being able to tell people that's not, I'm not. And I don't want to give you the wrong impression. This is going to require time and pay. And I got all of this responsibility. I don't have time. I can't do it. So I want you to not miss out on your blessing, because there's a lot of options out here. I want you to because I think the more happier people that's walking this earth, the better off we all will be. The reason why we're in such a cesspool right now, because you got a lot of miserable, unhappy people walking around. Lots of them.
And usually
they can't clap for nobody. They can't clap for nobody.
Usually loves company. It's always, when you find misery, it's always looking for some measure of company. Even if it's in a small way or a big way. A lot of times people just go to the store and just to give a cashier a hard time. Go out to eat just to give the server a hard time. It's, blow their horn at you just because, just over small thing. It could be something small.
Yeah.
Go to the post office just to get somebody a hard time. Or it could be something big. Bring some bad energy to you and you be thinking, why'd you come visit then if you're gonna act like that?
Right.
It's just, or they just try to find ways to take away your blessings.
Yeah.
Misery is gonna always be amongst us. That is, again, that takes us back to our personal space.
Yes, right.
Our space is our home.
Yes, it is.
And we have to own it. This is my space. If you are violating my space, you are getting evicted. Hands down. You got to
Amen.
go.
Amen. Amen.
Mm-mm.
It's possible. I'm telling you,
My
it's possible. I
thing is,
see it.
we put people out of our homes. And it's just, here's the thing. We put people out of our homes and that's just the place. It's material. But we look at it like, I pay the bills here. And a lot of times I pay too much for this place for you to violate. I agree. But our personal space, our physical, our mental, our emotional is priceless.
Yes.
It is priceless.
Yes.
Our personal space is priceless.
Sure is.
If someone takes that away from us, we could never get that back.
Okay.
When someone takes something away,
Mm-hmm.
we can never get that back. And just like I told this gentleman on the phone when he was trying to give me a hard time, and they were wrong, of course. And I said, you just took 15 minutes of my life that I can never get
back. Could have spent it
and
doing
he was
something.
like, oh, and I said, cancel it. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is that and the other. If I can give you the money back and this is that and the other, and we can give you free. Okay, now you're talking. But the thing is, because you still can't give me this time back.
Okay.
Something as small as that. That is time. You can never give people their time back. So that's why I said, you wasted my time.
Yep.
You're taking away from me. You can, my life, what I went through when I walked away from my narcissistic relatives, because I don't call them family. Mm-hmm. Relatives are by default. Family, you can choose them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my relatives that I walked away from, I vowed certain things that I went through when I walked away from. I was hospitalized. In less than a month, I was off of 9 medications.
See?
I was hospitalized. I did not think I was going to make it. And once I hit a certain point, I vowed that that was it. I will not allow myself to go through it again. I promised myself. That was a promise I made to myself. And certain people would not, even in my class, even in school, the person that was teaching me, I got what I got from her. That was my last day in her class. See ya. Replaced her. One of my classmates was in the same class. Those two, bad. I'm out.
Yep.
My therapist said, "Do you think it's?" And I explained to her why. She said, "Well, why don't you go back and turn?" Nope. I told my therapist why. Nope. And she said, "Okay, I respect that." Nope. I told my therapist, no. That was a deal breaker.
Yeah.
And she said, "I respect that." No. It's certain things I'm not. That is my space. It just didn't feel right. I saw how they were coming at me. It was jealousy. I know what that feels like. I know how chicks get down.
Yes.
And when I was asking for help, as opposed to the other people, how she was coming at me in a covert bullying way.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. I know what that's about. Been there, done that. Got the jumpsuit.
Yep.
Not doing it. I'm gone. You violate my space. Got to go. And so that is just, it's certain things you may be able to stay in a space and you may be like, okay, I'll just step over here. And then there's sometimes you got to be like, nope, you got to go. You're not.
Yeah. Yeah, like in Color Purple when Missy when what's her name? Oprah played her. She balled her fists up and they were like, oh, time to go. Once they do, they knew, it's about to go down. I'm getting up out of here. Cause she about Miss Sophia is about to wreck it. It's come with the wrecking crew. When she balled them fists up, they already knew this Squeak was gonna be in trouble.
That's right. I know. I like that part too. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, Foxy Brown. She says those stages you just mentioned are so important. Women are jumping to the second stage. Let the man be a man and let yourself be a woman. Don't do his job. Exactly.
Yeah.
Wondering Chick said, I'll wait for it. Exactly.
Yeah, these are jewels. These are jewels. Mm-hmm. And these are the things you have to reinforce to yourself all the time. And it's not about, You know, I've seen people be blessed in the most unusual circumstances. I'm not pushing anybody out here to do anything. What I am saying is that I need people to see how God moves. So be in places where you are looking for where God is moving, because you want to see, you want to be able to see, you got to be able to see it so that you can see it's possible, especially if you've never had it. Okay. You got to believe it's possible. Whether you want it or not, or whether you thinking you're gonna get, that's beyond, you know. I know so many people who said they didn't want something until they saw somebody else with it, and then they realized, okay,
you know what? Have you ever noticed? Hold on one second. Foxy said, "I'm the same way, but people say I mean." Again, I'm so glad you chose yourself. Thank you so much, Foxy.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. But you know what? People say you mean, but that's their way. Let me tell you something. I've had people to say that, relatives to say that to me. But you know what they said later on? They said, "I'm gonna have to be more like you. I'm gonna start being more like you." That's fun. It's not that you're being me. It's that you're those are your boundaries.
Yep.
That's what it is. And they're trying to tear
that.
down your boundaries because people hate change. That's what it is. It's when they feel, when you change or when you have boundaries up, that requires them to change. And they don't want to.
They don't want to do it. One easy.
They don't want to do the work.
They want to stand at the basket for the layup shot.
When they're in your space, that means they have to readjust and move a certain way when they're in your space. And that makes them feel uncomfortable because that means they have to walk a certain line that they don't want to walk.
That's right.
And so therefore, that's because you have chosen yourself, Foxy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's right, Wonder Chick. You have to choose yourself. Exactly. And so when you choose yourself, that means when they're in your space, they have to choose you too.
That's right.
And they don't want to because people are selfish.
I have had the word get to my ears where several said, "I wish I had chosen." And let me say this. Do you know, I already knew this was going to happen because, again, it goes back to what I said. Even though I might be slightly younger than my classmates and my peers, if you really want to think about the amount of information and life experience that was downloaded into me from my parents, I had my peers by about a decade. I mean, not a decade, about a whole generation. There's 40 years between us. So there's between me and my parents. So the average parent is coming from that generation. My generation, their parents are like around 23, 24, 25, something like that. Okay, so you think about that for a minute. Now you look at, there's pretty close to a generation that separates us. All that experience got to go somewhere, especially if I fall at the end of the line. I mean, not only did I have their experiences downloaded to me, I watched all these older siblings fall down and get back up. You see all of that classroom instruction I had in the home, in my personal space, and you got people out here who think that they can try to mold me. No, dear, no.
That's
when you're born the youngest, your birthday close to Christmas, you kind of, in a way, you don't think that you're better than anybody, but everybody. One of the things my siblings never did was say, "Oh, she got more gifts because her birthday is week after Christmas." Let me say this. My parents needed to work 2 more weeks into the year before they got another check. So often my Christmas was a little heavier because they were buying my birthday gifts at the same time. It wasn't like I was treated special. And my gifts, I didn't never ask for anything lofty. Everything I did, sewing machine. I want this sewing machine. This game, this watch. It was always Tinker Toy stuff, machines that went. So the point is that I'm starting to hear it now. And some of the ones who are humble enough to get to say those words. I wish I had. Because see here's why they wish they had, because it took them several years into the marriage to realize everything that I was trying to tell them so they think, "Oh, you there's something wrong with you. I don't recognize you. Where you coming with this?" Well, I'm coming with a language that you probably don't understand. It probably sounds more like your parents, so you're not really trying to entertain it. So you get somebody, and now you 10, 15 years maybe into the marriage, and you realize, was that Tronella that said that? I heard that. I heard that voice. So because this is what I had to deal with. This is why I was immediately negotiating relationships with older men, because I was trying to get more not less chronological, but more closer spiritually to the men who matched my age, maturity wise. You know, my fiance was 24 years older than me. And there was ever a time where I felt like he was making a, you know, thing or doing anything that made me feel like I was not. No, he used to go joke with people and say, "Oh, don't believe her. She is not. She is much older than what she is. She's older than I am." He used to make that joke, because the truth be told is that I was more worried about how he would feel, and he wasn't at all. Because I didn't care about. That wasn't a problem for me. I wasn't even planning a relationship when I met him. It was a friendship that just evolved. Just as they say, these moving screens that go on in basketball court. That's what was happening. It was just like the move was happening and the plays was set up. And then next thing you know, it was like, okay, I'm in a relationship. This is what this feels, you know. So I think there are going to be a lot of regrets from a lot of people. Are we gonna have regrets? There's gonna be. That's why I said we've missed some blessings. Sure, don't miss anymore. Try to minimize the amount you're gonna miss by being ready, staying ready, not sitting there.
That's the thing, by being, and that's what the premise of this show is for, is to be ready. Foxy said, right? She said, because for many years I was too nice, especially for family and friends. Once I started setting up the boundaries, they said, "You change. You think you're better." See, they think you're better. You already know you're better. They think that you're leveling up. They're not comfortable, because this was told to me too. When I after I walked away and I said no more, it was so many people that were against me, giving me a hard time, saying I was mean and I was this and I was acting basically as if I was a bully and this, that, and the other and all that. Okay, ask me, have I changed? Have I now? Those people, they're either out of my life or now. And here's the thing: those very people try to reach out to me again later on.
Yeah.
If I were mean, if I was that mean person, and if I was a bully, why would you pursue me again?
That's what I said. That's what I say. If I was so toxic, if I was so this, and I was such, you know what? When the moment this person said, "Well, you were obsessed with me," and you know what I said straight up. How many years did you feel like I was that way? Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you 20 years of absence from me in compensation for that time that you said that you suffered of my, because you know one thing about a narcissistic person or people with these personality disorders is that they actually think that the more they step on the old you, the more that old you gonna return. You don't understand, boo. I've been doing work on me since you departed. A whole lot of work. And you look the same. You look like the 16-year-old boy that was stuck in a 22-year-old body when I last saw you. I wish that I could pray and hope that your wife or whomever got that she did not go through much of that, to go through any abuse with you, because one thing for sure is this: somebody gonna land right square in the middle of that toxic storm. Because if you don't have good people around you to help you change, and you are not willing to make those changes in yourself, you will keep telling yourself there ain't nothing wrong with me, and then you wondering why don't know. Soon as they get up and get grown, they get far away from you, your kids. All these people that you pay to be around you, they get far away. If you ain't giving them nothing, they far away from you. I ain't never in my life seen somebody that want to collect godchildren. You ain't gonna be there for all them people.
But that's like Satan. That's what Satan did with Adam and Eve. Like he did with Adam and Eve. And you know what? Satan don't have to. He don't collect the ones that he already has. He don't have to. He has them already.
That's right.
That's why he wanted to go after Jesus.
That's right.
He only want to go after those he doesn't have. Just like with the ones that black men complain about. It's like, why are you coming over to the ones that you complain about, coming to the channel, saying that you're glad that we're gone? Why?
Yep.
If we're gone, why are you coming and complaining? Why aren't you just content with the ones that's standing 10 toes down for y'all? Because the thing is, you want the ones that are gone.
That's right.
Because we're the good ones.
What did I say?
You've
the
lost
devil, the I'm telling you, he irritated now. He really irritated by the fact they out of his reach. But if they can, girl.
Yeah, same thing with that's how it is. Same thing with Satan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
same
on
thing.
Fire. They try to squelch the fire.
You dropped the billion, thinking you were dropping a buck. You dropped the billion.
She said, "Period."
You thought you were dropping a buck.
Say what you said.
Somebody else then picked up that billion.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden, you going, man.
It's going to. Let me tell you. You already know it. You can't. It's been set into motion. This is.
Creating one.
This is 30 years in the making.
Listen, creating one. They're trying to play reverse psychology to get it back. See, that's narcissistic thinking. Nah, boo. You getting close. That mask is smashed off. It ain't a such thing as reverse psychology. Huh?
Convince themselves they will come, and it's like, you know what? I remember. It's so funny, and I don't want to deter anybody from online dating or anything like that, but I did entertain it for a little while. Okay, it was boring. Let's just say it was boring. Why? Because I felt that my intelligence was not low enough to be in that. Okay, so I had one, and
White Foxy.
Yeah, I spoke with them, and he spent more time because I was training for my marathon. I didn't start running till I was 40. He's trying to. What's your time? What's your run time? That flag one. Why are you competing with me on my speed? First of all, you a man. You got probably a bigger heart than me, bigger lungs.
I can't.
Okay. Then the second thing, women just love me. I gotta beat them off, and I'm like, okay. Well, I guarantee you, when I get done talking to you, you ain't gonna worry about me. And kept basically almost like who you trying to convince? I don't think you or no. I'm gonna be the story that you write a book about, because I promise you. I'm literally saying this in my mind. I ain't tell him that. I'm like, this dude don't even know. I can't wait to get off the phone, because I told him, I said, well, this I did give him these. I said, you don't ever have to worry. I'm not the stalker type. I didn't say I wasn't gonna call you. I said, that's not me. Yeah, y'all all say that. I said, okay. I said, well, you know what? Good day, and be blessed, and enjoy your life. And that was the one and done.
See,
it's some really, and so trust me when people say, oh, it's some, I said, trust me, I know. But here's the thing. You gotta be familiar with how, if you don't know, you don't want to wait until the thing that your eyes are drawn to get you. Because see, this is how women sometimes, and men too, allow themselves to be snared. Because again, it goes back to what I said. They don't use those vetting skills in their groups and stuff like they should, and I know some do, and the ones who do will be positioned to win. But so many don't. And those are the ones I'm speaking to, because those are going to be the angry snipes who going to be mad when they see it manifest in other people. They're going to be talking about, and then you'll start to see them. They'll be creeping into spaces and trying to get younger women to give up their virginity and stuff like that. Like, well, you saving it for. I'm like, where are you going? Where are you going with this? I have shut down entire follows from a channel who are trying to okay, so let me just say this. Whether or not, same thing with the feminist movement, whatever. When you're giving people choices and options, you're not supposed to be telling them choose my option.
It's that cult.
Yeah. Because you chose it that way. I'm here to say I didn't do it the right way. I did a lot of that movement. And I'm saying There's nothing wrong, but I want, even though she might be 30 or 35 or whatever, she can still work on herself. She don't have to be walking around here afraid of men because she has chastity. What I'm saying is she can use this time to learn. There are plenty of women who are doing their work on themselves. You don't walk around here thinking that she is no good enough because ain't nobody gonna want her because she's 30. Who putting that kind of nonsense in somebody's head? She is prime. And these women are, this is why I say, you think it's only the kitten heels? Oh no, it's some women out here doing this stuff.
Yeah. Yes.
Literally telling women that you need to get out of here. What, feel what? But do what?
Yeah.
And then denying that there ain't no such thing. That's a myth. Ain't no. Look, this child I could have gave birth to in two lives. I mean, I could have gave birth to this person who said this at 20, at 40. And if I waited 7 more years, I could have gave birth. Literally almost 3 times I could have gave birth to this person. And this person is sitting there trying to argue with a woman who can draw circles around her without even moving a pencil. She's going to debate with me that there's no such thing as spiritual ties, soul ties. I'm like, let me tell you something. I'm not going to even argue with this person. You know what I said? She deserves to make her own choice. And why don't you all get out of her vagina? That's what you need to do. And if you keep digging in there, you might as well just go on there and get on. You're going to call yourself the divestment movement. That's why I say it's some toxic women in part of that process. It's some toxic ones. They are, because you got to remember that some of these women are sitting at home with a Tyrone, a raggedy one. And they don't want women to win because they stuck with one that they tied to. They literally don't. They are preaching one thing and doing another. They do not want these young girls to win. They made a lot of mistakes. Let them make them. Look, let me tell you something. I remember when my little cousin, she's not my first cousin. She's first one's removed. And so I told her when she got emotionally attached to a young man she went to high school with and got a baby in college, came home, just complete. I said, when she even said at around 21 years old, I guess I'm not going to have nobody, and I'm like, let me tell you something. I remember when you came. I remember your mother before she got married to your father and they conceived you. I bought you your first picture dress. Let me tell you something. You are not going to fold your cocktail table and say what God can't do for you. Cast a wider net. Last year, I went to her wedding.
Wow. See?
She married, and how she met him? Through her mother's job. He trained at her mother's job, and then he saw her when she came to pick up her mom. And a lot of guys was after her, but I don't know if it was what I said. I don't know if it was what a lot of people said. I don't know if it's what she prayed for, but let me tell you something. Not only is he an extraordinary father to her son, but he is an amazing husband to her. And I told her to cast her net. You know why? Because, baby, he may not look like the same skin you come in.
That part.
You're worrying about him being close to your heel. And really, tell you the truth, as fair as she is, they might as well. You wouldn't know too much different. They had the most beautiful wedding ever. And I said, you know what? That's nothing but death would keep me from being there because I prayed for this thing to happen. I was there front and center. I never had gotten a chance to meet him, but I shook his hand. I told him, hey. And he was I want to see people win. I don't care what color they are. I want you to win at love.
Just win.
I don't want these young women to be bitter old women believing and being locked into, because a lot of the reasons why they fall into this one generation after the next, because a lot of people that's surrounding them made a lot of mistakes, and they don't really, there's a spirit that get them and don't want to see them win. I suffered. I made a lot of mistakes. I fell down. I didn't get everything I wanted out of life. I didn't get I don't want you to win. You need to struggle too. That's a part of it. No. If I can't pass nothing else down to you, I'm gonna pass down my wisdom.
And I don't understand why in the Black community, why it's like that's the mentality that she'll learn. She'll learn. I had to learn, so she'll learn too. And it's like, why I don't understand. Even when it comes to passing down wealth and all that, don't be buying them all that stuff. You're gonna spoil them. Won't you just make them work hard and do all this? I understand you don't want to spoil a child, but you don't have to make them work hard and struggle and all. Like you did. That's the purpose in building generational wealth.
Right.
So that you can pass down some of your wealth to your children so they don't have to work like you did.
Yeah, they can work as they come up and learning the process of your company, but they shouldn't be out there struggling to build theirs. Each generation,
yeah, like you did.
Yeah,
that's the purpose. That's what you do. That's what you climb up so that you can reach back to pull the next person up. I don't get that mindset. And if she let her bump her head and she'll learn like I did. It's like, really?
We're not doing that around here. Nope, I don't even care. Let me tell you something. There was once a time that very child that I'm speaking of unfriended me on Facebook because I was correcting a mistake that she was heading towards. She ended up having to make the mistake. Baby, I love you anyway. But I'm going to tell you something. She was positioned to hear me. And I continue to encourage her. I had no idea who he was until I saw the picture. And because the guy she thought was her guy wouldn't even claim her on Facebook.
See, no, that's a red flag.
You didn't gave everything to him. You didn't set out a whole semester because he wasn't ready to go in the fall. So you set out to January to go along and he can't be. Let me tell you something. A guy who really truly likes you won't let you make no mistakes when he know he's not ready.
No. He's not going to hold you back.
He's not going to let hold you back.
And he's not going to let you.
He's going to be responsible. He's not going to drag you into hell with him. He's going to step back away from you. And I said, I watched because I was like, because when I found out she was pregnant, I was like, pregnant by who? Her boyfriend. What boyfriend? I ain't never seen nobody claim her. What boyfriend she had? The only boyfriend he over there single. I know exactly what you're talking about. He over there single. He is not claiming no girlfriend. And now she ready to have his baby. Oh, I was so sick. I was so sick. But I got myself together to go to her baby shower. I was so sick, Sun Kiss. Because I was like, these babies, I didn't have children. These babies are mine.
Yeah. See, that's how I look at it. I don't have children, but that's my mindset too. Yeah. So if you want to school them,
I don't want them to make it because I don't know. They might have aunties from their sisters, from their mamas and uncles. They got people closer to them that might be, you had some people, like I said before, I lined this up. I said, you got some people around you to make a lot of mistakes because they did. And they see a lot of the investment that went into you. They laugh, they sitting back, the devil chuckling and laughing because you stumbling around blindfolded, beautiful as you want to be, but ain't got a lick of common sense. I'm like, you know what? You are not going at 21, girl. I hadn't even met my fiance yet. And you talking about 21, you about to hang up your Cinderella slippers. I don't think so. No, we're not doing that. Cast a wider net. I'm telling you. And he was real cool about it because she's a beautiful girl. So he kind of watched a lot of guys kind of pitch their woo to her. They call it pitch and woo. And so he kind of eased in the cut. They switched numbers, and next thing, her mama, my cousin said, "Girl, they were going on their first date. They were click. They were going on their first date. Girl, they had the same industry. This is what I'm saying. It was a beautiful thing to see her win. Her wedding got pushed back because of the pandemic, but as soon as they landed a date, I said, If I'm breathing God's air, guess who's gonna be there? I don't care where it's at. I don't care if it's on Mars. I'm going. I'm going.
Yeah.
Because I got to see this. I want to see this. I prayed for this. not so much for him, but for her to cast the wider net, to not limit herself because this person may not have been for you. This is what your loins wanted, but you wasn't seeing. And then you hear people talking and saying things like, well, I didn't like him for her. But did you tell her that when you saw him greasing his palms and shaping himself up to take her down, to cut her down? Did you say it? Because see,
they'll sit up and gossip about it, but they won't say nothing.
I can't stand that, son, kids.
I'm like, you sit up and that's what I'm saying. And that's what Foxy Brown, I love that what Foxy Brown was saying. That's what I'm like. Y'all sit up and run y'all mouths about it and whisper behind her, but y'all not sitting up trying to guide her. Y'all not trying to say
they want to be your friend because they laughed at me because when she unfriended me, boom, she was about 15, and I was like, you know what? I don't care. Because she was at that time, she was dating some 19-year-old man that had a child. I said, girl, please. You are worth more than rubies and gold. There ain't nowhere in the world you're supposed to be looking at some 19-year-old baby daddy. And they want to, and they laugh because they should have been pulling her to the side and like, you disrespectful. Yeah, because they don't want to ruin their fellowship with her. She's 15. She needs somebody to be pouring wisdom into her. See? So yeah. Absolutely. But let her had been a boy. Let her had been a boy. It'd have been different. It'd have been a different story. See, first of all, there's no way. You honestly think they'd have been all over that 19-year-old woman? They would have been all over her, giving her a hard time. She would have been everything but the child of God. Yeah. First and foremost. And her having a child too, they would have been lighting her fire. Yep. There is no way she would have gotten away with that. There's no way. And if there's no way it would have been a different story. I'm gonna leave it at that. I mean, I understand. I understand. I come with, I split bone from marrow. I have a real hard time tippy-toeing around certain situations, especially when I know she's surrounded by all these, aunties and cousins and stuff who are older than her, and they sitting there like, because see, they didn't slip and fell on stupid, so let her do it too. I didn't. She got to learn on her own. No, she's not. She don't need to make all the mistakes you made. She might make some. She got to make some, but she shouldn't. That's that whole. See, to me, that whole baby boomer generation, and see that. One day, chick said she about to depart. Okay, girl. Okay, sweetheart. Thanks for hanging out with us. She got to go to work. Okay, thanks for hanging out with me. Let me keep you up, girl. I told you I had a double shot pot of coffee this morning. Okay. But I said what I didn't like is that a lot of them have this attitude. Well, I had to go through it. This happened to me. So I'm gonna give you a hard time for knowing better. I'm gonna give you a hard time for wanting to do better. And it's out of jealousy. It's out of envy. It's because we won't take what they had to take. So they want to give us a hard time. Yeah. And see, all of this work that you do to lift up other people, to keep this is God's work. And see, people wonder why they get old and their joints can't move and their back always twisted out of joint and they got to have a new ankle and all this other stuff. Do you know that you don't know how your body is put in this state because you sit out and take counsel with the devil? Keeping the light off shining on someone because you don't want them to do better than your kids, or you don't want them to do better than you because you made all these kids. You know what? I don't care if I don't get a husband. I don't care if I ain't looking to have no children. I am ushering in willingly menopause. See, God gave me 2 months off, girl. I got 2 months off from it during Lent. And then it showed back up literally on, I think, the Tuesday or whatever after Easter. I said, okay,
Mhm.
or was it just before? I can't remember. Was it just, girl, literally, it was lined up with Lent. I guess all that work
Mhm.
I was doing, God gave me that time off. But anyway,
Mhm.
I just could not. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't watch that. I can't watch it and be happy. I can't. I tell people all the time, since a lot of people think that I overwhelm them by giving them too much information. You know what I said? Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pray for you, and then I'm going to turn it into a blessing for somebody. I'm going to teach the lesson, because I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people don't want. I used to work in places where people said, "Why are you worried about that? Why don't you just do your job?" I'm just trying to tell people they need to get ready, because this is about to happen. You can't keep not teaching these kids the stuff they want to know and don't think that these kids aren't going to come back. You're going to run into them in the street in a few years. You're just trying to do what's necessary. We are not building teddy bears where a few rejects get a refund. It takes, 16, 17, 18 years to build this product. And if we don't build this product right, it's going to collapse on the street. You can't do no recall.
What's his name? Dr. Phil said, he said, I don't know why we destroy these kids, and then we turn around and act like we had nothing to do with it, with the way they were raised.
There it is. We'll sit there quiet and mute. I know people like that. I've seen them. They will talk more about that person behind their back. And that's what I said. Not gonna do that. You might not like me. You might block me. Don't take my calls. Act like you don't know me. I didn't change your diaper. Helped you to tie your shoes. Picked you up. Made your prom dress. I don't care. If I feel like I got to tell you something, you just gonna have to hate me. But you'll get over it.
You get over it. If not today, probably tomorrow, but you get over it.
I'm not gonna let you make these mistakes. I have a calling and I'm going to operate on it. This is between me and God. Ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm not gonna sit back and let you do it. I see people do. Grandma's doing it. Mama's doing it. They don't want to fall out of fellowship with the kids, so they literally letting them make mistakes because they don't want them mad at them. How they gonna learn if nobody corrects them?
But see, that's why that Aaliyah. That's why that mess happened with Aaliyah.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Exactly. That's why it happened.
People sitting around just allowing it to happen, just talking about it, and look, and then all these other girls it happened to, and I'm like, who? But see, that happened to me when I was because it was happened to about 4 different people. From the ages of 3 to 17, but I wasn't able to tell because my narcissistic egg donor wanted to look like the perfect parent.
Yes.
And the last one was 12 to 17, but she was in love with him. So she competed with me because she was jealous, because she looked at like he chose me over her. And I hated his guts. And she would be dare me and tell me to be nice to him, you know, and try to convince me to be nice to him because, you know, she was in love with him. And I hated his guts. But the thing is, a lot of my aunts and relatives, they knew about it. Come to find out they knew about it, and they would sit up and gossip. So before I walked away, that's within 3 years, I told them about themselves. I lit them up. Y'all rather sit up and gossip about it rather than say something and do something. So I was miserable. So a lot of my depression, my PTSD, BPD, my anxiety, my sicknesses could have been avoided.
Yeah.
Had they just said or done something.
It's almost as if people need to see someone suffer so that they get magnified, or they're going to be better off if they get to see someone be sacrificed. That don't make no sense to me. I don't know how many ways I keep
out of her jealousy, my egg daughter's jealousy, she said horrible things about me from the ages of 12, 13, 14, listening to them, her telling them that, and it was out of jealousy. And they listened to her and they knew what was going on. and they would sit up and gossip about rather
A
than try to
child
save me.
cannot
And,
give consent. Okay.
and I hated his guts.
I'm
And
so sick and tired of people. I've
she,
had to, girl, had
she
to step
saw
up
him
and
in my
judge.
bed. She saw him in my bed.
This is horrible. This is horrible.
And when I brought some other things to her attention, she looked at me and walked away.
Just the whole
What else?
Precious event. Oh my goodness.
And then, yeah, that's what it was. And she would be the main one at family gatherings screaming. If somebody touched my kids, what all she'd do? My egg donor.
Oh yeah. Oh, they do the perfunctory. They do the show. They do the
And
whole dance for the public. They got everybody thinking that you will take a swing on somebody if they even bat an eyelash at you. Oh yeah.
I had my chance to tell her. But everything she played so many mind and emotional games on me. But when I walked away, right at the age of 46, I haven't looked back. But that's because, and then she tried to play mind games to see if I was gonna come running for her like I used to. And she played all these mind games. When she left with the clothes on her back. Because I spent money on her.
Mhm.
Nordstrom's, Bloomingdale's, Neiman Marcus, you name it. Whatever color she wanted, you name
Do
it.
you have sisters, Sunkiss?
I have one.
Mm-hmm. Older or younger?
Younger. She's 6 years younger than me.
I figured
And
younger.
she called me her mother, and I took care of her when she has lupus. I used to move into the hospital with her, even when she was married, husband at home playing the Madden game.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what, and I realized they're narcissists.
Yeah.
That's the one that told me, she said, you tend to love people to death. And that's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
I love everybody to death, but I was killing myself.
Yes.
But the thing is, when she left, my narcissistic egg donor left, she called the police on me just to humiliate me. I was sitting there just as calm.
Oh my God.
She called them because the area we live in, beautiful area.
Mm-hmm.
I always had her in beautiful areas.
Mm-hmm.
She called the cops just to humiliate. Now, my brother been a kingpin, drug kingpin. She never one time called the cops on him. Not one time. When I was a teenager, got my first car. She made me give my car keys to him, so him and his friends could go do a drug drive. Oop.
Oh gosh.
But she never one time called a cop. Now I told her, you never called the cops on the people that touch me. This is what I'm thinking. You protected them.
Yeah.
And the person I told you from 12 to 17, the last time she saw him, she hugged him at her mother's funeral and swore before God, that my sister was lying. My sister said, I'm not finna argue. She said, yes, she did. She hugged him. No, I didn't. I didn't know who was telling it because it was so convincing. Kind of find it. And something she said, and I didn't say nothing. And I waited 15 years later and I dropped it in her lap. That's the type of person I am.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I know you were lying and you did hug him. I said, because 15 years ago, this is what you said. This is the last day before I walked away. I said, you said XYZ. You did hug him. You gave him that. Like I told her the last time I talked to her. When I told her I forgive her for what she did. And this was like about 2 months ago. 3 months, almost 2.5 months ago. I said, you hugged him. I said, that was my hug that you gave him.
Yeah, it was.
You gave him my hug. I said, but you know what? She was concerned the last day when I left. She called the police and it was a cop all on her side. He didn't know what was going on, but she's so convincing.
Mm-hmm.
And when she does a smear campaign, they're so convincing.
Oh, yeah.
And he said she wants to get her things, her clothes. I said, she's not getting nothing. I said, because everything up in here, everything
you
up
bought.
In here, I bought and I own. I got the receipts, and she ain't getting nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time I told her no. First time in my life, I told her no. I said, I bought And I own everything up in here. Italian leather furniture, vases that's taller and bigger than me, everything she ever wanted. Everything from, I mean, she the best of everything. She never worked, never really worked.
Wow.
I started working when I would babysit, clean toilets, clean floors, wet everything. And she would take my money and she would give it to the person that touched me.
Oh.
I saw her give him money, my mom give him money.
Oh
And
yeah.
she would take my money. But I was the provider. I was the provider. And my older brother was a kingpin. He wouldn't even buy his own child a thing of milk. But I worked and I provided for them. But then she would turn around and give him all the praise. But it don't matter because this is their mindsets in the Black community.
Yes,
this is
it
their
is.
mindsets.
And again, there is a reason why these men turned out the way they did.
Yes. But see, here's the thing. Thank you, Foxy Brown baby. Thanks, y'all. I really appreciate y'all so sweet. But like I said, like I told her, like I told that cop, she ain't getting nothing. That when she walked out and she thought she was gonna take everything. When she took my child, my niece, she tried to turn against me and she couldn't. Because my niece was riding for me 10 toes down. She was jealous because they all chose me. And like I told her, this is why I did this lemonade stand. I said, you're mad. You were mad at me because you tossed me your lemons and I made lemonade and I turned them pink. Those are my last words to her. I turned them pink. I turned that lemonade pink. And you are jealous and angry because I did your job better than you.
You survived all that.
That's what you're angry about.
Yep.
So when she left, you leaving with the clothes. You're gonna leave with the clothes that you have on, because that's what she loved things, stuff, everything that I bought her was valuable, beautiful, expensive things, and she had some. It was tags. She still majority of her closet still had tags.
Tags on it.
She couldn't even wear them because it was so much. Because I love shopping, I love clothes and fashion. I love home decor. So everything, Italian leather, everything was beautiful. In fact, I had moved that up on the 3rd floor. It's an apartment, but it's a big posh apartment. So I was moved that up on the 3rd floor. And the 2nd floor, I was literally getting ready. I had just stripped it off and I was getting ready to refurnish that. Because I realized I couldn't fill her. I couldn't buy her enough.
Yeah.
And my sister had to tell me, she said mine has a hole in her. You can't fill her up.
You can't fill it. You can't fill it.
And that's when I was praying and everything just started coming. And that's when that therapist, my previous therapist told me, she said, don't bathe her. And my sister told me, don't give her a bath. Don't bathe. They both. And she's still, you going to give me a bath? You going to give me a bath? And it was killing me and I didn't. But when I went to Publix and got fruit, fresh fruit and all that, came in, washed my hands, prepared the fruit. And I went in the room after I dropped my niece off at school. And I went in the room. She come out, I feel so much better. She gave herself a bath. Went in there, got in the tub, and I was startled as if I had walked into a murder scene. So all along, it was out of control to see how much control. And when I was researching, they do things to see how much control they have.
Yes, they do.
Urinate on the floor so I can clean it up. Kind of find out that it was just, and they said that they laugh at you.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking, you're kidding me.
Oh, yeah.
But that's why when she walked out that house, I gave everything to the Goodwill or to whoever that wanted it. They could have brand new. They were like, you can sell this stuff in an estate sale. I said,
you don't want it.
Burn it. I'm going to set it on fire. I don't want nothing that reminds me. I don't care that I bought it for her. If I bought it for her, I'm going to set it on fire. Give it away. Get it away. I don't want it. I'm setting it on fire. And I mean it.
Yep.
I'm done. But like I said, when she walked, she thought she was gonna take that. Mm-mm. You ain't taking nothing about this house.
Mm-hmm.
You thought I was the old person. Let me tell you something. Like I said to her, you always said that you can keep on playing that same hand in life, and you end up trumping. You trump yourself out. And like I
Mm-hmm.
said to her, checkmate. See, you kept on playing that same hand, that
Yep.
same hand. And I had told her almost a year prior, all those people that I had put up my life, I threw them in a pile. And I told her, and I had never told her this before. I said, I love you because you're my mother. But I've gotten to where I don't like you.
Oh, yes. Yep.
I said, and when you touch me, I cringe.
Mm-hmm.
I had never thought anything negative about her before. For me to think something negative about her at the time was unprecedented. I had never. I was obsessed with her. As to
Mm-hmm.
love her, I was in love with taking care of her.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first got to where I said I don't like her,
Mm-hmm.
it was earth shaking. I couldn't believe I said that. I remember looking at her saying, I don't like her.
Yeah. That's when you know that you're getting ready. When you can get those words out,
Mhm.
you are on your way. Because
I
I
was on my way.
literally had to say the same thing to the narcissist that I had. I was like, you know what, I'm not. I didn't say I hate you or I didn't like you. I just said I'm not feeling you. And that might have been based upon what he had trained himself to believe that, oh, okay, well, I'll come back tomorrow. And no.
See,
When
that's
I
when my
tell
egg
you I'm
said
not
she thought I
feeling
was gonna
you,
come back. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'll see you at the crossroads.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is, you're 40 and 50 and you still, it's like you're
Okay,
never.
Foxy, thank you.
Bye, Fox. She said you ladies are amazing. I'm at work. Okay, Foxy.
She had to jump on a Zoom call. What were you saying, Creator?
Yeah, they don't. This is why I tell people, ladies and gentlemen, that you have to set boundaries. See, when you're born into families and you have parents, that's a whole nother different situation. But when you out here dating with people, as I did, and you get a lot more control and agency because you didn't come up with these people. They didn't take care. There's not a bond there where there's a dependency of you on them for something, and you want to live to please them and everything. And children are so impressionable. They really deserve to
Yes.
have the best people around them because they just,
Yes.
but when you're dating someone, you got to learn to set, and even as you got older and started to separate yourself, you started creating boundaries.
Yeah, yes, Michael, that's true. They do count on that because you're their narcissistic supply.
That's
Yes,
right.
they do.
Yes, they count on you to come back. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to set boundaries. You have to set, okay, it's not about a time thing. You just got, okay, because some people have already ran out of their, if you gave them 10, they did 100. Because these people get trained over time. Because see, I was the kind of person that I did not want. See, everybody, I had that same reputation too, being mean, aloof, snobby, all this other stuff. And I was not trying to be a wonderful person. I just saw potential, but when I started to look more carefully, it took me a while to wake up. I didn't come out the womb like this. What I'm saying is that I had to start paying attention and start praying more and asking God, because literally while I am in the valley, I'm praying for God to show me what love looks like. And things start moving around. See, you got to be careful what you ask God for, because he'll start making movements for you and you're not really prepared. He literally moved this person, made the circumstances happen. And then I was like, oh, wow. Okay. Because see, one thing about those people is that even when they go on into their life, they still believe that they can have access to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you shut it, oh, they play the game. Oh, they cry. They, you know,
Oh.
they do everything, you know. Oh,
Mhm.
They even go by your mama's house and feed her some lies, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Why you tell your mama I was married? Because you are.
Mm-hmm.
You are. And clearly
Mhm.
you don't love her as much as you claim you do, because look at what you're trying to do to her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I called it like I said it. And the thing is that tell a person that you want to hear the truth and let them sing like a canary. Then they start telling you a whole lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And because that's the devil. We in this season where the devil got no attention span. And see, this is what I tapped into. I already knew this existed. I just started operating in my power. And literally, I did what I did because I was allowed to. When I heard those words come out of that person's mouth, I was like,
wow. That's
this
huge.
is what I mean when I say people, narcissists, learn what their behavior pattern looks like and recognize it. They don't mean nobody good in your life. They will take your family, impress them, sequester. They will convince them that you are the problem and they are the victim.
Yep. They are good.
They're
very
good. I said, you know what I said at 17? I said, I don't know, because I didn't have the training and I didn't know I had the tuning for it. I said, it's something wrong with him.
Mm-hmm.
And he used to even say to me when I would have conversations when I didn't even know what I was doing, he said, why are you always trying to psychoanalyze me? I was like, what is he talking about? I'm just having
He said that.
Yeah. I was like, I'm like psychoanalyze. I was like, we're just having conversation. Because if you these were the flags that were going up.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that was able to happen is because I was at that moment trying to please my mother. So, you know, but then I had to learn and recognize that I got more experience in dating than my mother. She only had a couple boyfriends before she married my dad. So I got way more stripes on the battlefield. So, and you know, when you first start and then you start realizing you come in, because one thing that I never operated was with fear, you know. So, you know, when you're resilient and you get back up and you doing your work, you're not blaming nobody else. You're taking a stock and owning you are getting equipped. You're getting bronzed up for battle, being battle tested. And this is why I was able to start to see and come into this. And I was telling people, you know, this is what I wasn't knowing exactly what was going on, but I'm like, yeah, I was showing them by getting back up, assessing. Okay, nope, get back up, assessing, nope, working on me. What am I doing wrong? What did I do? How am I communicating? Why am I attracting this? Blah, blah. Continue to doing the work.
Yes.
And within a very short amount of time, things start moving differently in my life. And I said, I'm going to stay on this path and keep doing the work. Even after my fiance passed, and I was disheveled. I wrote the poem, but I was still working that thing out. I was like, okay, God. And I became enlightened that I was literally writing this poem to God. It wasn't the fiance that passed away. It was to God. And I gave this poem to a lot of people not because I loved them so much, was because I wanted them to use this as the benchmark to recognizing love. But see, narcissistic people, they have a way of convincing themselves that they're more important than what they really are. It's called grandiose.
Yes.
Grandiose.
Yes.
Yeah, they think that they have you when in actuality you pity them. They think they have you when actuality you're just praying for them. You want them to be better people, but when you get they know, because see, the moment they fall into trouble and despair, they ain't the people that they throwing money at and buying They literally are coming to you because they know where it's going to be unconditional. They want someone literally. I said, okay, this is what we going to do. I will see you at the crossroads, especially after he showed up. And I was like, no, because I said it. I said, this is going to be a new beginning or it's going to be closure.
Mm-hmm.
I want to pick up where we left. How are we going to pick up where we left off? That was 20-some years ago. Over 20 years ago. How are you going to pick up? I don't even remember what. I mean, I remember, but I'm trying to move forward. So you want, okay, you want to pick, okay. So closure, you can say what you want, but if you show up the same way you were when I saw you last, it's going to be automatic closure. Boom, did exactly. Mm-hmm. See, because you know why? When people don't want to listen to correction, there's no room for growth. My mother said that when I was a kid. She said, pay attention to people who don't take instruction well. Mm-hmm. Don't like discipline. And I ain't talking about somebody getting out a belt. We're talking about somebody who can't be talked to and can't be corrected. Mm-hmm. They're going to have a lot of stumbles and falls and tumbles. And I shared that with him. I said, one thing my mother taught me, about people, if that when they don't want to listen. So when somebody says, this is what I need to tell you, my adult self has the voice to tell you what you did. That's when it was only then that I recognized, okay, I didn't know what was wrong because see, my mother was saying, and a lot of people were saying, oh, he's young, he's going to grow and his frontal lobe going to develop and he's going to be different. I told them at 17, there was something wrong with him. Oh, no. He just, they looking at all the glows, the impressive words he used around it, coming in and shaking the hand and doing all that other stuff. And I was like, okay. So on that reunion, some 20-something odd years later, I was like, see, when they're young, you can kind of pass it off as immaturity.
Yeah.
But when they 40 and some change, they look like someone who don't know how to count, add, tie their shoes. And you know how obvious you can tell that there's something not right then. It's like if there was ever a doubt in my mind that there was something wrong, it is you have convinced me. You got a problem. There's something wrong here. There's some disconnect in the wiring. Mm-hmm. And you can sit here and I'm thinking to myself, you can impress me all you want to, but I already know it's going to be short-lived. You're not going to do any of the things that you say you're going to do. You're going to try to love bomb me.
Yeah.
I already said, didn't I say earlier, those words don't really mean a lot to me. It's the actions, the time, the action. Of course.
Yeah. And it has to be consistency. Just because you're doing it today. Okay. Do it again.
Yeah.
Okay. Now do it again.
Gotta be consistent.
Do it again.
The consistency is the key. So so we out here living our best lives when we do our best work, and that's why I can concur. Don't ever think that I haven't had snipes coming into range for me, because the one thing about it is we don't become perfected without going through the fire.
Yeah,
you don't get to where you are without going through it.
That silversmith analogy. I think I've used it before. Mm-hmm. You have to go through the fire. That's how we as
shit. Chris Cook said Mama ready. Chris Cook said Mama ready for sleep. Okay,
listen, I'm gonna let you. Thanks for hanging out, Mom.
Yes.
Thank you. That's so sweet. Aw.
He's beautiful.
I love you all. We're gonna go ahead and close down there.
Yeah, let's close out because we don't we don't want the daylight to come, right?
I know, right? We rocked it.
Look, I'm looking at the hour, 8:26. Did we beat Brent's record?
I think so. I think we did. If not, we're dangerously close.
We are, aren't we?
I don't know. Either we did. We may have.
Didn't I tell you when I came on today? I said I had a big old strong pot of coffee. So I might be talking for hours until 2 days.
That's okay.
We being Friday, and I'll be still sitting here talking. Don't let me keep you up.
Okay, look. No, we're gonna have another one Friday night.
Yeah, Friday. Friday's good.
Friday between, it's either 8 or 9. I'm trying to think. It's gonna be between 8 or 9. I'll pop up between 8 or 9 o'clock.
8 or 9. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot you
Alright.
a email. I'm gonna shoot you an
Okay,
email.
and I did send you something, so you know, work through it with your at your leisure. But I wanted you to see what I saw when I, you know, so you know, work with it or whatever. I do plan on teaching a lesson on it on my channel. I want you to take a look at it. Okay, dear.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone that hung out with me. I had a great time. Thanks
Yes,
for everything. Okay. Okay.
Bye-bye.
I have a good. Bye, lemon drops. Bye,
Bye.
lemonade. Bye. Thanks for hanging out at the lemon. Thanks, and have a good one.